Chapter 471. So I end my meditation and get up to move to a more open space in the room. Then, I carefully build the image in my mind of a lion, paying special attention to the insides. After all, I don't want to shapeshift and only then remember that I need lungs. Once I have the image fixed in my mind, I gather my sacred power and spread it throughout my body. Just as I am about to release it, the image in my head changes on its own. Where I had pictured a normal lion, the image changes to a black lion. But I figure it is the system doing it. So I leave it as it is and release the power. Then the change begins. It is painful, as if someone is breaking all my bones and reshaping them. In fact, the entire process is pure agony, but I bear with it until the change is complete. Dieting, congratulations! You have gained the ability, Shifter. Shifter SP cost, 500 forms, Black Lion duration, until cancelled. When the spell completes, I find myself standing on all fours in the middle of the room. Judging from how small things look, I would say I am 5 to 6 feet at the shoulder. That means I am massive as a lion, higher in mass than my normal body by probably half again or more. None of my equipment is visible, which is a relief. It means the spell worked properly. My equipment shifted with me, so when I shift back I won't be naked. It also means I won't destroy any of my stuff when I shift, which I should have thought of before I tried it. It all worked out, and now I have the ability just as I was hoping. It is a bit on the expensive side, and there is no level to it, so that won't change. With my current power I can use it 4 times at most, but there is no limit on duration, so it is worth it. All it takes is a thought, and I am back to my normal self with all my gear exactly how I left it. All in all, I am quite pleased with how it has turned out. Now, I just need to add more forms. So I slowly build the image of a black wolf in my mind and then activate the ability. The shift this time is smooth and almost painless, much better compared to before I got the ability. The wolf form, I assume, isn't much smaller than the lion. Not what I was aiming for. It makes me wonder if all my forms are going to be this big. Guess I will find out. Formatted. Black wolf. Still, this form feels faster than the lion. That is more of a powerhouse. However, I would like something smaller in case I need to sneak around at some point. So I cancel the shift and start building another image in my mind. Something small and fast. Formatted. Black bunny. This time it works and I am much smaller, about the size of a pit bull. I am about to shift back when an idea comes to me. Immediately I know it is a bad idea, but it sounds fun. So I go sneaking into the bedroom where Miria is sound asleep. She doesn't wake up when I jump on the bed. She doesn't react until I put my cold, wet nose on the back of her neck. Then she instantly rolls away from me and opens her eyes. She stares at me for a few seconds, then jumps out of the bed with a shriek. What I was not expecting is the fact that she was sleeping completely naked. We stare at each other for a few seconds before I come to my senses. Then I bolt out of the room as fast as I can. As soon as I am out, I shift back and sit down at the table. Closing my eyes, I quickly enter into my meditation and pretend I have been there the whole time. Opening a window, I watch as Miria comes out of the bedroom, wrapped in a sheet. She looks all around the room, even bending over to look under the table. Miria says, "Ash, Ash, wake up." "What is wrong?" Miria says. "Where did it go?" "Where did what go?" Miria says, "The huge black bunny that came out of the bedroom." "The what?" Miria says. "You didn't see it? How could you miss it? It was this big." What Miria forgot is that she was holding up the sheet, so when she spreads her arms the sheet drops. It takes her a second to realize it, and then her face turns bright red and she grabs for the sheet. I put my hand over my eyes until she has covered herself with the sheet again. "Are you sure it wasn't a dream?" Miria says. "Yes, I am sure." At that point, I can't hold it in anymore and just start laughing. Of course she thinks I am laughing at her, so she gives me a dirty look. Just to see the look on her face. I shift back to the black bunny as she watches. Miria screams, "You!" She immediately grabs a chair and throws it at me, and when I dodge, she grabs another. In the process of throwing chairs, she again loses the sheet, but she either doesn't notice or doesn't care. So, between dodging chairs, I am quite enjoying the view, until a voice stops her. Sarah says, just what the hell is going on in here. Miria freezes with a chair held up and ready to throw. She looks guilty. I realize that the table is between us so that Sarah can't actually see me. So I jump up onto the table where I am in plain view and watch Sarah's eyes widen as she spots me. Sarah says, "How did that thing get in here?" Miria says, "Don't be fooled, that is Ash." Sarah laughs and says, "If I had realized this was a lover's spat, I would have stayed in bed." It is at that point that Miria pays attention to the situation, her standing there naked throwing chairs at me. She turns bright red and dashes back into the bedroom while Sarah winks at me. Miria comes back out a minute later having hastily dressed. Miria says, "It is not a lover's spat. This idiot played a trick on me." Sarah looks around and says, "It must have been one hell of a trick." Blushing even harder, Miria explains everything to Sarah, causing Sarah to chuckle. Seeing as the fun is over, I release the shapeshift and return to my normal form. When Sarah sees me fully dressed, she seems a little disappointed. She probably wanted ammo for teasing. Sarah says, "Are you done making trouble for the night?" "Probably." Sarah says, "Well, if not, then keep it in the bedroom. I need my sleep." Sarah laughs as she heads back downstairs. But when I look at Miria, she is blushing so hard the insides of her ears are red, deciding I have teased her enough. I don't say anything, and after a minute she goes back into the bedroom. Banishing the image of her naked takes me a few minutes, and then I return to meditating. Then I spend what is left of the night recovering my sacred power and practicing in the soulscape. Now that I have the shifter ability, my next task will be to gain the forms of all the major tribes. Hopefully, being able to assume those forms will help reduce the amount of bloodshed needed. Miria says, "Good morning." "Morning. Are you still mad at me?" Miria says, "Nope, I've moved on to plotting my revenge." Well, it is going to have to wait. After breakfast, I'll be leaving for the kingdom. Miria says, "Oh, I know. Revenge should never be rushed." "It seems I am just going to be permanently in trouble, huh?" Miria says, "Yep." Chapter 472. "Does that mean you are going to stop shouting at me for getting in trouble?" Miria says, "Not a chance." Figures. Sarah arrives with our breakfast, and as usual she joins us, although it is a bit odd only having 3 of us. Sarah makes a few snide comments about last night making Miria blush, but she doesn't get to me. In an attempt to distract her, Miria mentions that I am leaving today. Sarah says, "So soon. You just barely got back. I have been gone from the north for a long time now. I need to check on my people, and I still have some promises to keep. Once everything is settled, I will be back for a longer stay." Miria says, "How long do you think you'll be gone this time?" "Not sure. I don't want to state a time and end up in trouble if it takes longer." Sarah says, "Any specific orders for while you are gone?" "Not that I can think of." "Oh, wait. What happened with the Mason?" Sarah says. "Oh, right. He is ready to meet you." "Then can you fetch him?" Sarah says. "Sure. Give me a few minutes," Miria says. When she comes back, "You need to thank her for everything she has done for you." "I know. I keep meaning to, but something always comes up." Sarah says, "Lord Ash, this is Mason." "Hello," Mason says. "So you are the one who cut me off." As I turn to look at him, I instantly notice how his hands are shaking and how bloodshot his eyes are. Standing up, I walk over to him and use my healing spells on him. As soon as they hit him, the shaking stops, and he is able to stand up straight. Mason says, "I feel better." "How?" "A simple healing spell." Sarah says, "I didn't think healing would work on drunkenness." "It won't, but withdrawals are a different story." "Now, Mason, Sarah has told me of your situation. What I need to know is, do you want to build something or go back to drinking yourself to death?" Mason says, "I want to build, but it is illegal for me to do so in this city." "Do you have any problems working with beastmen?" Mason says. "What? Number. Then how would you like to build an entire city for them? During the process, you would need to teach them. Do you know anything about quarrying?" Mason says, "An entire city? I would love to." "What is my budget?" "No, I don't have any problems teaching. And yes, I know some about quarrying." "Your budget is unlimited. Sarah coughs and says, Wait, unlimited? Shouldn't it be limited to the 5 million we have? Why, the Mage Guild still owes us another 20 million. Besides, I have more artifacts I can sell if need be. Oh, before I forget, Miria, here is the gear for your girls. Miria says, Thank you. Mason says, Are you really serious about this? I can build an entire city however I want. Well, keep in mind you are making it for beastmen. But other than that, yes. Oh, it will need walls and defenses. That isn't a problem, I hope? Mason says, No, no problem at all. Good, come with me. Oh, Sarah, thank you for everything. I appreciate all your hard work even if I forget to say it. Sarah says, You are welcome. By the way, both of you should swing by Amara's shop. Leaving them both looking puzzled, I take Mason and head over to Paul's shop. Mason looks surprised at all the activity. I guess he hasn't been outside in a while. Several times I have to stop and talk to people, but we make it to Paul's shop in decent time. Paul says, Welcome, Lord. Grut says, Welcome, my king. Grud, I am not king yet. This is Mason. He will be traveling with you. Grud, he is going to help your people learn how to quarry better. Grud says, Excellent. Nice to meet you. Paul, along the way, help him find beastmen who want to learn to build. Paul says, Yes, Lord. He will also be in charge of picking the location for the city. The city's design and construction are all in his hands. Do everything you can to help him. Paul says, Yes, Lord. Mason says, You were really serious, of course. Also, Paul, here are some elven weapons and armor for you to use. You can trade them, or even give them away. We have plenty of money right now, so building goodwill or helping out is more important than profits. Paul says, Understood. Anya, you are probably the most familiar with the people. If I arranged for human mercenaries to train them, would people be interested? Anya says, Yes, absolutely. There are many outcasts who wanted to be warriors but weren't allowed. Just giving them the chance to try, even if they fail, will earn you their undying loyalty. All right, I will talk to Boric. Can any of you think of anything else we can do right now? Mason says, To move stone, especially enough for a city, will require heavy carts and preferably roads for them to follow. Paul says, I've already placed an order for the carts. There aren't really any roads in the Beastlands. Couldn't the gravel created by mining and quarrying be used for a road? Grud says, Gravel we have in abundance? Mason says, Yeah, that would work. Okay, Paul, add that to the list. It should be easy enough to pay some work crews from each village. Paul says, I'll take care of it. Anything else? Grud says, The Bison clan, like mine, is a smaller clan, but they revere strength. I am fairly sure you could get them to join you just by showing strength beyond their imaginations. That I can do, but it will have to wait until my return from the north. Grud says, With your permission, I will set things up. They will be very useful in transporting heavy loads and building the city. Okay, you can do that. But I am not sure how long I will be in the north. With no other suggestions forthcoming, I take my leave of them and head to talk to Boric. Arranging for some veteran mercs to go play drill sergeant is really easy. A few minutes later, I walk into the Adventurer Guild and ask to speak with Ambrose. And as I am let in, I make sure to flare my wings. Ambrose says, Wait, is that a pattern on your cloak or real wings? They are real. Ambrose says, How did I not notice them before? I didn't want to draw attention to them. Ambrose says, Well, it worked. So, what can I do for you? I am curious about the stretch of open ground between the back of the inn and the city wall. Ambrose says, The killing ground. Yeah, I understand the reason for it and why nothing can be built there. I was wondering if I could fence off a section of it to give Lizzie some more room to move around. Ambrose says, Considering the walls have never been breached, I don't see why not. Great. As Ambrose watches, I pull out the little writing desk I stole from the Elven City and pen a note to Sarah. As I am doing so, I see Ambrose cast a couple of spells aimed at the writing materials. Ambrose says, You wouldn't want to sell that to me, would you? Why? Ambrose says. You have no idea how much paper and ink I go through as the head of the council. This is actually the first time I've used it, but sure you can have it. Ambrose says, Great. How much? Just have this note delivered to Sarah? Ambrose says, What? That is it? Yeah. Consider it a gift. Ambrose says, Thank you. You are welcome. I'll see you when I get back from the north. Ambrose says, Safe journey. Chapter 473. Saying goodbye to Ambrose, I leave and head to the Mage Guild to use their portal. However, with Roddick and Beliza gone, the receptionist has to have me wait. It seems things are a little chaotic with the both of them gone. They are probably still in the library. Kristoff says, So sorry for the wait. I am Kristoff. I am in charge until Roddick or Beliza return. My condolences, Kristoff says. Thank you. You don't by any chance know when they will be back, do you? No. Sorry, I don't, Kristoff says. Oh, well, shouldn't you be used to them taking off like this? Chersoff says. Sure, one at a time. They do that all the time, but never at the same time. Well, if there is a need to get a hold of them, send a message to my inn. Miria should be able to get it to them. But if you value your skin, only contact them for a true emergency. Kristoff says. Thank you. That is a relief. If you will follow me, the portal has been made ready for your use. Thank you, Kristoff says. Oh, I should mention it no longer leads to the Forest of Fangs. It now leads to Mercy's camp. Okay, got it. Kristoff leads me to the portal and says, Safe travels. Stepping through the portal is as bad as always, but I have gotten used to it enough to not fear losing my breakfast. Once I am on the other side, I find myself in a familiar forest, but I am distracted by the 2 lines of saluting soldiers. With the soldiers flanking me, I step forward to greet Mercy and Zamart. What is all this? Mercy says, Just showing our respect for the future Beast King. Is this why they delayed me in the Mage Guild? Zamart laughs and says, Guilty. Mercy says, If you will follow me, we have a lot to talk about, sure. Following Mercy and Zamart, I am led to a large tent located in the center of the camp. Before I can even enter the tent, a nearly transparent figure flies out and dives into my chest. I instantly recognize Maricel, but she doesn't say anything. She just curls up in my chest and falls asleep. Mercy says, Please, forgive her. Her separation from you has been taking its toll lately. It is fine. I should have thought of that and visited sooner. Zamart says, From what I have heard, you have been quite busy. Oh, did Roddick tell you about the tower? Zamart says, Number what tower? The great tower of the ancient empire's mages. Zamart yells, What? I found it and gave them a way to access it. Zamart says, I am going to kill him. Mercy says, Calm down. He probably didn't tell you because I can't spare you right now. Alanis, Alexa, good to see you. Alanis says, Hello, Ash. Alexa says, Greetings, Lord Ash. So, how do we want to do this? Mercy says. How about I tell you the situation here and then you can tell us what you have been up to. All right, but mine is a bit of a long story, Mercy says. That is no problem. We are having your welcome feast tomorrow. Welcome feast? Why? Mercy says. For one, it will raise morale. For another, your beastmen have been of immense help to us. Alexa says. That is an understatement. They are worth 3 times their number of normal troops. Mercy says, Aslo. It is to thank you in advance for your help. All right, so what is the situation here? Alexa says. The rest of the country follows Mercy, only the capital remains. So we are in the forest around the capital. Mercy says, Yes, we control up to the edge of the forest. Alanis says, The king controls the capital and the mile-wide clearing around it. The camp seemed pretty full. Are you not laying siege? Mercy says, Not exactly. The clearing is patrolled by what looks like common people. Justin walks in and says, They are all possessed. Same with every man on the wall I could spot. Hello again, Justin. Coco says, Soft. Hearing her voice behind me, I turn my head to find her hugging my wings. Even seeing her, I still can't sense her, nor did I sense her approach. She is harder to detect than Maricel, who is actually a ghost. Ah, I should tell you that there are rumors going around in Ilium. A duke named Severus is rumored to be gathering forces and may try for a land grab. Mercy says, "Damn him." Alexa, "Who can we spare?" Alexa says, "The 7th and 12th regiments are all we can spare." Mercy says, "All right, send them and as many scouts as we can." Alexa says, "Understood." Alexa and Alanis quickly leave the tent to issue the orders. At the same time, the rest of Justin's party enters. As soon as she spots me, Silveria comes running over to me, wagging her tail. "Silveria, Ash, it is good to see you again." "It is good to see you too, Silveria." "Have you been keeping these guys out of trouble?" "Silveria, as much as I can. My mother sends you her regards and would like to see you when you have time." "All right. I will go see her as soon as I have time." Giles says, "Wait, you can talk to that thing." "Giles, she is more intelligent than you are." Rachel says, "That is for sure." Mercy says, "Ash, are you here just to visit, or can I ask for your help?" "I am here to keep the promises I have made." Zamart says, "Other than those possessed by shadow demons who guard the walls and patrol the clearing, we haven't heard from anyone inside the capital. We have no idea what is going on inside. Ladder, I will fly over and see what I can see." Mercy says, "Fly?" Shaking off Coco, who is still hugging my wings, I spread them for all to see. The varying looks of shock and disbelief are quite entertaining, especially among the heroes. As soon as I bring my wings back down, Coco again attaches herself to them. Emilia says, "Can I touch them?" "Sure, Emmy," Justin says. "How on earth did you get wings? A reward from the goddesses for completing a quest?" Justin says, "Speaking of the goddesses, can we talk later?" "Yeah, I already planned on it. I remember my promise to introduce you and Rachel to them." Justin says, "Great. I am hoping they can help us." "Why? What is the problem?" Justin says, "Rachel and I have hit level 20, but we can't go any further. We didn't get any class up options or anything. And you think the goddesses are the missing requirement." Rachel says, "That is the only thing we can think of." "Okay, we can take care of that later." Chapter 4, 74, Mercy says, "Now, how about you tell us what you have been up to?" Starting my story with my first visit to Ilium, I begin trying to fill them in on everything that has happened. There is a lot of information for me to give them, and there are a lot of interruptions. Mostly people asking if I really did something, or asking how I survived something. Mercy in particular interrupts quite a few times, asking just how stupid I am. Considering she is echoing what the girls said, after those events I find myself fighting not to laugh. Zamart is the only one who stays quiet. That is, until I get to my trip to the tower. Zamart says, "The spirit of the tower can speak? Amazing." "Yes, I named her Yui. She has been a great help ever since I found the tower." Mercy says, "Zamart, hush. Ash, keep going." Returning to the story, I tell them about the tower and the tests. Dinner is served and eaten as I continue telling the story, although I don't get to eat much. Every time I stop to take a bite, someone complains and urges me to continue. Zamart says, "So, Roddick has a teleporter and didn't tell me about it?" "I guess so. You need to finish things here before you go to the tower. Once you are there, you won't want to leave anytime soon," Zamart says. "Good point." Mercy says, "Once we take the capital, you can take a vacation for several months, Zamart. You have more than earned it." Zamart says, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emilia says, "I would like to go and meet Kachara and Asuna." Silveria, Mame too. Me too. Once the war is over, I am sure I can arrange that. Mercy says, "Speaking of, how should we proceed?" "First, I will do some scouting. Then, as I promised you, I will help you end this. The king is mine, though." Mercy says, "That is fine. We just need to end this quickly before I lose half my kingdom to the Empire." "No worries. It shouldn't take more than a few days." Zamart says, "What about the rank 7 demon? He won't be a problem." Alexa says, "Didn't you warn us that he would be a major problem?" "That was before. I am now also rank 7, as well as being a sacred crusader." Mercy says, What? Think of it as an upgraded paladin. Demons can't even come near me without taking damage. I also have a lot of spells that will hurt them greatly, Justin says. A sacred crusader. How did you manage that? It happened when I received the blessing of both goddesses. By that time, I was already a sacred creature. Silveria like me and Mom? Yes, I'm like you and your mother now. Silveria, that is probably why she wants to talk to you. Yeah, that is my guess too, Justin says. If it worked for you, then the goddesses might just be the answer to our problems. Later tonight, I will introduce the two of you to them. For now, my first priority is to scout the city and see what we are up against, Mercy says. All right, we will meet after to discuss our strategy. As the meeting breaks up, I motion to Zamart to step aside for a quiet chat. Then I ask him to search through the camp and see if he can find me a maid who worked in the palace before I was summoned. After he promises to do so, I step out of the tent and launch myself into the air. The sun still hasn't quite set, so I will have enough light to see into the city without flying too low. As I fly over the city, I can see and sense several disturbing facts, such as there being at most 10 people still living in the city, and that there are some strange changes to the city itself. Krenosha, if you have a moment, can you tell me what I am seeing? Krenosha says, the city has been turned into a giant magic ritual. See the outer walls form the circle, and all those collapsed buildings form the lines. Is that why the rubble looks so strange? Krenosia says, yes, they are using the rubble to form the core of the spell. Can you tell what the spell is for, or how long till it activates? Krenosia says, the spell, if completed, will merge this area with the Shadow Realm. As to when, it is not a matter of time, but of sacrifice. The spell will require the life force of thousands to activate. Like an invading army. Krenosha says yes, that would work. So what does merging with the Shadow Realm mean? Krenosha says, this area would become a mix of the two realms. Shadow demons and beasts could pass back and forth at will. They also wouldn't need bodies to inhabit while in this area. So, this would be even worse than a demon gate. Krenosia says yes. Once merged, it would be fairly easy to expand the area that is affected, meaning they could, over time, convert the entire peninsula. Krenosia says, exactly. That is probably their plan. Well, guess I will just have to ruin their plan. Krenosia says, it is a good thing you are here to stop it. Trying to change it back after the merger would be extremely difficult. All right, thanks for the information. I will take care of it, Krenosia says, okay? Contact me if you need anything else. After talking with Krenosia, I make one more pass over the city before returning to Mercy's camp. When I arrive at the main tent, I find Mercy, Alexa, and Zamart waiting for me. I am not looking forward to what I have to tell them. It is going to hurt Mercy the worst. Mercy says, any problems? Not with the scouting, but we have several things to discuss. Mercy says, all right, come in and sit down. First, the worst news. There are at most 10 people still alive inside the capital. Everyone else is dead and possessed by a shadow demon. Mercy yells, what? That is impossible, Alexa says. Ash, are you sure? That is over 20,000 people you are talking about. I am afraid that there is no doubt. Mercy yells, we will destroy them all. That is the second problem. You can't. If you invade the city, all your men will be used as a sacrifice to turn the city into part of the Shadow Realm. Zamart says, are you saying they plan to merge the capital with the Shadow Realm? That is exactly what they are planning. Krenosha verified the spell. Mercy says, we can't just do nothing. Zamart says, Mercy, calm down and think. Alexa says, I won't lead my men into certain death. Mercy says, sorry, give me a minute. Zamart says, any other problems? Ash. A couple of smaller ones. The leader is now rank 8, and several of the living beings I detected are summoned heroes. Zamart says, if he is rank 8 now, are you still confident you can handle him? Yeah, it will be more difficult, but I should be able to. Mercy says, all right, what should we do then? Leave things to me? Other than a token force to keep them surrounded, send everyone else to the border. Alexa says, are you saying You will fight the shadow demons all by yourself. Yes. Chapter 475. Mercy says, that is insane. Zamart says, I agree with Mercy. This is too much for you to handle alone. Alexa says, if we can't invade the city, can't we draw them out and kill them? That is what I plan to do. I won't face all of them at once, but I can kill large groups fairly easily. Alexa says, won't they just summon more? Not without bodies for them to inhabit, which is why your people can't handle this. Mercy says, just because the regular troops can't help doesn't mean you need to do it alone. Alexa says, true. What about the heroes? They might be able to help out a little. Mercy says, then what about your beastmen? They could probably help some, but they would be of more use on the border. Who wouldn't think twice when they see an army of beastmen? Alexa says, that is certainly true. Zamart says, avoiding a battle with the Empire would be preferable. Mercy sighs and says, all right, fine. Speaking of the beastmen, I should probably talk to them. Alexa says, I will have them gather in the morning and you can talk to them before they march. All right, thanks. Mercy says, are you really going to try something so stupid? Do I need to send word to Ilium to stop you? Yes, I am. Sending word to Ilium would do you no good. This needs to be done, and I am the best one to do it. Mercy says, I cannot just sit back and let you commit suicide. It isn't suicide. Trust me, I know what I am doing. This isn't my first time facing an army alone. I have gotten stronger than you can understand. Mercy yells, you are an idiot, and storms off. Alexa says, I will talk to her and try to calm her down. Zamart waits until they have left and says, come with me. Following Zamart, we leave the main tent and walk across the camp to Zamart's tent. When I step inside, I see that it is just as messy as I remember. What is different is there is someone waiting for us inside. A young woman, Zamart says. Ash, this is Kara. She worked as a maid in the palace. Hello, Kara. Mind if I ask you some questions? Kara says, ask anything you want, Lord. First off, I am going to describe 5 women. I hope you can tell me their names. Kara says, yes, Lord. So, I sit down and carefully describe the faces of the 5 women I found in the pit. It isn't hard. The memory of them still haunts me. Kara is able to name all of them after a brief description. Thank you. Now for the second part. I am guessing you know what happened to those women? Kara says, yes, Lord. All right. I want the names of every noble who did those things. Kara says, why, Lord? Because I am going to track them down and kill them. As soon as she hears that, Kara starts naming names and seems happy to do so. I would guess that as a maid she was also targeted and abused. She lists off a dozen names without hesitation. She doesn't even need to think about it. Thank you, Kara. I promise. They are going to get what they deserve. Kara cries and says, no, thank you. I can't believe someone cares. Leaving Zamart to handle the crying girl, I go looking for Mercy to inform her. Before I can find her, I come across the camp of Justin's party, so I stop. May as well deal with this before I forget again. So I walk into the camp and sit down. Justin says, welcome, Ash. What is up? Time for you and Rachel to meet some new friends. Rachel says, yes. What do we need to do? Just come sit down next to me in a second. I will invite you into my soulscape. Closing my eyes as they sit down, I enter my meditation room, and from there, create a soulscape. Unlike my usual setting, I decide to create a cafe where we can sit and talk comfortably. Once that is done, I invite Justin and Rachel to join me, but I get a surprise. Coco, how did you get in here? Coco says. Ninja, you snuck into a soulscape. How is that even possible? Justin laughs and says, we have learned that Coco can do just about anything she sets her mind to. Rachel says, just give up. She never tells us how she does things. When I ask again how she got in, the only answer she gives is to point at Justin. From that, I am guessing she somehow hitched a ride with him without him knowing. I will have to ask the goddesses later about how to increase the security of my soulscape. Chronosia, Saronia, I invite you to my soulscape. Chronosia says, did something already happen with the city? Saronia says, "What city? What have you gotten into now, Ash?" First, I make introductions all around. Then I fill Saronia and heroes in on what I found inside the city. The fact that there is no one left to save hits the heroes pretty hard. Then I tell them my plan for handling the city alone. Saronia says, "Ash, stop being stupid." Chronosia says, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Justin says, "Just how strong do you think you are?" Rachel says, "Typical man, trying to do everything yourself." Coco says, "Idiot. Oh, come on." It is not like I plan to scream Leroy Jenkins and just charge into the city. I will deal with them a few at a time and slowly wear down the numbers. Justin, Rachel, and Coco have a good laugh, but the goddesses look confused. To distract everyone from my plan, I take a minute to explain the joke to the goddesses. Then, before anyone can bring up my plan, I explain to the goddesses the problem that Justin and Rachel are having. Chronotia says, "Well, I can't guarantee that following us will help with your problem. We are not tied directly to the summoning of heroes, but I can say that we are willing to help." Saronia says, "You are all welcome to become followers of one or both of us. The choice is yours and should be based on your personal preferences." To help out, I give Justin and Rachel a quick rundown of the two goddesses and their areas of influence. As soon as I am done, Coco jumps to her feet and starts whispering into Chronosia's ear. The smile on Chronosia's face is a little worrisome, and after a minute she nods. Coco says, "Deal." Chronosia says, "Deal, I like you. It helps that you are adorable." Justin says, "Mind if I ask what kind of deal you are talking about?" Coco says, "Secret." Chronosia says, "I am sorry, but that is between Coco and myself." Rachel says, "Is it possible for me to become a cleric of both of you?" Saronia says, "Absolutely. We are twins. We have no problems sharing." "Don't look at me when you say that. You will give them the wrong idea," Chronosia says. "Oh, is it a secret that we have offered to become your wives?" Coco says, "Wow." Justin says, getting back on topic. "No offense, Chronosia, but I think Saronia is more suited to me." Chronosia says, "None taken." Saronia says, "That works perfectly then. One for each of us and one to share." Chapter 476. Glad to be out of the spotlight, I watch as Chronosia blesses Coco and Rachel. Then Saronia blesses Justin and Rachel. But nothing happens immediately. Seeing the disappointment on their faces, I explain to them that they won't see any effect until they leave the soulscape. Justin says, "Oh, that makes sense." Rachel says, "Then if you will excuse us." "Sure, we can talk more outside." After the three of them leave, I breathe a sigh of relief, and then turn to the goddesses. Both of them are still sitting comfortably, and I find them watching me. As I look at them, the thought of having them as wives pops into my head, and I feel my face heating up. Chronosia says, "Are you really planning to solo the city?" "I may let the heroes help a little, but for the most part, yeah." Saronia says, "We both know that you have grown a lot stronger, but are you sure of this?" "Yes, I am sure. All these baby shadow demons can't possibly hurt me, and they will allow me to level up." Chronosia says, "Wait, are you doing this solo just to get more experience?" "That is a bonus, but I am doing it because I am perfect for the job." Saronia says, "I still think you are being stupid. Hey, if I get in over my head, I can just fly away." Chronosia says, "Shadow demons can fly. Don't get cocky. They can't fly while inhabiting a body that can't. If they ditch the body, they can't stay around long enough to be a danger." Saronia says, "He has a point. It seems he has thought things through and isn't just being a fool." "Thanks, I think." Chronosia says, "Well, it isn't like we can stop you. Just promise you will be careful." "I will be. Don't worry. Don't forget, I am rank 7 and a sacred crusader. I am basically built to fight demons." Saronia says, "I know, but I will feel guilty if something happens to you." "You shouldn't. I am grateful to you for bringing me here. But since then, every decision I have made myself. If anything happens to me, it is my own fault and no one else's." Chronosia says, "True. No one but you could come up with such crazy plans. That is probably true." "All that aside, Chronosia, I wanted to ask you something. Krenosha says, Sure, ask away. Why are all my spells and abilities that I have gotten only light abilities? Krenosha says, You mean as a sacred crusader? Yeah, I thought I was a crusader for both of you. Krenosha says, You are, but Saronia's abilities fit much better with a sacred crusader. Why? Is there something you wanted? Well, there are some people I plan to punish, and I was thinking that was more up your alley, Saronia says. Who do you want to punish? Isn't killing them enough? No, not by a long shot, Krenosha says. Care to explain? So I tell them about the girls I killed in the pit, and how they ended up there. Then I tell them about the list of nobles that Kara gave me and my plan to track them all down. I also tell them about the promise I made to the dead girls and my feelings of guilt for not being able to do more for them, Chronosia says. In that case, I can certainly give you an ability to help. Saronia says, I will teach you how to consecrate a grave. If you place a marker with their names and consecrate the grave, I will be able to help them immediately. You mean without that, they can't go to heaven? Saronia says. No, they will wander for a long time before getting to be judged. This will simply allow them to be judged immediately, Chronosia says. As the one who judges them, I can guarantee they will have a much happier life the next time around. Okay, I don't want to know any more about the afterlife. Just tell me what I need to do, and I will do it, Saronia says. This means you will have to return to the pit. Are you going to be okay? Yeah, it is just a place. I will be fine. They don't look like they believe me, but they don't say anything more about it. Saronia teaches me a ritual to consecrate the grave. Apparently it is just a ritual, so it won't show up as a skill or anything. Once that is done, the two of them hug me before saying goodbye, and once they leave, I end the soulscape. Hiding congratulations! You have gained the ability Dark Mark. Dark Mark DP cost. 100 marked person is judged, and if found guilty will die in agony. Upon death, the marked is taken straight to their punishment. Wow, that is perfect, even better than I had hoped for. Justin says, Thank you, Ash. Huh? What for? Justin says, I got my class up. I am now a high paladin. Rachel says, I am a divine priestess. Thanks to you. You are both welcome. What about Coco? Justin says, Something happened to her, but she won't tell us what. That figures. Well, I am glad things worked out for the two of you. Justin says, Yeah, it worked out great. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to find Mercy. Rachel says, That guarded tent over there is hers. If the guards give you any problems, let us know. Thanks. As I walk over to Mercy's tent, I try to figure out what I am going to say to her. I am going to be killing her nobles after all, so I want her to agree with me about it. I will kill them either way, but it will be easier with her permission. Guard says, Halt. Identify yourself. I am Ash. Mercy says, Let him in. Hi, Mercy. Got a minute? Mercy says, For you. Always. What did you need? The nobles on this list, I am going to kill them. Mercy says, Can I ask why? You shouldn't even know who they are. With a sigh, I start telling the story yet again, only to watch Mercy's face get redder and redder. At first, I think she is embarrassed by the details, but I quickly realize her face is red from rage. Then again, this is probably something she had no idea about. Mercy says, Any chance I can convince you to bring them in alive for trial? No. Sorry. Krenosha gave me a new ability just for them. Mercy says, Oh, what does it do? It is basically divine judgment. If they are innocent, it won't do anything. But if they are corrupt, it will torture them to death and send them straight to hell. Or at least Krenosha's version of hell? Mercy says, I guess I can live with that. Then she pulls out a map and starts marking locations on it. She explains that the marks are the nobles' estates. As much as she would like to make their punishments public, she doesn't seem inclined to try and stop me, which I appreciate. It is much easier this way than trying to work around her. Mercy says, They will have guards and servants. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. Chapter 477. Don't worry, I will only kill the nobles on this list. Mercy says their guards will fight you. They will try, but they won't be able to hurt me. Mercy says. What do you mean by that? It is easier to show you. Have your guard strike me. Mercy says. What? Are you serious? Yes. Have him try to cut me down? Mercy says. No way. I am not doing that. Come on, he can't hurt me, and this will prove it. Mercy says, if he does hurt you, will you reconsider taking on the city alone? Sure, Mercy says, guard. I am sure you heard all that, so strike him down. The guard seems a little hesitant, but can't bring himself to disobey her orders, so he draws his sword and strikes at me, while I stand completely still. His sword hits me and barely leaves a scratch, which heals almost instantly. See, I told you, Mercy says. How is that even possible? I saw him make the swing at full force. My health and toughness have grown to the point that a normal human with a non-magical weapon can't really hurt me. You could surround me with your troops and they could attack me all day. They would not be able to kill me. Mercy says, all right, I believe you. I will stop arguing the matter. Thank you, Mercy says. So, do you plan to deal with the city first or go hunting the nobles first? I was actually thinking of doing both. I will hunt the shadow demons at night when they are more active and hunt the nobles during the day, Mercy says. So you don't plan to just charge into the city? No, I have to find out a few things first. Mercy says, like what? I need to test out my abilities and see just how effective they are on the shadow demons. I also don't plan to take on too big of a group at once, so I will be using hit-and-run tactics. Mercy says, well, at least you have a plan. Although, I have heard that you having a plan is a bad thing. Maricel says, oh, it is all his plans risk his life way too much. Mercy says, sister, are you feeling better? Maricel says, yes, much better. Thank you, Ash. You are welcome, and my plans don't always go badly. Maricel says, yes, they do. Hey, weird question. But does your family have like a royal crypt or something? Mercy says, are you just trying to change the subject? No, I have had an idea for a while, but it would require Maricel's body. Maricel says, Ash, just what do you want to do with my body? Nothing perverted. Your power is currently limited by the fact that you are a ghost. If I had your body, it might be possible to have Krenosha make you into a more powerful undead, or even have Saronia resurrect you. Mercy says, do you think that is possible? Maricel says, what does it matter now? When you kill the king, I become Krenosha's. Krenosha isn't evil. She only took your deal because she needed your power to summon me. I am pretty sure she would be okay with you living out your life and then serving her. Maricel says, have you asked her? I don't want to get my hopes up and then have them crushed. No, I wanted to know if your body was reachable first. Mercy says, we have a family crypt in the forest. I have already visited since we surrounded the capital. Is her body there? Is it intact? Mercy says, her body is there, but I haven't opened the coffin to check on her body. Maricel, do you know where the crypt is? Maricel says, of course. Okay, then let's go. No, Mercy, you should stay here. You probably won't want to see this. Mercy says, but... No, you need to stay and take care of things here. We will go and see if it is possible, but don't get your hopes up too much. Mercy says, a little late for that. Maricel says, no kidding, dumb, Ash. Anyway, let's get going. Mercy says, be back by tomorrow afternoon for the feast. Do we really have to do that? Mercy says, yes, morale is important, especially since a lot of my forces will be marching out. All right, fine. With that, I step out of the tent and throw myself into the air. Maricel is just hiding away inside my body, so I don't have to worry about her keeping up. Before I go looking for the crypt, I head towards the city and start looking for a lone shadow demon. There are shadow demons outside the walls, but they are moving around in groups of 5 or more. However, it doesn't take me long to spot a lone shadow demon on the wall, probably a lookout. He doesn't even see me coming as I swoop down and carry him off. Create soulscape. Once in the soulscape, I quickly rip his arms and legs off before I start eating him. While he still tastes like chocolate, eating him does nothing for my core. It is fairly disappointing, but also about what I was expecting. Maricel says, Ash, what are you doing? Oh, right. I forgot you can come in here. I am eating a demon. Maricel says, Why are you eating a demon? Because he tastes like chocolate. Maricel says, He what? You really are insane. No, I am not. Back when I was a demon, eating other demons would help advance my core progress. I simply wanted to see if it still worked. Maricel says, Does it? Unfortunately, no. But he still tastes great, Maricel says. Well, it is somewhat disturbing to watch, so I will wait in the real world. After she disappears, I resume my delicious meal. When I am done, I end the soulscape. Then, I dust my hands to get rid of the ashes from the demon. I resume flying normally and follow Maricel's directions to the crypt. Krenosha, I have a question for you. Krenosha says, Yes, Ash? Are you in a hurry to get Maricel as your servant? Krenosha says, Not really. Why? I am thinking of trying to resurrect her, so I wanted to make sure you would be okay with waiting until she dies again. Krenosha says I have no issue with that, but resurrection isn't an easy thing to accomplish. I know. I plan to talk to your sister next and see if it can be done. Krenosha says, Well, good luck. Thanks, Maricel says. So, what did she say? Chapter 478. She said you are annoying, so she is in no rush to take you. Maricel says, You are mean, Ash. She said if I can resurrect you, then she is willing to wait until you die again. Maricel says, That is better. Saronia, do you have a minute? Saronia says, Of course. What trouble did you find now? I am not in trouble. I don't only call on you when I am in trouble. Saronia says, So if you aren't in trouble, what trouble are you creating? Well, that might be accurate. I wanted to ask you about resurrection, Saronia says. What? Who died? No one died. I am asking about the possibility of resurrecting Maricel. Saronia says, Resurrection is a high-level spell. You don't have it yet, but I can make an exception. Did you already talk to my sister? She has plans for Maricel. Yes, I asked her. She said she would be fine with waiting until Maricel dies again. Saronia says, Then yes, it is possible, but it is going to be painful. Painful for who? Saronia says, For you. You will be channeling more divine power than your body is currently capable of handling. Oh, if it is me, then it is fine, Saronia says. Do you have her body, or are you doing this with just her soul? I am flying to the location where she is buried right now. Wait, can it be done with just her soul? Saronia says yes, but it is a lot harder, and in this case a lot more painful for you. All right, I will let you know when I have arrived at her body. Is there anything else that would make this easier? Saronia says, I'll check when you arrive. If the grave isn't properly consecrated, then doing that will make it easier. All right, we should be there in a few minutes, Maricel says. Is this actually going to work? And what was that about it being painful? Yes, it is going to work. It will hurt me a bit because the spell is higher level than I am supposed to cast, but that doesn't matter. Maricel says, What? Of course it matters. Pain is just your body telling you something happened. It is easy enough to ignore. Just then the crypt comes into sight, so she doesn't get a chance to continue the argument. The crypt is of course locked, but I simply pull the stone door out of its frame. Then we proceed inside and find Maricel's coffin, which I push open. Maricel says, I didn't need to see that. I am not sure if I need to touch the body, but even if I don't, I doubt you would want it to be closed when you get resurrected. Maricel says, I guess you have a point there. Saronia, I have arrived at the grave. Saronia says, All right, this ground is not consecrated and hasn't been for a while. You will need to perform the ritual I taught you. Okay, I can do that. Performing the consecration ritual takes me about 10 minutes. It isn't too complicated. I should remember to tell Mercy about this. She will probably want the whole place to be properly consecrated. That is something she can worry about after the capital is hers. Okay. Saronia, what is next? Saronia says it is unpleasant, but have Maricel enter her old body. It will make the resurrection easier. Hate to say this, Maricel, But you need to enter your body, Maricel says. Ew, this is totally gross. Do you want to come back to life or not? Maricel grumbles, but eventually she floats down and enters into her body. Then I contact Saronia, and she instructs me to hold my hands over the body. After that, I start chanting the chant that Saronia teaches me. As soon as I do, a golden glow envelopes the body. After a minute of repeating the chant, I run out of divine power, but more starts flowing into me. Saronia appears behind me, and I realize it when she places her hands above mine. Instantly, the amount of divine power flowing through me skyrockets. It feels like someone replaced my blood with molten lava, and I am burning up from the inside. The pain level is pretty high, but I don't let it break my concentration and continue chanting. In the end, it takes about 10 minutes of chanting before the spell is complete. During that 10 minutes, all signs of decomposition disappear and Maricel's body recovers. In fact, by the time the spell ends, it looks like she is simply sleeping. Then the golden glow disappears as Maricel suddenly takes a breath and her eyes open. Maricel says, "Ah, that feels so weird, but it feels good too. Thank you, Ash." She manages to climb out of her coffin and throws herself into my arms to hug me as hard as she can. She is crying and laughing at the same time, but I can't really blame her. It takes several minutes before she manages to calm down and let go of me. "How are you feeling?" Maricel says. "My entire body is tingly, but it is amazing to feel anything. I am just glad it worked. Don't worry, I will still keep my promise and deal with the king. However, now you can go back to living a normal life." Maricel says, "A normal life? I am not sure what that even means anymore." "Don't worry, Mercy and Zamart will help you figure it out." Maricel says, "Speaking of my sister, we need to let her know it worked. If I know her, she has been worrying about it since the minute we left. You are probably right. Let's get going. You need a bath and a change of clothes anyway." It is only when I mention it that she pays attention to herself, and she is obviously disgusted by it, before she can freak out or anything. I pull out the cleaning stone and touch her with it. That should make it bearable for now, but she will still need a bath and new clothes to feel better. When we walk outside, she tries to jump into the air like she would as a ghost. It takes a serious amount of effort not to laugh at her, but from the glare I get, I may as well have laughed. Before she can start chewing me out, I pick her up in a princess carry and start flying back towards the camp. Maricel says, "Not a word of this to anyone. Whatever you say, princess," Maricel says. "Don't call me princess." But that is what you are now. You are no longer a ghost. You need to start thinking like a princess again. Maricel says, "I don't want things to change. It is a little late to decide that." Chapter 479. Maricel goes quiet. I can only hope she is actually thinking about what all this means. A few minutes later, the camp comes into sight, and I spot Mercy pacing in front of her tent. Zamart is standing nearby, just watching her pace back and forth. Mercy only stops pacing when she hears the sound of my wings as I flap to slow down. As I land, Mercy tackles Maricel, who is still in my arms, ending up with me, sitting with them in my lap. They are both crying happy tears and laughing as they can finally hug each other again. It is a touching moment, and one I don't want to interrupt, so I sit there silently. Zamart is the one who interrupts, but only because he comes over and hugs both of them. Even he has tears in his eyes as he looks at the now living Maricel. Finally, I can't take it anymore, and I cough politely to remind them that I am there. Instead of getting off me, the two sisters turn and start hugging me. Through the crying, I can hear both of them, thanking me and promising to never forget this. Zamart says, "Ash, you have done a wondrous thing this night." Mercy says, "Yes, thank you, Ash. Our family will forever be in your debt. Thank you so much. You are welcome. Now can you get off of me?" Maricel says no, and hugs me even tighter. Mercy says, "I am serious. Ash, I will make sure that my family knows just how much we owe you. Not to be rude, but isn't your family just the two of you?" Mercy says, "I mean our kids and their kids. This debt will be passed down until you are repaid." "Mercy, the two of you will outlive me by far," Mercy says. "That may be true, but didn't you plan to be reincarnated? However long that takes. Our descendants will be ready to repay our debt." "Well, yes, I do plan on choosing reincarnation when I die. However, I have no clue when I will be reincarnated or if I will manage to keep my memories, Mercy says. I already thought of that. Zamart, is it ready? Yes, Your Majesty. I have it right here. Zamart walks over and grabs my hand. In his other hand, he has a very ornate-looking amulet. He does something to the amulet, and it opens. Inside there is a space with a needle in the middle. Zamart pushes that needle against one of my fingers, but the needle is unable to pierce my skin. Zamart says, Ash, a little help? Deciding it will be easier to just get it over with, I use my thumbnail to pierce the tip of my finger. As soon as I do, instead of waiting for the blood to come out, Zamart jams the needle into the hole I made. After a few seconds, the amulet glows white, and Zamart pulls the needle out of me. Zah, Art says. There, bound to his soul as you requested. Bound to my soul? Mercy says. Yes, this way, no matter what you look like after reincarnating, this amulet will recognize you. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You really did think this through? What would you have done if I failed to resurrect Maricel? Mercy says, actually, I planned this a while ago for after you kill the king. How come? Mercy says. Because with the kingdom in ruins, I doubted my ability to properly reward you. Maricel says. That is doubly true now that you have resurrected me, Zamart says. If you keep helping out the kingdom, at this rate only a royal marriage would suffice. Mercy and Maricel immediately turn and glare at Zamart, but I doubt they are mad at him for the idea. More likely they are plotting something, and are mad at him for putting the idea in my head. I lift both of them to their feet so that I can stand up myself. Mercy says, What is wrong, Ash? Nothing. Now that this is settled, I still have shadow demons to kill. Mercy says, Oh, all right, just be careful. Maricel says, Don't worry, he finds them tasty, Mercy says, leaving Maricel to explain her comment. I throw myself into the air and fly towards the castle. Despite what Maricel thinks, I don't plan on eating any more of the demons. Since they don't help my core, it is just a waste. Instead, as I fly, I take the Naginata out of my pouch. Once I clear the forest, I start looking around outside the city for a small group of shadow demons. When I spot a group of 5, I decide that is good enough and swoop down and land in front of them. They immediately move to attack me, but before they can even take a step, I swing the Naginata and kill the first one. The Naginata cuts through the demon, like it is made of paper, and it instantly turns to ash. Before the rest can react, I step forward and swing 2 more times, killing all 4 of them. It seems the Naginata is even more useful against demons than I had hoped. 5 rank 1 shadow demons defeated. 5,000 XP gained? Oh, they are good XP. And there are plenty of them. I should be able to level up. Inspect. Minor artifacted Holy Lance. Damage, 10 to 20, double to undead, triple to demons durability. Infinite special. Damage permanently increases by 1 point per rank of demon slain. Currently absorbed 5 ranks. It works. It really does get stronger by killing demons. If there is no limit, then I can easily see the damage going up into the hundreds by the time I am done here. If I kill enough demons, then it might even become strong enough to one-shot a demon lord. I wonder if I can convince the goddesses to let me make more weapons like this. Probably not. But maybe once I am stronger, they will let me try it again. If I could equip a small force with these types of weapons, fighting against the invasion would be much easier. Especially if they are beastmen who can match up to demons already. Putting that thought aside for now, I return to the air and start looking for my next victims. Spotting a group of 6, I drop down in the middle of them and spin the Naginata in a full circle. Only one of them manages to react in time and draws his sword to block. Unfortunately, for him, the Naginata shatters his sword and keeps going. All 6 shadow demons die in that one simple move. They stood no chance whatsoever. It almost feels like I am being a bully, but I don't really care at this point as I go looking for another group. Another group of 5 falls just as easily. Not one of them has managed to attack me yet. Even when I take on a group of 8, I still manage to kill them all without taking any damage. Of course, these are all rank 1 shadow demons. The higher ranks may be able to put up a fight. 19 rank 1 shadow demons defeated. 19,000 XP gained. When I return to the air after the last group, I notice all the other groups are running for the city gates. Looks like someone higher ranked finally noticed what was going on and called them all back. Not that that is going to stop me. I simply fly up and land on top of the city wall. Chapter 480. As soon as I land on the city wall, the guards come charging at me from either side. The first to reach me die easily, but more and more are coming at me. This is exactly what I was hoping for. They are all rank 1 and are basically just free XPAP. Eventually, I get bored of standing still and picking a direction at random. I start moving that way. Shadow demons still keep coming from behind me, but a single swing backwards deals with them. It is still nothing but rank 1 demons. I can sense stronger ones, but they are not coming closer. The Naginata just keeps getting stronger and stronger as I continue along the wall. I was expecting it to stop at some point, or at least for the rank ones to stop counting. However, it is still gaining power from every single demon I kill. It is basically cheating. At this point, I barely have to touch a rank 1 demon with it and the demon dies. This continues for almost an hour before suddenly the demons stop coming. Looking around, I can't see any demons left on the city walls or outside them. 172 rank 1 shadow demons defeated. 172,000 XP gained. Congratulations! You have gained a level. Level 13, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 5. Spells, Holy Word, level 6. Holy Light level 6. Bless Weapon level 6. Repel Undead level 5. Holy Armor level 4. Cure Poison level 4. Holy Shock level 2. New spell, Mass Bless level 1. Abilities, Aura of Health level 3? Yes? Leveling up feels so good. While I could level up again if I killed enough, the shadow demons are all hiding now. Then as I look around, I notice the first hints of dawn in the sky. Maybe that is why they fled. In that case, I will just come back and hunt them some more tonight. Taking out the map Mercy gave me, I look for the closest noble estate and see how far it is. If the map is accurate, I should be able to get there and back before the feast. So I jump off the wall and start flying towards the noble's estate. The flight takes me a few hours and I have to stop a few times to navigate. Eventually, I find the right place and land in front of a large mansion. As soon as they see me, the guards start yelling, but I ignore them and walk up to the doors. One punch smashes the doors and the guards try attacking me, but they can't do much. Most of their attacks bounce off my armor, and those that get through barely leave a scratch. More guards come rushing at me from within the mansion, but they have the same issues. Continuing to ignore the guards, I walk inside the mansion and start looking around for whoever is in charge. There are servants inside, but after one look at me, they quickly flee the mansion. Some of the guards, after realizing they can't hurt me, also flee. Finally, I hear a male voice yelling to find out what is going on. That should be the noble. Following the voice, I head upstairs and arrive in a lavish office with a fat man sitting behind a huge desk. From what he is wearing, I can tell he is a noble, and from his dark aura, I can tell he is guilty of many crimes. Dark mark! As soon as I activate the ability, a glowing purple mark appears on the fat noble's forehead. I instantly recognize the mark. It is Krenosha's symbol. For a few seconds, nothing happens, and I figure it is somehow judging him. Then the noble suddenly grabs his forehead, and after a few more seconds, he begins to scream. He tries begging me to spare him between the screams, but I pay no attention to him. As his screams grow louder, I smile. I am not pleased by his pain, but by the fact that he is getting what he deserves. It takes about 5 minutes before his screams finally stop, and he dies. Then, I actually see his soul leave his body and dark arms appear from nowhere and grab it. His soul is dragged down through the floor, and I can hear its screams slowly grow faint. Taking out the map, I cross off his name and look at where the other estates are. There is one that is a little out of the way, but if I fly fast, I can hit it and make it back just in time. As I walk back out of the mansion, I see not a single person. Everyone has fled. His family probably escaped, but that is fine. As long as they don't turn out like him, I have no reason to go after them. Throwing myself into the air, I flap my wings hard and take off towards the next estate at top speed. When I arrive and land, the guards take one look at me and take off running. Thanks to that, I am chuckling as I smash down the door to the mansion and walk in. As soon as I am inside, I notice this place is a lot more rundown than the last one. As I am looking around, an old man comes out from a door in the back, holding a sword in his hand. He is almost skeletally thin, but he is wearing silk robes and has ample jewelry on. The sword he is holding catches my eye. It has an aura of magic around it. His aura is really dark, almost black. So this must be the guy I am looking for, Dark Mark. As the mark appears on his forehead, he charges at me and takes a swing with the sword. As he swings it, the sword is covered in flames. But that doesn't stop me from stopping it with my hand. The sword manages to cut the palm of my hand and my fingers when I grab it. Now, even more interested in the sword, I wrench it out of the man's hand and take a better look at it. As I am examining the sword, the old man falls to his knees and starts screaming. Ignoring him, I walk over to the door he came from and taking a look inside. I find a bedroom. In the bedroom is the scabbard for the sword, which I grab, and a young girl on the bed. She does not look healthy, and she is looking at me with terrified eyes. Trying not to scare her any more than I already have, I walk over to the bed and gently touch her shoulder as I cast Holy Word. All of her injuries vanish instantly, and even some of the signs of malnutrition disappear. She watches her arms in shock as all the bruises fade away to nothing. While she is distracted, I pull out the cleaning stone and touch her with it. Now that all the dirt is gone, I would say she looks to be around 14 or 15. If the old man wasn't already screaming himself to death, I would probably rip him to pieces. Spotting some clothes on the floor, I use the cleaning stone on them and toss them to her before turning my back. Get dressed. I will take you away from here. What is your name? Naomi says. Naomi, Lord. What are you going to do to me? Good question. Do you have any family to go back to? Naomi says. No, Lord. The noble killed them when they refused to hand me over. In that case, what would you say to becoming the maid of a princess? Naomi says. I think I would like that, Lord. May I ask the Lord's name? My name is Ash. Are you scared of heights, Naomi? Naomi says. No, Lord Ash. Good. Come with me then. Leading her outside, we walk past the corpse of the old man, which she stops to kick several times. Since I can't blame her in the least, I wait until she is done before continuing. Before picking her up, I explain what I am going to do. She probably wouldn't handle sudden contact well. After getting her permission, I pick her up in a princess carry and take off. She screams at first, but after a minute she seems to be enjoying flying. I fly as fast as I can. I still hope to make it back in time for the start of the feast. Chapter 4, 81. The first sign that I am getting close to the camp is the smell of food cooking on the wind. As I reach the camp and start descending, I spot Mercy and Maricel outside of a large tent that wasn't there when I left. Since I wanted to talk to Maricel anyway, I land near them and set Naomi on her feet. Mercy says, Ash, who is this? Someone I rescued. I was hoping Maricel would be willing to take her on as a personal maid. Her name is Naomi. Naomi, these are Princesses Mercy and Maricel. As soon as I introduce them, Naomi drops to her knees with her head down. Both Mercy and Maricel seem confused by this, so I explain the situation I found Naomi in. As soon as she understands what has happened, Maricel comes forward and lifts Naomi to her feet. Naomi is shocked by this and horrified when she realizes Maricel got her dress dirty. However, Maricel ignores her protests and takes Naomi away with her. I am guessing that Maricel is taking her somewhere to get better clothes and explain things to Naomi. Mercy says, that was a very kind thing you did. This will give Naomi a life she could have never hoped for, and helping her will also help Maricel. Mercy says, true, she is having problems adjusting to being alive again. It hasn't even been a day, just give her some time. Mercy says, you are right. I just worry too much. Here, this tent is for you. You have just enough time to get changed before the feast starts. I thought it should have already started, Mercy says. That is because I told you an earlier time to make sure you got back in time. After giving her a dirty look, I do as I am told and head into the tent to get changed. As I enter, I notice there is no bed, just a huge pile of pillows and blankets. They probably couldn't find a bed my size on such short notice, but it is still a nice thought. Since it has been a few days since I actually slept, I am tempted to lay down and take a nap. However, that would make me late for the feast, and Mercy would probably get mad at me. So instead, I remove my armor and change into one of the sets of clothes that I got from the tower. Once I am changed, I walk back out of the tent, only to see Mercy waiting for me. When she sees me, her mouth drops open, her eyes widen, and her cheeks turn red. While this would be the perfect opportunity to tease her, I decide to let it slide. Looking around while Mercy regains her senses, I can see that preparations for the feast are almost done. There is a large table with a line of chairs standing alone, probably for us and the commanders. Then, there are a bunch of tables set in a U shape, but they don't have chairs. My guess is they will be loaded with food buffet style. After all, it would be impossible to seat the entire army. All around the tables there are campfires already going, probably for the soldiers to huddle around. After all, it is winter now, and we are further north, so it is fairly cold, especially at night. Oh, Mercy, I hope you don't plan to ask me to make a speech. I am not good at talking in front of a crowd. Mercy says, you do realize that being a leader is all about speeches, right? When I am king, I will have someone to do the speeches for me. Besides, the Beastmen are a lot simpler. I can motivate them with just a roar. Mercy says, that is just cheating. Maricel says, what is Ash cheating on now? Mercy says, he refuses to give a speech. Maricel says, I don't blame him. I've always hated having to stand up in front of a crowd. Exactly. Mercy says, you two are impossible. You are just jealous. Maricel says, yeah, she probably is. She has no choice but to deal with all this. True, whereas we can just run away from it. Mercy says, don't you dare. All right, I won't run away, but no speeches. Agreed. Mercy says, fine, agreed. Then she storms away to finish getting ready. Meanwhile, Maricel can finally laugh out loud. Her face is almost purple from trying to hold it in. She didn't want her sister to kill her. When the call to be seated comes, I find out that I am in the center seat, with Mercy and Maricel on either side of me. Unfortunately, the chair they found for me, while probably the biggest they could find, is too small. As soon as I sit down, I am uncomfortable and pretty sure that when I stand up, the chair is coming with me. I don't say anything, though. I don't want Mercy thinking I am ungrateful or trying to find an excuse to leave. Once we are seated, the other commanders are allowed to join us at the table. This includes Zamart, Alexa, and Alanis. Other than them, the only one I recognize is Rickon. When all the seats are filled, I notice the Beastman captain is not included. In fact, I don't see any Beastmen in the crowd. Mercy, why aren't any of my Beastmen here? Mercy says, they volunteered to stand guard around the capital during the feast. All right, but shouldn't their captain at least be here? Maricel says. He politely declined the invitation, even though this feast is supposed to be in your honor. I will find him and ask about it later. Mercy says, don't worry. There has been no discrimination against your people. Just the opposite, in fact. That is good to hear. After we finish talking, Mercy stands up to give a speech before the feast starts. Luckily, she keeps it short and sweet. While she is talking, Zamart is doing something so that everyone can hear her. I have to admit that Mercy is good at public speaking. If she wasn't destined to rule here, I would hire her to do my speeches. Once she is done speaking and sits down, the food starts coming out. As I thought, the other tables are being set up like a buffet, with entire roasted animals. Then servants come forward to give us our first course, and I am immediately disappointed. The reason is that the chef is apparently trying to serve us like they would a gathering of nobles. It is all small portions and made to look extra fancy. But it doesn't fill me at all. The entire meal that we are served barely qualifies as a snack to me. Maybe I have been spoiled. Between the inn and the tower, I have had extremely delicious food in good quantities. While what we are being served is decent tasting, the amount of food is horrible. I don't even think a child would be full at the end of the meal, and the massive amount of food on the other tables just makes it worse. Mercy, I am going to go walk around and chat with the soldiers. Mercy says, okay, but don't you want to wait until after dessert? No, I don't. Not wanting to explain. I pry myself out of my chair and walk around the table. As I pass the other table, I grab myself a roasted boar's leg and eat it as I wander around. As I wander, I stop at each campfire and chat with the soldiers, just making small talk. When I finish the boar leg, I swing by the table and grab another large portion before continuing. After my 5th visit to the tables, I am finally starting to feel like I have had a real meal. The entire time I have felt eyes on me, and any time I glance at the main table, I see Mercy watching me. Chapter 482. Looks like I am busted. Now I am going to have to explain myself, I guess. So I start making my way back towards the main table in my seat. But not before grabbing some more food. I make sure to finish eating it before I make it back to the main table and resume my seat. Mercy says, "Was our food not to your liking?" Mercy! I could have eaten everything served to this table and still been hungry. Beastmen need more food than humans, and I need more than normal beastmen. Although, if you want better food for your palace, send your chef to Ilium for training. Alexa says, "Sorry, Mercy, but Ash is right. Even I am still hungry." Zamart says, "Mercy, you can't treat everyone like nobles. Nobles could be fed a bowl of air and would proclaim it the best thing they have ever tasted." "Oh, wasn't that the 3rd course?" Mercy says, "No, that was soup." "You could have fooled me." Maricel says, "All right, Ash, stop teasing my sister. Why, it is so much fun." Zamart says, "Ash, please stop teasing my queen. I am the one who has to deal with her after you leave." Mercy says, "What is that supposed to mean, Zamart?" Alexa says, "Your Majesty, is it all right if my sister and I excuse ourselves?" Mercy says, "Yes, you may." Maricel says, "Can I go too? I am still hungry." Mercy says, "Fine, everyone is dismissed." A minute later, Mercy says, "Looks like you were right. Everyone went straight for the food." "That is because everyone was told it was a feast, not a state dinner. If we had known it was a state dinner, everyone would have eaten beforehand." Mercy says, "Is that what the nobles do?" Yes, a state dinner isn't about feeding everyone. It is about the host showing off their power and wealth with extravagant food. Mercy says, "Maybe I am not cut out to be the queen." Relax. Don't be so hard on yourself. These little things don't matter. You can learn them easily enough. You've already done the hardest part. Mercy says, "What is that?" Finding people you can trust, people who won't be afraid to tell you when you are doing something wrong. Mercy says, "I guess that is true. How do you know so much about being a ruler?" From my old world. We had many rulers who were very good examples of what not to do. Mercy says, "Oh, sounds pretty bad. It was horrible. I am very glad I got summoned here." Mercy says, "So, what do you plan to do now?" Actually, I was thinking of taking a nap before going shadow demon hunting again. Mercy says, "Has the food made you sleepy?" "No, it has just been a few days since I slept." Mercy says, "What? Why? I normally go days without sleep. I could keep going. It is just better if I get a little sleep once in a while. No need to take the chance of making a mistake just because I am tired." Mercy says, "Whenever you say something wise like that, I always find myself wondering, who are you and what have you done with Ash?" "Ha ha!" Mercy says, "No, I am serious. The rest of the time you are crazy, so these random gems of wisdom are so confusing. Because I am not an idiot. I just choose to be reckless at times. I always have a plan even if it doesn't make sense to others." Mercy says, "If you say so." Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about Maricel. Mercy says, "What about her?" "You should have someone start training her to fight." Mercy says, "Why? She is safe now. She spent quite a while as a ghost, where almost nothing could harm her. If she isn't taught discipline now, then she will be extremely reckless." Mercy says, "I will think about it. Enjoy your nap." With that, Mercy gets up and goes to wander around as well, while I go back into the tent. Once I curl up in the nest of pillows, I am asleep almost instantly. I sleep for maybe 2 hours before someone entering the test wakes me up. Alana says, "Oh, sorry to wake you." "No problem. What did you need?" Alana says, "I wanted to talk to you about the future." You want to stay and serve Mercy with your sister? Alana says. Yes, exactly. If that is okay. You did save my life, so if you want me to stay with you, I will. No, it is fine. I have been expecting this since we found your sister alive and well. Alanis says, thank you for understanding. Alanis has left the party. By the way, I haven't seen Layla around anywhere. Is she all right? Alanis says. Oh, yeah, she is mostly all right. She got tired of all the soldiers staring at her, so she is with your beastmen, acting as their healer. All right? I will check on her later. Alanis says, okay, see you around, Lord Ash. When Alanis leaves instead of going back to sleep, I get up and check the time. Since night has fallen, I figure I may as well go back to hunting demons. The feast is still going on, although it is a lot quieter than it was earlier. A few people cheer when they see me take off and fly away from the camp. As soon as I pass the edge of the forest, I start looking for a group of shadow demons. Seeing a group of 6, I swoop down and attack as usual, which goes fine for the first 4. When I kill the 4th shadow demon, the Naginata suddenly starts vibrating and giving off light. Not sure what is going on, I kill the last 2 shadow demons with my claws. Then I fly back up and move to hover above the forest where I should be safe. 6 rank. 1 shadow demon's defeated. 6,000 XP gained. Once I am there, I take a better look at the Naginata and try to figure out what is going on. When I take a close look at it, I can see some small differences, like the blade looking more fancy. In fact, the entire thing looks more developed. There is more decoration than there was before. Inspect, lesser artifact a holy lance. Damage, 50 to 75, double to undead. Triple to demon strength, plus 50. Agility, plus 30. Endurance, plus 20 durability. Infinite special, absorbs power from slain demons. Currently absorbed, 0 ranks. Whoa, it changed a lot. I didn't know artifacts could grow. Saronia, can artifacts become stronger? Saronia says no, not unless they are reforged by a stronger divine being. Why? Oops, Saronia says. What do you mean, oops? Ash, what have you done now? Chapter 483? I didn't do anything. The Naginata just suddenly ranked up all on its own, Saronia says. What do you mean by ranked up? It went from a minor artifact to a lesser artifact. Saronia says, that shouldn't be possible. Are you playing with divine power again? No, I swear I didn't do anything, Saronia says. Then what have you been doing? All I have been doing lately is hunting shadow demons. Saronia says, using the artifact. Didn't it say something about absorbing ranks? Yeah, it added damage for every rank of demon killed. Saronia says, and just how many shadow demons did you kill with it? Around 200 or so, I think. Saronia says, that many. That is a lot of power. Maybe that is why it evolved. I am not sure. All I really know is strange things always happen around you. So, is it safe to keep using it? Saronia says, it should be. It is still a holy item after all. What if it continues to evolve? Saronia says, as long as it remains holy, then it getting stronger should be a benefit. Just make sure not to lose it or let it get corrupted. All right, thanks. I will be careful. Reassured that I am not going to get in more trouble, I fly back towards the capital. As I am looking for another group to wipe out, I head the sounds of combat. Out of curiosity, I fly over to take a look and find Justin's group fighting a group of shadow demons. As I fly closer, I can see that they are holding their own, but only by the skin of their teeth. To see them struggling so much, despite having great teamwork, makes me realize how strong I have gotten. I hover and watch them fight for a bit, but then I notice another group of demons approaching. Justin, you have another group of 6 closing in. Can you handle it, or do you need help? Justin says help, please. So I fly over and drop into the group of 6. A few swings of the Naginata, and they are all dead. Then I fly back to watch the rest of the groups fight while keeping an eye out for more enemies. From what I can see, the main problem they are having is that their weapons don't do much to the demons. 6 rank 1 shadow demons defeated. 6,000 XP gained. Then I recognize the weapons. They are the same ones that they picked up in the mines. If I remember right, they only have basic enchantments on them. I am surprised they haven't found better by now, but then again, they have been with the army this whole time. Now that I think of it, they really haven't had much chance to improve their equipment. It makes me feel kind of bad for them, but I gave all the elven gear to Pole, so I have nothing on me. As I am trying to think of ways to help them out, they finally finish their fight. Justin pants and says, "Thanks. If that other group had joined in, we would be dead. No problem. I was out here hunting them anyway." Coco says, "Fast. I can kill them so fast because this Naginata is a holy artifact." Coco says, "Cheater." Justin says, "Where on earth did you get something like that?" "My blacksmiths made it, and then I enchanted it." "Before you ask, no, I can't make any more. The goddesses already chewed me out for making this one." Rachel says, "How come?" "Because I use divine power when I can't fully control it. They said I was extremely lucky not to have killed myself. They made me promise not to play with divine energy again." Justin says, "Too bad. I would love a weapon like that." "Speaking of weapons, how come you are still using the ones from the mines?" Amelia says, "We haven't found anything better." Giles says, "We know we need better gear, but we can't find any." "Do you have funds to buy stuff?" Justin says. "Sure, but there is nowhere we can buy anything better." "Sure there is, and it is just a portal away." Rachel says, "What? In Ilium?" "Yeah, the summon crafters are all there." Justin says, "I heard they couldn't make anything because they couldn't get any materials. I've already taken care of that. Now they make the best stuff in the city, and it only gets better as time passes." Rachel says, "I am pretty sure Mercy will give us a few days off." "What do you think, Justin?" Justin says, "If there is any chance of getting better gear, then let's go." "All right. Damn, I gave away my desk. Anyone have writing materials?" Amelia says. "Here. Thanks." "Okay. Once you are through the portal, ask the Mage Guild to guide you to the Happy Traveler Inn. Give this note to Sarah. She will give you a place to stay and also have someone guide you around." Justin says, "Thanks. We really appreciate the help. No worries." They then head back to camp, probably to request some time off to visit Ilium, while I launch back into the air and go looking for more demons to kill. It doesn't take me long to find my next victims, and I quickly kill several groups in a row. 27 rank 1 shadow demons defeated. 27,000 ESP gained. 1 rank 2 shadow demon defeated. 2,000 ESP gained. Huh, I didn't notice a rank 2. Well, whatever, he died just as easily as the rank 1s. As I am looking around for the next group, I spot something different. A group that is mounted. There are only 5 of them, but they are all riding shadow beasts, so they must be something special. As I fly towards them, I get the odd feeling that I have seen the leader somewhere. The shadow beasts they are riding are all lizard types, and they feel like rank 3s. As I land a little ahead of them, I again get the feeling of familiarity as I look at the leader. It is finally the lance that I recognize more than him, since it has a shadow demon in it. "Wait, aren't you the guy who ran away that one time? Didn't you have a wolf last time?" Marketus says, "This time I will kill you." "I doubt it. Your wolf was the only thing that kept you alive last time." Marketus says, "This time my mount is even stronger." "Huh? You call that a mount? Summon mount?" Chapter 4, 84. With a flash of light, Lizzie appears beside me, and instantly all their mounts start trying to back away. It is only from the cursing of the riders that I realize the other 4 behind him are also summoned. Looks like they made an evil party, maybe because I killed some of the heroes. "Lizzie, the mounts are yours. I will handle the riders." "Lizzie, okay." Lizzie lets out a sinister sounding hiss, and the enemy mounts all try to turn and run. Unable to regain control of their mounts, the 5 heroes dismount and let them run. Lizzie takes off so fast that even I have trouble tracking her movements. A few seconds later, there is a high-pitched squeal as the first mount dies. Meanwhile, I start walking towards the heroes with the Naginata in hand. Not only are their weapons all possessed by shadow demons, but I can sense that each of them is host to a shadow demon. Marketus yells, "Die, monster!" He jumps forward and tries to impale me with his lance, but I simply swing the Naginata. It cuts through the lance like butter and kills the shadow demon inside of it. Marketus just stands there, staring as his weapon turns to dust in his hands. Is that all you've got? Taking a few steps, I move through the heroes, swinging only at their weapons. I almost trip over my own feet because I wasn't expecting to move so fast. It is only then that I remember the anti-hero title I got and that it increases my speed. As their weapons all turn to dust, the heroes panic and try to run away, all going in different directions. I am in no mood to show mercy, so I chase down each one and cut them down. Once the other 4 are dead, I turn my attention to Marketus and easily catch up to him. Instead of cutting him down, I simply trip him and watch as he falls on his face. Instead of getting up to face me, he tries to crawl away. He is crying like a baby. Seeing Lizzie returning, I decide to finish Marketus, and with a single swing of the Naginata, I take his head off. 10 rank 1 shadow demons defeated, 10,000 XP gained. 5 rank 1 shadow beasts defeated, 5,000 XP gained. 5 heroes defeated, 500 XP gained. So, Lizzie, how was the summon? Better than a portal? Lizzie, yes, much. I didn't feel anything at all. 1 second I was in the stable, the next I was here. That is good, but it only works one way. I can't send you back to Ilium without having you go through the portal. Lizzie, sure you can. Just go through the portal and then summon me. By the way, where are we? We are just outside the capital of the kingdom. It is currently overrun with shadow demons. Lizio, that is why those beasts tasted so weird. Yeah, sorry about that. Lizzie, it is fine. It is better than sitting around in the stable. As I am thinking of what to do with Lizzie, I suddenly notice the sky getting lighter. It is far too early for dawn, so I look towards the city only to see it glowing. I quickly fly up for a better look only to find the city walls and the lines in the city glowing a dark purple. Chronosia, what is going on? Chronosia says, the spell is activating. But how? No humans have entered the city. Chronosia says, I have no idea, but it is obvious they found something to sacrifice. Wait, could they sacrifice shadow demons? Chronosia says, well, I suppose so. Maybe. All right. How do I stop it? Chronosia says, you have to destroy enough of the lines to destabilize the spell. Before Chronosia is even done explaining, I have thrown myself into a dive at one of the lines of rubble. Me landing without slowing down turns a section of the line into a crater, but doesn't even hurt me. I quickly repeat this a few more times, but I quickly realize the glow is just getting brighter. Why isn't it working? Chronosia says, I don't know. It should have fallen apart already. The energy is all gathering in the center. That is unholy energy, right? Chronosia says, yes? Why? Without answering, I again throw myself into the air, but this time I fly straight to the center of the spell. The glow in the center is a lot brighter than anywhere else. The energy is so thick it is almost touchable. As I land in the dead center of the spell, I take a deep breath and brace myself, then cast Holy Light. As soon as the two energies touch, there is a massive explosion with me sitting dead center. The odd thing is I don't feel any pain, only an immense pressure for a second, and then nothing. I quickly check myself over, half worried I just killed myself. But everything seems to be fine. It is only as I look around that I realize something is very wrong. There is no longer a city around me. Instead, there is nothing but a dark, twisted landscape, like something out of a nightmare. While I can see just fine, there is no light source that I can find. This doesn't look like anywhere I've seen before. Chronosia. Chronosia. Chronosia says. Ash. There you are. What the blazes were you thinking? Hold off on the scolding for now. Can you tell me where I am? Chronosia says. Oh, it looks like you somehow blasted yourself into the shadow plane. What? All right. How do I get out? Chronosia says. To be honest, I am not sure. I don't know much about the shadow plane. Well, do you know anything about planar travel? Chronosia says. Sorry, no. Can you talk to any of your followers like this? Chronosia says, yes, but they tend to freak out when I do. Good. Contact Miria. Have her teleport to the tower and ask Yue about planar travel. Then she can tell you, and you can tell me. Chronosia says, all right, but it may take some time. That is fine. I will just explore a little while I wait. Krenosha says, "Be careful." Aren't I always? The last thing I hear is her grumbling. Then the communication cuts off. Since I have no idea where I am, I just pick a direction and start walking. It doesn't take long for some of the odd shadows in the area to start moving towards me. As they get closer, they shift until they resemble humanoid figures. There are dozens of them. They are coming from all directions, so I take a stance, and when they are close enough, I start spinning the naginata. Anything it is blade touches lets out a scream and turns to ashes. Chapter 485. As quickly as I cut down the ones nearest to me, more keep joining the mob around me. These are not just rank ones, but even the rank 2s and 3s are dying in one hit from the naginata. Right now, the only questions is, which will run out first, their numbers or my stamina? Since this is the Shadow Plane, they probably have unlimited numbers. But this particular area should have a limit on the number of shadow demons in it. My plan is to kill them all and then explore until Krenosha gets back to me, while the girls would call me cocky or reckless. The truth is, I am cutting down several demons every second. So far, they haven't even managed to scratch me, and with my endurance, they won't wear me down anytime soon. Besides, the more I kill, the stronger the naginata will get. It might even evolve again. That reminds me, I really should ask someone what the ranks of artifacts are. After all, I can't aim for the strongest level if I don't know what it is. Bringing my attention back to the shadow demons, I realize they are already thinning out. While there are still dozens around me waiting to be killed, I can no longer see more joining the back of the group. A few minutes later, the ones left around me are all piles of ashes, and I am not even out of breath. I quickly check myself, but as I thought, I don't have a single wound on me. 92 rank 1 shadow demons defeated, 92,000 XP gained. 47 rank 2 shadow demons defeated, 94,000 XP gained. 11 rank 3 shadow demons defeated, 33,000 XP gained. What? Even with all that, I didn't level. The XP requirements for the higher levels are ridiculous. Since I am stuck here for now, I should try to find more demons and see if I can level up. I have no idea what happened in the city, but since I can't see it here, I know the spell failed. However, if all the shadow demons in the city died, then my easy source of XP is gone. I just hope the explosion didn't kill the king. I really want my face to be the last thing he sees. That is just one of the promises I want to keep, although it is close to the top of the list. Since I promised both Mercy and Maricel that I would kill him, it is actually 3 promises. Just as I am about to start walking again, I spot something shiny near my foot. When I bend over to take a look, I find the tip of a crystal poking out of a pile of ash. Picking it up, I find it to be a beautiful dark purple crystal, and out of curiosity, I flap my wings a few times. As the wind from my wings sweeps away, all the ashes, I can see a lot more crystals. They must have come from the shadow demons, but the ones I killed on my plane never left anything behind. So partly out of curiosity, I spend a few minutes gathering up all the crystals. In the end, I find a little under 200 crystals, the exact same number as the shadow demons I killed. When I look closer, there are some crystals that are bigger than the others. Once I separate all of them, I have 92 small crystals, 47 medium crystals, and 11 large crystals. From that, I can determine that not only did all the shadow demons drop crystals, but that the rank of demon determines the size. Yet I have no clue what they might be good for. They don't have any energy that I can detect. I doubt I will find a shadow demon that is willing to talk to me. But if I do, I will ask about the crystals. Failing that, I will have to wait and ask Krenosha if she knows what they are. As I resume walking, I keep a sharp eye out. I want to find more demons to kill, not get ambushed. After walking for a while, I spot something different on the horizon. Tired of the endless wastelands, I turn towards it, curious to see something different. After walking for a bit longer, I can tell it is a forest I am heading towards. Once I am close enough, I can see that the trees have black trunks with purple leaves. With nothing better to do, I decide to enter the forest and look around. The first thing that strikes me as odd is that other than the trees, I don't see any other plant life. The forest is silent, with no wind to rustle the leaves, and no sounds of small animals or insects. The only sound I hear is my own footsteps. Yet my instincts are telling me I am being hunted. When I find a small clearing, I stop in the middle of it and take a good look around. It takes me a minute to spot what is hunting me. It is a cat-type creature made of shadows. The one I spot is about the size of a bull. but other than its size, it looks just like a panther. The thing that strikes me as the most curious is the fact that it is up in the trees. The trees themselves aren't all that big. How is the shadow panther not bringing the tree down with its weight? As it slowly creeps towards me, I am impressed by the continued silence. The tree branches don't bend under its weight, and the leaves don't rustle at all. It has to know that I spotted it, yet the thing is still coming towards me. That kind of bravery seems odd, so I quickly look around, spotting 14 more shadow panthers. With 15 total surrounding me, its bravery makes more sense. Still, I am not really worried. I don't get the sense that I am actually in danger. Well, what are you waiting for? As if they had been waiting for my invitation, all 15 of the shadow panthers move to attack. They all leap at me from the trees, almost simultaneously. That kind of coordination means they are a pack, not just all out hunting at the same time. Either way, the result is the same, because I am way too strong to be their prey. Spinning in place, I manage to strike them all down with the Naginata before any of them can reach me. As they all turn to ash, I manage to spot 15 crystals falling to the ground. 15 rank 4 shadow beasts defeated. 60,000 XP gained. Tiding congratulations! You have acquired the combat skill Whirlwind Attack. Whirlwind Attack level. 1 SP cost. 50 damage. Weapon X 1.5 attacks all enemies within 10 feet. Nice! It has been a while since I created a new skill. After gathering up the 15 crystals, I am surprised to find that they are the same size as the ones the rank 1 shadow demons drop. It must have something to do with them being beasts instead of demons. I could probably figure it out if I knew what the crystals were or could be used for. Leaving that for later, I continue moving deeper into the forest. Those shadow panthers were really good XP. Eventually, my wandering leads me to a large clearing, and it is occupied. The shadow panther currently sleeping in the clearing is about the size of a jumbo jet. Chapter 486. Other than its size, it has an extra set of legs and 5 tails, but before I can back away its eyes open, it stretches and yawns before turning to look directly at me. Considering one of its eyes is almost as big as I am, trying to talk to it is probably the smart move. Hello. Sorry to have disturbed your nap, Panther says. Oh, what a polite little creature. How amusing. I don't suppose you could tell me where I am. I am a little lost, Panther says. Lost in the shadow plane? Well, you are currently in the Great Shade Forest, but I doubt that helps you. A mortal like you probably knows nothing of the shadow plane. That is, unfortunately, completely true, Panther says. Too bad for you. It is too late to learn now. It has been a long time since I enjoyed the taste of a mortal. Hold on now. Let's not do anything hasty. We are both cats. Surely we can talk this out. Panther says, you have nothing I want or need, so a trade isn't possible. Since you are a fellow cat, simply stand still and I will make your death painless. Yeah, not going to happen. The panther takes a lazy swipe at me with a paw the size of a pickup truck. After stepping back, I let it pass me by. But as I do, I can't help but stare at the claws that are revealed. Each claw is as big as I am, and they look sharp enough to cut through just about anything. Instead of worrying about getting hit, I am already thinking about what Mitch could make out of them. Then again, all the other shadow beasts I killed only left behind a crystal. Before the paw moves too far away, I take a swing at the back of it with the Naginata. Panther says, ow, that actually hurt. Instead of answering, I jump over the panther's arm and slash again at his chest. I am happy to see that the Naginata leaves a long, deep gash in its chest. Now committed, I start moving at top speed, slashing away at the panther's massive body. Panther says, oh, wait, stop. Let's talk. Too late now, I gave you a chance to talk. After my rejection, the panther starts seriously trying to kill me, but it is way too slow. I've cut its body almost 100 times before it manages to get to its feet. As soon as its body is out of range, I start attacking its legs, hitting the same spots anytime I can. The first wound I gave it on the back of its paw is still there, meaning it isn't regenerating. That is good for me since with how massive the panther is, all I am really doing is scratching it. This is really going to end up being death by 10,000 cuts from the looks of it. While the panther does bleed, the flow of blood is slower than normal. It will take a seriously long time for blood loss to have any effect on it. When I realize hitting the legs isn't going much, I spread my wings and fly up to attack the main body. Panther says, "You are no cat. Not with those wings. You are a bird and I eat birds." "Oh yeah? Well, eat this." Holy shock. The lightning hits his chest and travels the entire length of his body, making the panther roar in pain for the first time. Meanwhile, I keep attacking him with the Naginata, even activating Bless Weapon to add extra damage. Even with all that, the panther still doesn't seem concerned with the level of damage it is taking. After me hitting it in the neck several more times, the panther finally has had enough. It turns its huge head and tries to bite me. But I have been waiting for this. Instead of dodging away, I fly into the panther's mouth and land on its tongue. When the panther tries to bite down, I simply crouch down while holding the Naginata above me. As the panther's mouth closes, the Naginata goes straight through the roof of its mouth. Before the panther can open its mouth, I throw all my weight against the Naginata. The result is a 5-foot-long gash in the roof of the panther's mouth. Being inside its mouth, when it roars again in pain, I end up completely deafened. I ignore the pain, and after reversing the Naginata, I stab it into the panther's tongue and start sawing away at it. My attack on its tongue is interrupted by the panther making coughing sounds. Having had cats in my previous life, I know what is coming, so I dart out of the mouth. While the panther is puking blood in chunks of its tongue, I focus on attacking a single spot on its neck. Once the panther is done hacking, it lets out a low-pitched roar that I can feel through the vibrations. Unlike its previous roars, this one carries a message that I can understand. It is a summoning roar. It is calling for help, which means I am hurting it finally. Shortly, I notice several panthers entering the clearing. One's the size of bulls like the first ones I killed. When the first one gets close enough that I am getting ready to dodge, the big panther suddenly eats it. As soon as it does, I notice some of the wounds I have inflicted closing up. Instantly understanding that it uses the food to heal, I dart down and slay the 2 panthers he is about to eat. Doing so puts me uncomfortably close to his jaws, but I can't afford to let him heal. A quick look around shows that over 100 smaller panthers have entered the clearing so far. As I move a little distance away from the big guy, I let loose with Lion's Rage. This brings all the panthers rushing at me. The big one also gets closer. He probably wants to heal. Unfortunately for him, once all the panthers are close enough, I activate Holy Light. Holy Light turns all the smaller panthers into ashes and leaves a couple of large burn spots on the big guy. It also turns the trees that were in range to ash and even destroys the purple grass that was covering the clearing. Even with all that, I can see more panthers entering the clearing, but if I chase them around, I will waste too much time. Summon Bones. When Bones appears, he has a sad expression on his face, probably because he was defeated. I am happy to see that his armor and weapons are perfectly intact. Replacing them is impossible. Bones is just staring at me, waiting to be yelled at. He hasn't looked around at all. Bones, kill the smaller panthers. All of them. Bones yells, "Yes, master." Bones finally looks around, and even from a distance I can see the surprise on his face. Not wasting any more attention on the small fries, I return to attacking the big guy. Luckily, since he only ate 1 panther, his wounds have not healed much and most of them are still bleeding. As I am attacking the big guy's neck, I do my best to keep an eye on the rest of the clearing. Bones is killing the smaller panthers without too much trouble. The problem is they are much faster than him. Several times I have to stop attacking the big guy to kill the smaller panthers he is about to eat. Chapter 487. Bones can't handle this alone. I sure hope this works. Summon Mount. When Lizzie appears with a flash, I breathe a sigh of relief. The summon working is a pleasant surprise. Even before Lizzie can look around to see where she is, she kills 2 panthers. Once she takes a second to look around, she stops and takes a second look. "Lizzie Ash, where are we? What happened to you? I thought you died in the explosion." "No time to explain right now. Keep the big one from eating any of the smaller ones." Lizzie doesn't argue and immediately starts chasing down and killing the smaller panthers. Her speed makes them look slow, and soon between her and Bones, no panther is getting close to the big guy. Still, I am amazed at how many of the smaller panthers there are. Hundreds have died already, and yet they keep coming. It makes me wonder if the big guy is the king of the forest and the smaller panthers have no choice but to obey. If so, I feel a little bad about massacring them, but not so bad as to stop Bones and Lizzie. The only chance I have of killing the big guy is to wear him down, which won't happen if he can heal. So stopping the smaller panthers from reaching him is important, even if it means ending their species. Then again, there may be other forests like this. I have no idea since I know nothing of the Shadow Plane. That is why I tried talking first. But since that didn't work, I don't plan to stop until the big guy is dead. As I continue attacking the big guy, I do my best to keep an eye on the others. Thanks to Lizzie joining the fight, not only are the small guys not reaching the big guy, but their numbers are dropping. Bones has stopped chasing them around and is now moving to intercept the ones heading for the big guy. Once he realizes that he isn't going to be getting any more food, the big guy starts trying to shake me off or kill me. Thankfully, with all the training the dragon gave me, I have no problem dodging his attacks. I also find it easy to stay within attack range no matter how he moves around. The problem is how little damage I am actually doing to the big guy. So far, he isn't showing any signs of being affected by blood loss or that the wounds bother him. As strong as the Naginata is, it just isn't enough against something this big. Not to mention, at this rate, my arms will be too tired to lift the Naginata long before the panther dies. It is time to try something new, but it takes me a few minutes to think of something. Once I do, I am glad none of the girls are around to witness it, or I'd never hear the end of it. Storing the Naginata in my pouch, I fly straight up for several hundred feet. Then I turn around. As I fly downwards at top speed, I put both fists out ahead of me and aim myself at the panther. My target is the panther's spine right between its front legs, which I am hoping to break. The impact creates a loud boom and an air pressure wave. Almost like an anime-style hit, the panther's front legs both snap with an audible crunch, and the panther yelps in pain. Unfortunately, from the movement of the tails, it seems I failed to snap its spine. As I pick myself up off the panther's back, I find that both my arms are broken, but that is easily fixed. A single healing spell fixes my arms, but I now have a new idea. So I take the Naginata out of the pouch and fly underneath the panther. I quickly jam the haft into the ground with the blade aimed up at the panther's chest. Then I fly back up into the air and repeat my Superman move, again aiming for the same spot. Not only does this further break the panther's legs, but it also forces it down onto the Naginata. After healing myself again, I take a quick look around to see that the little panthers are under control, and I don't have to worry about the big guy healing. So I fly up to its head and start punching it as hard as I can. Since I have no way to retrieve the Naginata, from my best guess it is now buried somewhere inside the big guy's chest. After a dozen or so punches, I need to stop and heal myself to fix the broken bones in my hands. The panther, on the other hand, with no way to heal, is starting to look fairly beat up. I notice the next time it coughs that more blood is coming out of its mouth. That should mean that my 2 Superman attacks damaged it internally. If I get one more good hit in, then this fight should be pretty much over. So, once again, I fly straight up into the sky. This time, I don't stop until around 1,000 feet. Then I turn and fly hard towards the ground, this time aiming for the panther's head. The impact this time dislocates both my shoulders, as well as breaking every bone in both my arms and hands. The pain is worth it, though. The panther's skull collapsed under the impact. The remaining small panthers immediately try to turn and run away. But Lizzie and Bones don't let them. A few seconds later, the clearing is silent once again. The only sound is me and Lizzie breathing. The big guy's body starts to evaporate, leaving behind a large crystal and what looks like a crystal egg. The egg looks interesting, but before I can take a closer look, Lizzie comes over and headbutts me. Lizzie, I am glad you are alive. I thought for sure you died in the explosion. So, is this hell? Did you die? No. This is the Shadow Plane. The explosion somehow threw me in here. Lizzie, the Shadow Plane? Do you know how to get us out of here? Not yet. Krenosha is looking into it for me. Until I hear from her, I have just been exploring and fighting. Lizzie okay? I am good with that. 103 rank 1 Shadow Beasts defeated. 103,000 XP gained. 75 rank 2 Shadow Beasts defeated. 150,000 XP gained. 39 rank 3 Shadow Beasts defeated. 117,000 XP gained. 44 rank 4 Shadow Beasts defeated. 176,000 XP gained. 1 rank 15 Shadow Beast defeated. 150,000 XP gained. Congratulations! You have gained a level. Level 14, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 10. Wow! That was a lot of XP, but totally worth it. Movement draws my attention. The crystal from the big guy is moving towards the egg. As I move closer to take a look, the crystal touches the egg and gets absorbed. Then, all the small crystals from the other Shadow Panthers start moving towards the egg. As it absorbs more crystals, the purple color of the egg darkens, and the egg itself starts to change. Before it looked like a light purple crystal, not much different from the crystals the Panthers dropped. Now, it is not only darker but looks more like a gem than a crystal. Bones and Lizzie join me in watching the egg absorb all the little crystals. The darker the egg gets, the faster the crystals move and get absorbed. Lizzie suddenly moves away and digs through a pile of ashes. When she comes back, she is carrying the Naginata in her mouth. Thanks, Lizzie! Lizzie, you are welcome! Bones says, Master, what is it? I have no idea. It looks like an egg, but in this place, who knows? Chapter 488, Lizzie, what are you going to do with it? I don't know. Maybe feed it more crystals and see what happens, Bones says. Fight more? May as well. We have nothing better to do until Krenosha contacts me. So, I take the rest of the crystals I had collected previously and place them on the ground next to the egg. The egg absorbs all of them, but other than it darkening a bit more, there is no other change. Once all the crystals are absorbed, the egg just sits there, so I pick it up. When I touch the egg, I am surprised to find it warm, and there seems to be a pulse to it. The warmth increases slightly every few seconds before returning to the base temperature. This is enough to indicate that something is alive inside, but nothing more than that. What surprises me the most is when I try to put the egg into the pouch, it doesn't work. That is when I remember that the pouch cannot hold anything that is alive. So the egg is definitely alive. But what it will hatch into is anyone's guess. Since I have no other way to hold it safely, I put it into Lizzie's saddlebag instead. As to what it is, I am fairly sure it isn't a Shadow Panther, since no cat species I know of lays eggs. That, and the fact that the big guy was male, makes it more likely that he ate the egg instead of birthing it. While I am really curious about what it might be, it may not be possible to find out. If it doesn't hatch before we are ready to leave, I don't know what will happen to it. After all, if I take it out of the shadow plane, it might just die right away. For now, I don't have enough information to make a plan, so I just stop thinking about it for now. Picking a direction, I lead the way with Lizzie and Bones following. Until I hear from Krenosea, we may as well wander around and get more crystals to feed to the egg. Unfortunately, nothing else attacks us in the forest, probably because we already killed so many Shadow Panthers. When the forest ends, we find ourselves on the edge of a steep valley. From here, we can see a river and a lot of life forms in the valley. But what draws my eye is on the opposite side. On the other side of the valley is what I can only describe as a city, something I didn't expect to see here. My curiosity makes me want to fly over and check out the city, but doing that would mean not getting any crystals. Besides, we are not in any kind of rush, so crossing the valley on foot should be fine. Even once Krenosha gets back to me, there is no guarantee that I am going to be able to get us out of here immediately, or that I can't stay a bit longer just to satisfy my curiosity. Lizzie and Bones aren't likely to complain, so with my mind made up, we start making our way down to the valley floor. The closer to the valley floor we get, the more we can see. There are creatures everywhere. From what I can tell, they are all fighting each other to get closer to the river. The interesting thing is every time something dies, it drops a crystal, and a new fight breaks out over who gets to eat the crystal. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of shadow creatures fighting in the valley. Everything from normal-looking animals made of shadow to what I can only describe as shadow dinosaurs. My only concern is if we get close enough and everything suddenly focuses on us. If not, then killing our way through should be fairly simple, at least for me and Lizzie. Bones, while tough, isn't as fast as Lizzie or as strong as me. He might struggle here. On the other hand, if I try to leave him out of a fight like this, he will probably never forgive me. In the long run, it might be better to let him get defeated. Then maybe he will calm down a bit. What I have been thinking of doing ever since he got defeated is leaving him with Vacker for a while. Maybe with some training he will become a better fighter and more useful to me. So instead of stopping and making a plan, I just lead the way out onto the valley floor. As soon as we are close enough, several beasts turn our way and then charge. The surprising thing is they are not charging at me. They are targeting Lizzie. As far as I am concerned, they are just committing suicide. But Bones rushes over to help her, probably because he wants to fight and not because he is worried about her. As the beasts all ignore Bones, I realize what might be causing their behavior. Lizzie still has the egg, considering how everything was fighting over a single crystal. Maybe they can sense the egg. After all, it ate several hundred crystals just recently. It might smell of them or something. After watching for a minute, I am sure I am right. The beasts are trying to get to the saddlebags. Lizzie, be careful. They are after the egg. Lizzie, should I run away? Not unless you feel like you can't handle all of them. Lizzie, so far I am fine. Although it would be easier if you weren't just standing around. Oh, right? Sorry. After Lizzie's gentle reminder, I stop watching and start killing shadow creatures. Whenever we finish the ones attacking us, Lizzie takes a few steps forward and attracts another group. This way, we are only dealing with 20 to 30 beasts at a time. Bones has figured out that the beasts keep going after Lizzie's left side, so that is where he is staying. I am just moving around dealing with the meanest looking shadow beasts. As I do, I figure out that they can only sense the egg when it is about 50 feet away from them. The closer we get to the river, the more beasts the egg attracts, because there are more beasts grouped up. It also doesn't help that we now have beasts on 3 sides and the beasts move around. Now that we are closer to the river, I can see that whatever it isn't water. For one thing, like everything else, the liquid is purple. Also, it is a lot thicker than water. Each time, one of the beasts manages to get a mouthful, the color of the beast darkens. It seems that the liquid is something like raw shadow, and ingesting it powers up the beasts. While I don't plan on drinking it myself, I am wondering if dipping the egg in it will have any effect. That makes me think of the crystals. We haven't been stopping to pick them up. When I look around, I find a veritable stream of crystals following behind Lizzie. Lizzie, after this group, stop for a minute. Lizzie, okay? Is something wrong? Look behind you and you will understand. Chapter 489. Lizzie tears apart the enemy in front of her and then takes a glance behind her tail. When she sees the stream of crystals, she lets out a snort of annoyance. Once the beasts currently attacking us are all dead, I take the egg from Lizzie's saddlebag and set it on the ground. Once the egg has absorbed all the crystals, I pick it back up. That is when I notice it has gotten bigger and heavier. As I am putting the egg back in Lizzie's saddlebag, I see more beasts heading our way. It looks like the range they can sense the egg from has increased as well. For the next several hours, we continue moving slowly towards the river. I quickly lose track of how many shadow beasts we have killed, but it has to be in the hundreds already. Every few groups I stop and let the egg absorb all the crystals. It gets heavier every time. When we finally reach the river, we are fighting almost nonstop. The beasts just keep coming. While Lizzie and Bones watch my back, I take the egg and set it down next to the river. I don't want to touch the liquid myself, and I am curious if the egg will attract the liquid like it does the crystals. Just as I had hoped, a small stream of liquid comes out of the river and gets absorbed by the egg. After a minute, the stream stops, but by then the egg has started glowing. The glow is pulsing in the same rhythm that the warmth is, what I assume is a heartbeat. Even though Lizzie and Bones are still killing beasts as they come at us, I notice the crystals are not moving. It would seem that thanks to the river, the egg no longer needs them, at least right now. Since it might want them later, I quickly gather them up and put them in my pouch. As I reach down and pick up the egg, a mouth suddenly launches out of the water at me. To be precise, the mouth is aiming for the egg. But since I am holding the egg, it feels the same. I step back to avoid the jaws. But I didn't need to before the jaws can reach me. Lizzie is there. She grabs the creature by the neck and drags it out of the river. It looks like a crocodile, but with flippers instead of feet. Whatever it is, once it is on the ground, Lizzie and Bones make short work of it. It is all over so fast that I don't even get a chance to swing at the thing. Now that the egg has had its drink or whatever, the next task is to cross the river. While I am curious about the liquid, touching it just doesn't feel like a good idea. I can fly and carry Bones with me easily enough, but I can't carry Lizzie. Lizzie, can you think of a way to get across the river? If not, I will leave you here for a minute and summon you once I fly over. Lizzie, do that. Swimming doesn't feel safe to me. All right, give me a minute. With the egg in one arm, I grab Bones with the other and take off flying over the river. Several times, something jumps out of the water at us but fails to reach. Ignoring them, I start looking for a safe place to land, or at least an area with less beasts. As I do, I spot a clear area. It looks to have been cleared by some figures in armor. At first, I think they are shadow demons, but the more I look at them, the less certain I am. Their armor is made of purple metal and covers them completely, but something in how they move makes me think they are humans. As I watch them, I realize they are cutting their way towards the river. I also spot them bending down to pick up the crystals from the beasts they kill. Dropping down in the middle of them seems like a bad idea, but I would like to try talking to them. Looking at their path, I decide to fly past them and land beyond the majority of the shadow beasts. Of course, some come running because of the egg, but I let Bones deal with them. My hope is that the ones in armor will come back the same way and pass nearby. Summon Mount. Once Lizzie joins us, it is a simple matter to clear the area of shadow beasts. Now I just have to wait and see if those guys will come back this way, and if they will be willing to talk to me. After waiting about a half hour, I do see the same armored figures heading this way. The difference now is they are all protecting one guy, and he is carrying 2 buckets. It would seem they were after the shadow liquid, just like all the shadow beasts. It isn't too surprising. After all, there doesn't seem to be anything else of value in the valley. Hello there, Sandon says. Keep your distance or we will kill you. Don't worry, I am not after the shadow liquid. I just want to ask where I am. Sand says. What? How can you not know where you are? Well, there were shadow demons, a magical ritual, and then an explosion. Dakan says, you really don't know where you are. Nope. I mean, I figured out that this is the shadow plane, but other than that, I don't have a clue, Zan says. Well, I suppose it is all right for you to follow us. Zandon says, if you try anything, we won't hesitate to kill you. Dakan says, come on, let's move before more beasts arrive. Sure, no problem. Can I ask where you are going? Zan says, to shade the only neutral city on this plane. The rest of the group has already moved on. The 3 run to catch up and take the rear guard. As I follow with Lizzie and Bones, they keep a close eye on me, but I don't blame them. Anytime a beast comes anywhere near us, Lizzie runs off and kills it, then brings me its crystal. Bones is getting fairly frustrated. Lizzie is so fast that he has no chance of joining the fights. We end up following the group for about 2 hours before the city comes into sight. Other than the fact that the stones and everything else is all some shade of purple, it looks like a normal city. 75 rank 1 shadow beasts defeated. 75,000 XP gained. 21 rank 2 shadow beasts defeated. 42,000 XP gained. 8 rank 3 shadow beasts defeated. 24,000 XP gained. As we get closer, the differences become more apparent, like the people. For some reason, I was expecting more humans, but other than the group I am following, I don't see any. Instead, I see just about everything else, from what looks like beastmen and lizardmen to orcs and goblins. The odd thing is that all the different races are all some color of purple. When we reach the city gates, I am able to follow the group inside without a problem. In fact, I don't even see anyone who looks like a city guard. It seems the city is open to all. Zan says, welcome to Shade. If you have more questions, you can come ask our boss. Sure, thank you. Since I have a lot of questions I want to ask, it is as good an offer as I am likely to get. So I follow them through the crowded streets until we come to what looks like an inn. It seems fairly run down, but when we enter, I find other humans, although they also have purple skin. Chapter 490. Now that they are home, all the guys I was following start taking off their armor. They also have purple skin, so I start to wonder if they are actually human, or just something that looks similar. Leaving Lizzie and Bones in the courtyard with the egg, I follow Zand into the building. Zan says, Boss, we have a guest. Zilla says, a what? Since when do we let strangers enter our home? Zilla is an impressive figure. She stands about 8 feet tall and can look me in the eye. Other than a dark purple horn growing out of her forehead, she looks human. She has long black hair, light purple skin, and a muscled yet curvy figure. But my senses tell me she is dangerous. Zan says he is an accidental traveler. He didn't even know where he was. So we took pity on him and led him here. I told him you could answer his questions. Zilla says, why would I waste my time on him? Zand, you may be a kid, but that doesn't mean you can keep pulling stupid stunts. Ah, sorry to intrude, but I am willing to pay for the information. Zilla says, do you even have any money? Well, that depends on what is used for currency here. Zilla says, you really don't know anything, do you? While there are merchants who will accept gold and silver, the main currency of the plane is crystals. You mean like these? Zilla says, yes, those are beast crystals. If 100 silver equals 1 gold, then each rank of a beast crystal is about 10 silver. For demon crystals, it is around 1 gold per rank. Crap! That means the egg has eaten thousands of gold worth of crystals? Zilla says, all right. Now that we have confirmed you can pay, let's hear your questions. First, not to be rude, but why is everyone purple? Zilla says, it is the taint of the shadow plane. The longer someone is here, the darker their color. Anyone born here is always dark purple. Taint. Other than coloration, does it have any other effects? Zilla says, it allows you to eat and drink what is available here without suffering consequences. It is also required to be able to perform shadow magic. While shadow magic sounds cool, I doubt it would get along well with my holy powers. How long do I have before I start getting tainted? Also, does it fade once I leave the shadow plane, or is it permanent? Zilla says, you will start getting tainted after your first few hours here. As long as it doesn't get to the point where you are entirely purple, then it will fade as soon as you leave the plane. At her words, I start inspecting myself after all. I have been here a lot longer than a few hours. In fact, adding up the time I have been here for at least a full day, at least as far as I can tell. With no change to the lighting, it is really hard to keep track of time, but I am sure it has been at least that long. Zilla says, what are you doing? Didn't you just arrive? I was looking for signs of taint, and I've been here at least a day. Zilla says, well, unless it is hidden by your fur, I would say you aren't tainted yet. A few hours is just the average. It affects different races differently. Speaking of, can I ask what race you are? Only if me providing information cancels out the cost of some of your information. Zilla says, all right, I can accept that. I am a sacred beast. If you are unfamiliar with that, then the best I can explain it is I am the evolution above a normal mana beast. Zilla says, interesting. Based on that, I would say it would take a lot longer for you to become tainted. Why do you say that? Zilla says, while I am not familiar with sacred beasts. If you are evolved, then you will resist outside influences more. Is being tainted important in any way? Zilla says, only if you plan to stay here. Power and taint level are the 2 main factors for influence within the city. No, I don't plan to stay here. I will leave as soon as I find the means to. Zilla says, then taint has no meaning to you. Good. Since I already mentioned it, how hard is it to leave the shadow plane? Zilla says, leaving isn't hard. Getting to a specific destination is hard. Unless you are from a world with a lot of dimensional traffic, finding a gate scroll for your world will be impossible. What world are you from, by the way? Even after telling Zilla everything about my world, she is unable to recognize it, which means I can only buy a spell scroll and use it myself, which requires mana. If Krenosha can't get me enough information to figure out how to gate out of here, then my options become very limited. Thinking of Krenosha, I was expecting it to take her some time, but not this long. Once I am done talking to Zilla, I should probably try contacting Krenosha to see what is going on. If she can't help me, then I really need to figure out something else and fast. Miss Zilla, are you familiar with time dilation effects? If so, do you know the difference for this plane? Zilla says, first off, drop the miss. Just Zilla is fine. Yes, I know about time dilations. Every 1.5 days here is 1 day where you are from, assuming your planet is in the prime plane like the ones I know of. As far as I know it is, Zilla says. All right, wait, what was your name? My name is Ash. Zilla says, all right, Ash. Is that all you wanted to ask, or do you have more questions? Actually, I have a lot more. Zilla says, then we may as well continue this over dinner. Zand, go inform the kitchen and also prepare a room for our guest. Zan says, why do I have to do it? Zilla says, because you brought him here. Zan says, all right, fine. Zilla says, all right, what is your next question? I was told that Shade is the only neutral city. That implies there are other cities. Zilla says, yes, many, but they are all run by shadow demons. They are not open to other races, and they tend to war with each other a lot. Does that mean this city isn't run by a shadow demon? Zilla says correct. This city is run by a hydra. A shadow hydra to be specific, which is why the other cities leave us alone. That and they like being able to come here and trade. Is that why I didn't see any town guards at the gate? Zilla says, yes. If the city were to come under attack, it would be up to the citizens to protect it. Since the city doesn't provide protection, it also doesn't charge taxes. However, the Hydra owns all the land. You can only lease the land and buildings from the Hydra. Does that mean there are no police? Are there no laws? Zilla says, the only law is don't annoy the Hydra. Anything else goes. So if someone wanted to rob me on the street, Zilla says, then you better hope you are stronger than them or have hired better bodyguards. And if I wanted to walk down the street slaughtering everyone for their crystals? Zilla says, if you are stronger than all of them, then it is fine. As long as it doesn't get noisy enough to bother the Hydra. Chapter 491. From the little I saw, the city looks rather peaceful. Why is that? Zilla says, all the major merchants got together and agreed that anyone causing trouble would get blacklisted. Since most people come here for trade, that would be the end of their business. Aside from that, the merchants employ several guilds to keep the peace. So the Hydra owns the city, but the merchants run it? Zilla says, basically. Before I can ask any more questions, several human women enter carrying our dinner. They all have purple skin as well. And when I look down, I see that all the food is purple. Even the drink I am given is purple. I am already getting sick of the color, Zilla says. It may look weird to you, but I promise it is quite tasty. Also, don't worry about taint. It doesn't transfer from food. Didn't you say something about having taint allows you to eat and drink here without issues? Zilla says, yeah, I did. So, if I don't have any taint, what is eating this stuff going to do to me? Zilla says, oh, well, it shouldn't do anything too serious. Depending on your constitution, maybe an upset stomach? If it is based on constitution, I should be fine. So I take a chance and try the food. Even though it looks like it should taste horrible, it actually isn't all that bad. Nothing like the food at my inn or the tower, but still edible at least. Zilla says, so? What else do you want to know? If it is not too rude, what race are you? Zilla says, what do you think I am? From your build, I would guess a subspecies of ogre, Zilla says. Got it in one. I am what is commonly referred to as a spell ogre, less size and strength, more intelligence and magic. How did you end up here surrounded by humans? Zilla says, my world has many gates to the Shadow Realm. I ended up finding one while being chased by a mob of humans. Since there is no discrimination here, I decided to stay. Much later, I ended up saving a group of humans and haven't been able to get rid of them since. What do you do here? What was the river liquid for? Zilla says, we act as a small guild, basically. The Shadow Water was just a small job we took. If I end up needing to make some money to be able to get home, is there somewhere I can take jobs? Or do I have to join a guild? Zilla says, there is what amounts to an adventurer guild here, but guilds tend to make more money. All right, that is it for my questions for now, but there is something I need help identifying. It is on my mount. I'll be right back, Zilla says, whatever. When I stand up, I give her a small bow before heading back outside to look for Lizzie and Bones. I find them in the stables. They have Lizzie in a big stall that isn't very roomy for her. Bones is standing guard at the stall door as if anything could hurt Lizzie. Lizzie, are you all right in here? Lizzie, yeah? For just one night, it will be fine? All right. Do you want Bones for company? Lizzie, no. I am fine. Besides, the humans keep giving him weird looks. All right. Bones, I am going to unsummon you until we need to fight again. Bones says yes, master. After Bones is dismissed, I take the egg from Lizzie and return to the room Zilla is in. After I sit down, I wait until no one else is in the room and carefully uncover the egg and show it to her. Zilla stares at the egg for a minute, and then her eyes go wide and she jumps to her feet. Zilla yells, "Are you insane? You stole a shadow drake egg? Worse, you brought it here? Into my house? Hold on, calm down. I didn't steal it. I found it when I killed a really big shadow panther. Thanks to her yelling, there are people looking into the room from every doorway. As soon as the first head appears, I cover the egg. But I doubt it helped. When Zilla notices the audience, she yells at them to get back to work. Then she sits down and tries to calm down. Zilla says, "Tell me exactly how you got that egg." So I tell her how I arrived and wandered around. Also, I tell her about the shadow demons I killed. Then I tell her about entering the forest and the shadow panthers I killed. Finally, I tell her about the giant panther in the clearing and the fight that took place. When I finally killed the big guy, it dropped a huge crystal in this egg. The egg then absorbed the big crystal and every other crystal I had. Zilla says, "You seriously killed the king of the forest?" If that is who the big panther was, then yes. Zilla says he must have eaten the egg, but he wasn't done absorbing it yet. So, it for sure is a shadow drake egg. Zilla says, "It must be. I don't know of any other shadow beast that lays eggs." Where would the big panther have found it? Zilla says, "The shadow drakes like in the mountains on the other side of the forest from here." Drakes? How many are we talking about? How powerful are they? Zilla says, "From all the stories I have heard, there are a dozen or more. The Hydra could probably handle one drake, but two would level this entire city. What are the odds of the drake following this egg all the way here? For that matter, how did the panther even get an egg?" Zilla says, "How should I know? If the drake does come here, you are a dead man. The citizens will serve you up on a platter to keep the drake from attacking." So, what should I do with it? Zilla says, "First, get out of shade. Retrace your steps in case a drake is tracking you. If you meet one, give it the egg before it eats you." What if I don't meet a drake? Zilla says, "Then you keep going until you reach the mountains. Returning the egg is your only hope of survival. Who knows? The shadow drakes might even reward you." "All right, I'll leave in the morning," Zilla says. "No, you will leave right now. I want you in that egg as far away from my people as possible." I guess I can't blame you. Okay, I will leave. Without another word, I head for the stables and collect Lizzie. She seems surprised, but doesn't complain. I mount up after stowing the egg in the saddlebag and quickly ride out of the city. After leaving the city, I try to follow our exact path that we took to get here while keeping an eye on the sky. As I ride, I quickly explain everything I learned to Lizzie, including the nature of the egg. She doesn't interrupt me, but she does crane her neck around and take another sniff at the egg. We don't stop until we are once again overlooking the valley full of beasts. "Lizzie, are we going to fight our way through again?" "No, just wait here. I will fly across and then summon you. No point in wasting time on the beasts." "Lizzie, all right. I will wait here." Chapter 4, 92. Once she agrees, I launch straight from Lizzie's back and fly across the valley. I land just outside the forest and summon her to my side, then mount up and ride into the forest. We don't see a single shadow panther on our way to the big clearing, and it is also empty when we arrive. "Lizzie, since you killed the old king, doesn't that make you the new king of the forest?" I have no idea if that is how it works. But even if it is, I have no interest in staying here and being the king. "Lizzie, even though staying here would keep you safe from the girls." "No, it wouldn't. They would eventually find a way to come here and then they would kill me." "Lizzie, that is probably true. Anyway, let's rest here for a bit. If we are going to meet a drake, I want to be at full strength just in case." "Lizzie, okay?" So Lizzie stops and lays down in the middle of the clearing. I take her saddle off and give her a thorough grooming, which she enjoys. After that, I lay down using her as a backrest and enter into my meditation. Then, I create a soulscape, enter it, and invite Krenosha. Krenosha says, finally, "I've been trying to find you for hours." "Sorry, I didn't think me moving around would matter. Krenosha says, of course it matters. I have no connection to the shadow plane. Sorry, I didn't think about that. By the way, do you know the name of our world? Krenosha says, number, is it supposed to have a name? Probably. That doesn't matter now, I guess. What did Yui say? Krenosha then imitates Yui's voice and starts spouting a bunch of magical jargon. Some of it I understand, but I end up having to have Krenosha repeat it all several times. Even then, I only have a basic grasp of what a gate requires to function. Krenosha says, that is everything Yui knew, but that is for gating from one spot to another. Ruby said that to cross planes is different. If you are on a higher plane, you have to drill down. If on a lower, you have to drill up. Does that make any sense to you? Some. But the shadow plane isn't a higher or lower as far as I know. It basically exists everywhere, Krenosha says. Ruby also suggested that you return to the point where you appeared. Something about following an existing wound. She probably means that me arriving here should have left a trail I can follow to get back, Krenosha says. If you say so. Honestly, this is all new information to me. That is no surprise. The humans of your world have no clue about planar travel. Krenosha says, yeah, sorry I can't be of more help. No worries, you have helped plenty, Krenosha says. So you will be heading to where you arrived and trying to return. Not right away. I have something to finish first, Krenosha says. You have only been there a day. What trouble have you found already? Well, I kind of need to return a shadow drake egg, Krenosha says. A what? How did you? No, never mind. She then leaves the soulscape and the last thing I hear is her grumbling curses. Once she is gone, I start using the soulscape to practice creating gates. It doesn't work the same as outside, but it is enough for me to at least get a feel for how they work. The main problem is going to be making it work with sacred power instead of mana. According to Yui, a gate requires a massive amount of mana, so I am worried if I will even have enough power. If not, I don't really have an alternate plan except to go back to Shade and try to find another way. Once my body has recovered and my sacred power is full, I end the soulscape and my meditation. As soon as I sit up, Lizzie wakes up. For once, she didn't steal one of my wings to cuddle with. It is probably because she was only napping, not really sleeping. Lizzie, are you ready to move? Yes, I am. How are you doing? Lizzie, other than being a little thirsty, I am fine. I can go for a few more days. No need for that. Grabbing a bowl out of my pouch, I use the endless water skin to fill it up and let Lizzie drink. I keep refilling it until she has had enough then. I drink my fill before putting everything away. Then I saddle Lizzie and we continue our journey through the forest. We make it to the other side of the forest without encountering a single beast. Either we wipe them out, or the survivors are hiding from us. Whichever is the case, it makes the trip fairly boring. And it means I don't collect a single crystal. Once we leave the forest, I can see the mountains on the horizon, so we head that direction. As we get closer, I can see dots flying around above the mountains, 13 of them. It doesn't take me long to realize they are not flying randomly. They are patrolling. We have only covered about half the distance to the mountains when we are spotted. What worries me is that 3 drakes fly in our direction when I was hoping for only 1. Lizzie stops once she spots them, and we wait for the drakes to come to us. I just hope they feel like talking. The drakes' bodies look like they are made completely of shadows. They even shift around. Parts of their bodies will turn transparent at times, but at least they are black. I was getting kind of tired of everything being purple, although as the drakes get closer, I can see their eyes are purple. Drake 1 says, "Halt. You are entering our territory. State your business. I am here to return one of your eggs that I recovered." Drake 2 says, "Where did you recover this egg?" "I recovered it when I killed the Shadow Panther King of the Forest." Drake 3 says, "Show us the egg, please." Taking the egg out of the saddlebags, I quickly remove the blanket I had wrapped it in. Then I hold up the egg with both hands so that the drakes can get a better look at it. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the egg starts to break open, making everyone jump. The crack in the shell quickly grows and pieces of it start breaking away. I find it interesting that the pieces of shell that fall off dissolve before they hit the ground. The purple sparkles that they turn into swarm back up and enter the inside of the egg. It seems like the shell is breaking down into energy and feeding itself to the young drake inside the egg. In less than a minute, the shell is completely gone, and I find myself holding a baby shadow drake. It is tiny. It easily fits in one of my hands, except for the wings, which are 3 times the size of the body. The baby opens its bright purple eyes and looks around for the first time. It looks at me and Lizzie, then cranes its neck around to look at the 3 drakes. Then, after a minute, it turns back and stares intently at me before speaking. Baby says, "Mama." "What?" "No, I am not your mother." Drake 1 says, "How could the child have hatched so fast?" Drake 2 says, "It is still months before the others are going to hatch." Drake 3 says, "Cat thing, have you been feeding crystals to the egg?" Chapter 493. I didn't exactly feed them to it. It absorbed every crystal I had, though. It also absorbed water from the Shadow River, if that matters. Baby says, "Mama?" Drake 2 says, "Well, that certainly explains why the little one has bonded to him," Drake 1 says. "He smells weird. He isn't a normal mortal. I even smell faint traces of dragon on him." "I have met a dragon before, and what do you mean by bonded?" Drake 2 says, "He has chosen you to be his mother." Drake 3 says, "Unlike normal animals, drakes are communal. We share the raising of our young. The young normally choose a mother and father that most closely match them in personality." Lizzie? Ha ha! Mama, Ash. Wait, I came here to return the egg so that it could grow up amongst its own people. Drake 1 says, "The little one seems to have other ideas, but I don't plan to remain in the shadow plane." Drake 2 says, "That doesn't matter. The egg only needed shadow energy to hatch. Now that he has hatched, he can go anywhere." Baby says, "Hungry, Mama." First, I take out a crystal and offer it to him, but he turns his nose up at it. Next, I pull a leg of cooked meat bigger than he is and offer it to him. He instantly attacks it and starts eating as much as he can fit into his mouth. I am really surprised that you seem okay with this. Shouldn't you be worried about losing a member of your clan or something? Drake 3 says, "It is his choice to bond with you, and he will have to live with that." Drake 1 says, "What has us worried is telling the females about it. They will be happy the egg was recovered, but not so happy about him choosing you." Drake 2 says, "Besides, drakes live a long time. He can always return to us after you die. Even from another plane." Drake 1 says easily, "We are masters of planar travel. He will be able to find his way home through instinct. All right, any advice on raising him? Anything I should avoid?" Instead of answering me, the 3 drakes sit down and wrap their tails around their legs. It makes them look dignified and a lot more dragon-like as they look at each other. As the looks go back and forth, I realize they must be talking to each other somehow. Drake 1 says, "May we have permission to scan you?" "What kind of scan?" Drake 3 says, "It will allow us to get a rough idea of what you are and what abilities you have. It does not hurt." Drake 2 says, also, "If you don't mind, we would like to see your memories from the time you fought the panther and got the egg until now. We hope it will make the females less mad at us. Yes to both." As soon as I agree, 6 purple beams of light come from the drake's eyes and cover my body. At the same time, I feel a tickle all over my body, and then I find myself reliving the fight with the big panther. It seems longer, but it only takes a minute for the memories to replay. Drake 2 says, "Your fighting style is very self-harming. Don't try to teach the baby how to fight." Drake 1 says, "The fact that you didn't know it was one of our eggs excuses you for taking it to Shade first? You were honest in your desire to return the egg to us, which deserves a reward." Drake 3 says, "The baby will also need a safe place to sleep." Drake 1 says, "Our reward will solve that problem as well as one you have been having." Drake 2 says, "However, due to your nature and the divine power within you, it is going to hurt." Drake 3 says, "From what we have seen, you will probably enjoy it." I do not like pain. I just don't let pain stop me from doing what I need to. All 3 say, "Whatever." And the beams grip me like they are solid. I am lifted into the air and turned around so my back faces the drakes. Then, I feel an intense burning sensation on my back. Not real pain, just discomfort. It only lasts for about 30 seconds before I am turned around and put back in Lizzie's saddle. Congratulations! You have gained the ability Shadow Pocket. Was that it? Drake 1 says, yes, it is done. Drake 3 says, I told you he would enjoy it. Drake 2 says, we gave you a shadow tattoo on your back. Not only will it allow the baby to sleep comfortably, but it will also let you put your wings away. As soon as he is done talking, I twist my neck around to try and look at my back. When I think about hiding them, my wings turn into shadows and vanish into my back. I can't see the tattoo due to my clothes, but my wings come back instantly when I think of them. This is awesome. Thank you. So the baby can go in there too. How? Drake 1 says same as your wings. Just think of it. You should know that the baby can go in and out with a thought as well. Drake 3 says, yeah, don't try to ground him in there. It doesn't work. Drake 2 says, trust us. We have tried before. Drake 1 says also, our parents tried it on us. It is really easy to escape. Thank you for the warning. How fast will he grow? Drake 1 says, he will be what you would call a teenager in about 20 years. Drake 2 says, you should probably bring him back around then. You don't want to deal with his puberty without help. All right, I will keep that in mind. When I look down to check on the baby, I find he has eaten about half the meat. It is easily his own body weight, if not more. And now he is sound asleep. With a thought, I send him into the shadow on my back and put the remaining meat in my pouch. Is there a way I can check on him while he is in there? Drake 3 says, just close your eyes and think about the pocket, and you can see inside. Drake 1 says, when he is bigger, you will need to teach him how to hunt and fight. His abilities he will know how to use by instinct. All right, thank you. Drake 2 says, we have been here too long. Drake 3 says, yes, you should leave. Drake 1 says, before the women get curious and come check on us. Are your women that scary? Drake 1 says, worse than you can imagine. Drake 2 says, go now. Drake 3 says, before it is too late. Okay, I am going. Chapter 4, 94. Turning Lizzie, we ride south quickly, leaving the Drakes behind until they are dots once again. I am fairly sure that I started off somewhere to the south of the forest. Hopefully, I can find the spot where I arrived, since that is my best bet for getting home. After riding for a few hours, the baby suddenly appears on top of my head with his wings hanging down. His body is laying across my head so that he looks like a weird hat, while his wings look like earmuffs. He lifts his head up and looks around for a while before talking to me. Baby says, Mama, where? We are south of where we met the Drakes. They are back that way. We are searching for where I arrived on this plane. I am trying to get back to my home. Baby says, no, Mama, don't leave. It is okay. You are coming with me. Baby says, really? Yep, you are going to stay with me from now on until you decide you are ready to leave. Baby yells, yay, and hugs my head. Lizzie, he is adorable. So what are you going to name him? I don't know. I hadn't thought about it yet. Lizzie, if you dare try and name him Shadow or Blackie, I will bite you. All right, sorry. I will put more thought into it. I am not good with names. Lizzie, I know. I am sorry. Lizzie, I forgive you. But don't make the same mistake with the baby. Looking around, I try to find something to use as a distraction before the conversation gets any worse. To my surprise, the area looks somewhat familiar. We are actually close to where I first appeared. Slowing Lizzie and changing directions, slightly I try to find the exact spot, but everything looks the same. I think we are close to the right spot. Can you use your senses to try and find it? Lizzie, all right? But we are not done talking about this. As Lizzie starts moving around, sniffing at the ground, I let out a sigh of disappointment. It seems the distraction only delayed things, unless she forgets about it. If I can keep her from thinking about it for a while, I might stand a chance of escaping. Lizzie, this is the spot where your smell starts. And there is a slight smell of burning. All right, thank you. Getting down from Lizzie's back, I can spot a burn mark on the ground. That should be the exact point that I arrived, so I need to build the gate there. If I can successfully build a gate, then hopefully it will connect with my world. Little one, this is Lizzie. I want you to stay on her back while I try to cast a spell. Okay, baby says Kay. The baby sniffs at Lizzie, who cranes her neck around to look at the baby. Then the baby licks Lizzie's nose and completely wraps her around his little finger, which means I really need to come up with a good name for him, or she is going to bite me. Before that, I turn and face the spot that I appeared and focus on it. To start, I build the framework of the gate in my mind until I can almost see its outline in front of me. Then, once it is perfect, I slowly add sacred power to it. As I do, a glowing outline appears. Hiding congratulations! You have gained the ability Gate. At the same time, the notification pops up all my sacred and divine power is sucked out of me. Luckily, even though it leaves me completely drained, the gate opens. Lizzie had moved closer to see what I was doing, so I simply grab her saddle and order her to drag me through. Going through a gate turns out to be a lot less unpleasant than using a portal or teleporter, which is good since the gate returns me to the place I left from, the center of the capital. Although, when I look around, I don't recognize it. We arrive at the bottom of a large crater. I am drained. Guard me for a minute while I recover. Lizzie, of course. Chronosia, I am back. I could really use a recharge. Chronosia says, welcome back. I am glad you made it. Recharge in progress. Wait, is that a baby shadow drake? Yes, he is. I hope there is no problem. Chronosia says, he is adorable. Before I can even think to respond, I feel a surge of pressure. And then I see Chronosia standing before me. She ignores me completely and approaches Lizzie while holding out her hand. She is smart and moves slowly, so as not to scare the baby, and lets him smell her first. Once he has smelled her and accepted her presence, Chronosia starts petting him. One cute little noise of happiness. And I suspect that he now has a goddess wrapped around his finger. Luckily, being close to Chronosia quickly recharges my divine power, making me feel a lot better. Chronosia says, what is his name? I haven't thought of one yet. Chronosia says, you didn't steal him, did you? The shadow drakes will cross planes to recover a stolen baby. No, I didn't steal him. What do you take me for? The little guy chose me. Baby says, Mama? As soon as she realizes the baby was talking to me, Chronosia busts up laughing. She laughs so hard tears start running down her face, and the baby opens his mouth. Before I can think of anything to do, the tears start streaming from Chronosia's face and into the baby's mouth. Chronosia takes a step away, but that doesn't change anything. Just like the crystals, the tears move on their own. The sight finally ends Chronosia's laughter and tears. Once the last tear is gone, the baby acts like nothing happened. I am disappointed. I wanted at least one of her tears to experiment with. Chronosia says, he sure is precocious. Don't worry, my tears won't hurt him. Are you sure? He only hatched a few hours ago. Chronosia says yes, I am sure. They are nothing but energy. He just won't get hungry for a while. All right, so can you tell me the situation here? Also, how long was I gone? Chronosia says, a little over a day. As for here, this is the crater you made when you destroyed the ritual. Most of the shadow demons were sacrificed for the ritual. Those that weren't mostly died in the blast. Those that survived are in the palace. Oh, good. That means I can finish this business quickly, Chronosia says. You might want to be careful when you see Mercy. Why? Chronosia says. Because you destroyed most of her city. Oh, right? Chapter 495. With a thought my wings appear, and with a flap I rise out of the crater and look around. As Chronosia said, most of the city is leveled. The center of the city basically doesn't exist anymore. It is going to take a lot of time and money to repair the city. Mercy has the right to be pissed at me. Then again, it is better than the capital becoming part of the shadow plane. Once I explain everything, she shouldn't be too mad at me. Especially once I kill the king. However, before I can do that, I seriously need some real rest. I've pushed myself a bit too hard. Chronosia, if you are done petting the baby, I am going to head out. Chronosia sighs and says, I guess so. After giving the baby one last pat, she disappears. So I take the baby in my arms and mount Lizzie. As we ride out of the city, I get to see just how far the damage extends. Only a few buildings right next to the city wall are undamaged. There are others that are repairable, but I would say at least 80% of the city needs to be rebuilt. I really hope Mercy doesn't ask me to pay for the damages. It would mean delaying the new city. Then again, maybe I can get Roddick to send some mages to help and take it out of what he owes me. That would solve both problems, and maybe make Mercy forgive me for the explosion. We leave the city without seeing any shadow demons, and as we approach the woods, several beastmen step out. As soon as they recognize me, they salute me and get out of my way. I return the salute as I ride past, and then guide Lizzie to Mercy's camp. As soon as I am spotted by the camp guards, one goes running off while the others just salute. Returning the salute, I ride into the camp, and by the time we reach my tent, Mercy, Maricel, and Zamart are waiting. When I dismount, Mercy walks up to me and punches me as hard as she can, but all she does is hurt her hand. Look, I am sorry about the damage to the capital, but I couldn't let the ritual finish, Mercy says. Idiot, I am not mad about the city. I am mad because we all thought you died in the blast, Zamart says. This is a war. No matter how the capital was taken, there would have been damage. Maybe not this much, but it still would have been damaged. At least, this way the city walls and the palace are still intact. Maricel doesn't say anything. She just pushes past her sister and hugs me. Mercy is just glaring at me now as she cradles her injured hand, which heals quickly thanks to my aura. From the look in Mercy's eyes, the only thing keeping her from crying is her anger. I am sorry that I worried you. I had no idea the explosion would send me to the shadow plane. Mercy says, then how did you plan to survive? By being in the very center of the explosion and trusting in my toughness. Maricel says, Ash, you are an idiot. The baby, who was hiding in the shadow pocket, comes out and after looking around gives out a little chirping sound. Mercy and Maricel look at him like the most adorable thing they have ever seen. Zamart, on the other hand, looks horrified and immediately starts checking the sky. Zamart, relax. He isn't stolen. Zamart sighs and says, that is a relief. Mercy says, how adorable. Maricel says, he is cute. Can I pet him? I kneel down and say, little guy, this is Maricel, that is Mercy, and that is Zamart. They are all friends, so don't be scared. Baby says, hello. Maricel says, ah, so cute, and starts petting him. Mercy says, what is his name? I haven't thought of a good name yet. Zamart says, I recognize him as a drake, but not any kind I have ever read about. He is a shadow drake. Mercy says, how did you get him? You were only gone for a day, Maricel says. If I go to the shadow plane, do you think I can get one too? I killed a high-rank shadow beast and got him as an egg, so no, Maricel, I doubt it. Zamart says, did you actually kill a shadow drake? No, it was a shadow panther that had stolen and eaten the egg. I killed it before it could finish digesting the egg. At least that is my best guess as to what happened, Maricel says. Then can I have him? He is not mine to give away. He chose me. Baby says, Mama, mine. While Maricel pouts, Mercy and Zamart can't help but laugh at hearing me called Mama. As I am trying to figure out how to end the conversation without being rude, a large group of soldiers approach. They are carrying a table and chairs, and behind them are cooks carrying food. Sleep sounds really good, but so does food, so I decide to eat with them before going to sleep. It seems Mercy learned her lesson. The food that is brought out is all large portions. The meal ends up being pleasant, and there is no serious conversation, only small talk. Despite what Cronotia said, the baby happily eats his own weight worth of food before falling asleep in the middle of the table. I don't eat my own body weight, but I do eat more than the other three combined. The only one who eats more than me is Lizzie, who is served next to the table. Mercy says, what are your plans now? Ansay. Wake up, I plan to finish the list of nobles. Then I will enter the city and finish things. Maricel says, then you will head back to Ilium? No. Once I verify the city is clear of demons, I will be going down into the pit, Zamart says. What could you possibly need to go down there for? To keep some promises. I won't be coming back here. I will use the underground to reach the Temple of Earth. At least, that is my plan. Mercy says. I won't try to talk you out of it, but please come back afterwards to let us know you are okay. All right, I can do that. Besides, you may need me and my beastmen if Duke Severus doesn't back off. Zamart says. That may not be a good idea. Why is that? Zamart says. According to my spies, Severus has a large number of beastmen slaves. Well, in that case, I will definitely be going with you. Mercy says. Now, Ash, calm down. Slavery is legal in the Empire. There isn't anything we can do about it. There may not be anything you can do, but there is plenty I can do. Mercy says. I don't want to start a war with the entire Empire. I don't plan to, at least not yet. Taking some slaves from Severus won't start a war. If anything, it will make the rest of the Empire laugh at him. Mercy says, I am not going to be able to talk you out of this, am I? Nope. Chapter 496. Mercy says, can you at least promise me you won't drag my kingdom into a war with the Empire? I can promise you I will try not to. I will also promise you that if I do, that I will make sure you win. Zamart says, Ash, even you cannot fight the Empire alone. Who said I would be alone? My plans already include fighting the Empire if need be. Mercy says, what do you mean? The original plan was to unify the tribes and become the Beast King. Then I would go to the Empire and demand the release of all Beastmen slaves. If they refused, then I would have led the Beastmen to invade. Mercy says, that is insane. Zamart says, no, not really. In fact, it would probably work. Mercy says, what do you mean? Zamart says, think about the beastmen that have fought with us all this time. Now imagine tens of thousands more. How would you stop such a force? Mercy says, I couldn't. I would be lucky if the kingdom lasted a few days against such a force. Zamart says, now add to that, Ash. Do you think the Empire could stop them? Mercy says, no, probably not. Zamart says, now you see my point. Mercy says, but if Ash destroys the Empire, then he will lose a possible ally against the demons. True, but I would be able to use the battles against the Empire to forge the Beastmen into a true army and get them experience. That would make up for the loss of some human forces, in my opinion. Zamart says, I happen to agree with you, Ash. From what we have seen, your beastmen are already worth 5 times their number of human soldiers. Mercy says, you aren't the Beast King yet, so that won't work right now. You should stay out of this and keep to your original plan. I don't plan to use the same methods if this ends up as a war. Instead, I will just fly around the Empire assassinating every single noble who has beastmen slaves and freeing them. The Empire will either sue for peace or end up in a civil war. Zamart says, that could actually work. Mercy says, you think so? Zamart says, yes, I can't think of any noble who would have good enough defenses to stop Ash. The balance in the Empire is very fragile. Even a few of the major nobles dying would cause huge problems for them. Not only that, all the lesser nobles would start fighting each other to try and fill the power vacuum. The Empire would lose its ability to wage war outside its borders. Mercy says, the kingdom can't afford a war, even if we were to win it. The Civil War has caused us too much damage. I need time to repair the country, not just the capital. So I would very much prefer that we not end up fighting the Empire, Ash. Fair enough. I don't plan to start a war. I am just telling you what I will do if things end up going south. Mercy says, so what will you do if you come with me? If Severus starts a fight, I will help you win it. If he uses beastmen, I will free them and turn them against him. That is all I plan to do. Mercy says, all right, I can live with that. Okay, I will return after I am finished in the underground. Mercy says, just be careful. I will try. With that, the dinner ends, so I pick up the baby, who doesn't even wake up, and head into the tent. Lizzie follows me into the tent and curls up on the nest of pillows, leaving room for me. So I curl up in the space she left me with the baby in my arms and fall asleep instantly. When I wake up, it is still dark outside. But since my sacred power isn't full, I switch to meditating for a while. Only once my sacred power is full do I actually get up. Since the baby is still asleep, I leave him there. With Lizzie curled around him, he is perfectly safe. So it is safe to let him sleep a bit longer. When I step out of the tent, I find 2 guards standing on either side of the opening. The sun is just barely starting to come up, but I feel like I slept longer than a few hours. When I ask the guards, I find out that I completely slept through an entire day. This is now the 2nd morning since I returned from the shadow plane. I hadn't realized how tired I was. Then again, except for a short nap, I don't remember the last time I slept. I am pretty sure it was before I returned to Ilium, so probably in the tower. Lizzie, do you want me to get up? No, just keep an eye on the little one. By the way, what do you think of the name Dracoi? Lizzie, no, that is just a slight change from Drake. All right, I will keep thinking about it. I will go arrange for some breakfast. Walking away from the tent, I follow my nose to find the cook's area. When I do, it is crowded with beastmen. As soon as one spots me, all the noise stops as they all turn to salute me. I return the salute and take my place at the end of the line. But the beastmen don't like that. They keep trying to make me move up in the line or skip it completely, but I stay put. As soon as they realize how stubborn I am, the beastmen let the matter drop. All except one who walks over to me. He is a lion, and from how the others react, I realize who he is. You must be Leonor. Nice to meet you. Leonor says, my lord. How did you know who I was? Pol described you to me, and from how your men act, I can tell you are their leader. Leonor says, you honor me, lord? It is you and your men who honor me. Mercy has nothing but good things to say about you and your performance. Of course, everyone around is listening, and when I say that I can see their pride increase. Leonor looks extremely happy at the compliment, and he has every right to be. Before we can continue talking, another person joins us, a familiar face I haven't seen in a while. Hello, Layla. How have you been? Layla says. I am good, Lord. Thank you for asking. I hear you have been working with the Beastmen and acting as their healer. Thank you. Leonor says, she certainly has. She's the best healer I have ever seen. She has saved a good number of my men's lives. Layla says, I was just doing my job. I am nothing special. If that was true, then Saronia wouldn't have spoken to you directly. I know for a fact that she has plans for you. Layla says, really? Yes, really. For now, are you content with continuing as the healer for my men? Layla says, of course. I like them, and they always treat me with respect. Leonor says, if anyone doesn't treat you with respect, you make sure to tell me, whether it is a beastman or a human. Layla says, okay, I will. Chapter 497. Leonor says, good. My lord, any new orders? By the end of the night, tonight this war should be over. Then we just need to put the Empire in their place. After that, it will finally be time to take all of you home. Layla says, Lord Ash. Some of the beastmen don't have a home to go back to. A lot of them are worried about what is going to happen to them. They don't need to worry. They will have the option of making a new home or continuing to serve me. They will have a lot of options. They may not realize just how much they are being paid for this war, Leonor says. Beastmen don't use currency, so most of us don't understand it. Don't worry, Pol and his people are experts at currency now. Everyone will be educated so they don't go wasting money or getting cheated by merchants. Leonor says, that will be a relief to the men. That isn't all. I am going to be building a city for the outcasts. Also, I will be keeping a standing army. All our people are going to have choices, especially once I become the Beast King. Layla says, you have decided to become the king. Yes, the Badger clan has already sworn to me. Also, most of the outcast villages are already on my side. Leonor says, Your Majesty, all the beastmen are now kneeling and cheering along with Leonor. It is embarrassing, but I can't really blame them for being happy, so I just bear with it. Once the cheering dies down, I motion everyone to rise and tell them to get some food. Leonor, do you plan to stay with my army, or will you be looking for a quiet life? Leonor says, I will continue to serve you as long as I live. Then I have a task for you. Learn everything you can, especially from Alexa. I am going to need a general. Leonor says, yes, my king. Leonor happily rushes off to go find Alexa, just in time for me to reach the front of the line. When the cooks see me, they bow, and I give them my breakfast order before returning to my tent. Layla follows me, and she goes nuts as soon as she sees the baby Drake, who is now awake. Once I introduce them, the baby happily plays with Layla until our breakfast arrives. The baby is quickly distracted by the food, but Layla simply takes his portion of the food and starts feeding him. This allows Lizzie and I to eat our breakfast in peace, and it gives me an idea. Layla, I need to fly around and deal with some nobles. Would you mind helping Lizzie take care of the baby while I am gone? Layla says, of course. I'd be happy to. Baby says, Mama, don't worry. I won't be gone long. Lizzie and Layla are going to keep you company until I get back. Baby says no. You want to go with me, huh? Baby says yes. All right. Sorry, Layla. Layla says, it is okay. Can I come play with him when you get back? Sure. So once we are done eating, Layla leaves, and then I lift the baby to my shoulder before leaving. As I fly away from the camp, I pull out the map and head in the direction of the next noble on the list. When I arrive and the noble's guards attack me, I make sure to protect the drake. Other than keeping the baby safe, I ignore the guards and go looking for the noble. I find him sitting in his office looking terrified, but his aura is only gray, which I am not expecting. Taking a closer look at the noble, I notice he is fairly young. Between that and the aura, I think I have the wrong place. Then I hear a noise and open the closet to find an older noble hiding inside. When I see that his aura is black, I realize he tried to use his son as a decoy. I happily use Dark Mark on him, and as he is screaming himself to death, I tell his son not to grow up like him, or I will come back. From the look of absolute terror on his face, I am fairly sure he will remember my words. No matter what he does, it isn't my problem. I am just fulfilling a promise. I quickly leave the noble's estate and take flight towards the next one. As I arrive at the next noble's estate, I see a carriage racing away from the house. Even without looking inside, I can see the black aura, so I quickly fly after the carriage. Not wanting to hurt the horses, I draw Blitz and Slash just behind them. With everything connecting them to the carriage cut, the horses run off instantly. As I sheath Blitz, I land in the road right in front of the carriage and let it hit me. The only action I take is to cover the baby with one of my wings to make sure he doesn't get hurt. The carriage shatters into splinters when it hits me and the driver goes flying. Luckily, for him, he lands in the grass and isn't too badly hurt. But the noble isn't so lucky. The noble ends up lying a few feet away from me with several broken bones. As the noble rolls around on the ground screaming, I check to make sure there weren't any other passengers. Then, I walk over and heal the driver before turning back to the noble. Even then, I wait a few minutes before casting Dark Mark, just to let him suffer a bit extra. Once the mark takes hold, I leave him to his fate and fly towards the next estate. The next noble is actually outside beating his servants when I spot him. This makes it even easier since all I have to do is swoop down and use Dark Mark on him. His guards don't even get a chance to attack me, and I can hear the noble's screams as I fly away. With that, there are only 4 more names on the list, and since it isn't even noon yet, I should have enough time. I am surprised that the baby is just calmly riding on my shoulder and hasn't done or said anything. When I spot a nice location I land, it is about lunchtime, so I figure the baby and I can take a break. As I start pulling food out of my pouch, the baby jumps down and starts hopping around. Seeing his excitement makes me chuckle, and I give him his lunch before he starts to complain. As soon as the baby is done eating, he falls asleep, so I put him in the shadow pocket and then fly towards the next noble. The baby wakes up after the next noble and takes his place on my shoulder again. At this rate, I should be able to deal with the remaining 3 nobles and get back in time for dinner. Then, after dinner, I will go and finally deal with the king and whatever shadow demons are left. The question is, do I want to kill the king myself or use Dark Mark so he suffers more? In the end, I decide to use Dark Mark, mainly because I don't want to torture someone myself. Chapter 498. By the time I have figured out what I want to do, the last 3 nobles have gotten what they deserved, and I am flying back to camp. None of the nobles managed to put up much of a fight, making me feel like a bully. On the other hand, successfully completing my promise does make me feel good. It also makes me feel better knowing that they are all getting exactly what they deserve. I am absolutely sure that Krenosha will make them suffer for everything they did to their victims. That is good enough for me. I don't need to know any of the details about it. When I return to the camp, it only takes a few minutes before Layla arrives to play with the baby. I also get a guard showing up to invite me to join Mercy for dinner, which I accept. To my surprise, I am led to her private tent and no one else is there. Mercy says, "Come in." Ash, was your hunt successful? Yes. All the nobles on the list are dead, Mercy says. That is good. My new kingdom doesn't need trash like them, so what is next? After dinner, I need to go visit Great Mother Wolf. Then after that, I will go kill the king. I will also deal with whatever shadow demons remain. Tomorrow, the Civil War will be over and you can start rebuilding, Mercy says. That is good news, but I still need to deal with the Empire. True, but you can at least have your coronation and get things started. I plan to ask the Mages Guild in Ilium to give you a hand. After all, I am the one who destroyed most of the city. Mercy says, "No, you prevented the city from being sucked into the shadow plane. The demons who built the ritual are to blame." Chronosia told me everything through Layla. Still, I was partly responsible, so let me help, Mercy says. You can make the arrangements, but I will pay for their work. No need for that. They can take it out of what they owe me. Besides, do you even know what condition the royal treasury is in? Mercy says, "No, but I am hoping demons don't bother with gold." I was thinking more of the secret army the king raised. That can't have been cheap. Mercy says, "Oh no, I didn't think of that. I hate to say it, but you should make plans as if you are broke." Mercy says, "Well, I do have some personal funds, and the rebellion did collect some funds, but after paying my soldiers and your beastmen, most of that will be gone. I can pay my beastmen. After all, they are working for me. I let you borrow them in exchange for training them." Mercy says, "No. Will you stop? I will pay the beastmen. I already owe you more than I can ever repay. Stop making it worse. Relax. You don't owe me anything. You will pay everything back when you lead your kingdom to fight against the demon invasion. Other than that, all I am doing is keeping some promises." Mercy says, "I can't tell if you are just being humble or trying to make me feel even more guilty. I am just saying how things are from my point of view. I fully expect to need your political influence to help me convince the Free Union and the Empire to fight against the invasion with us." Mercy says, "If you become the Beast King, I expect the Free Union will support you easily. They share a lot of border with the Beastlands. Out of fear, they will want to stay on your good side. The Empire is another story. You not only have to convince the Emperor, but the 3 dukes as well. That will be hard if we make an enemy of Duke Sivaris during this current situation. Actually, if I kill him, most likely his heir will thank me for it." Mercy says, "While that is possible, it isn't something to bet on. You either need to hide who you are or make sure no one who sees you lives. Otherwise, it will only complicate things with the Empire later. I will keep that in mind. Thank you for dinner, but it is getting dark. I should get moving. All right, I will see you when you get back." When I return to my tent, I find Lizzie, Layla, and the baby all sleeping in a pile, leaving Lizzie and Layla to sleep. I pick up the baby and put him in the shadow pocket. On second thought, I wake up Lizzie and tell her, just so they don't think the baby ran off. Then I leave the camp and fly out over the forest, scanning with my senses until I find Great Mother Wolf. She is fairly easy to find since she is the only being in this entire forest who could be a threat to me. Yet, when I land in her clearing, I find she is not alone. Emmy and Silveria are with her. Great Mother Wolf says, "Welcome, Ash. You have grown a lot since we last met." "Hello again, Great Mother Wolf. Hi, Emmy, Silveria. Silveria told me you wanted to see me?" Great Mother Wolf says, "Yes, I have been sensing new sacred beings popping up a lot more frequently than usual. Do you know anything about that?" That depends on how frequently you are talking about. Great Mother Wolf says, normally a new sacred beast only pops up every few years. Yet already this year 3 have appeared. Oh, yeah, that is my fault. Great Mother Wolf says, "Your fault? How exactly?" So I tell her about how I met Kachara and then Asuna and raised them. Then I tell her about Lizzie and helping remove the block the mages put on her. I have no idea how she knew about them. "The mountain is a long way away from here." Great Mother Wolf says, "You can help beasts evolve?" Really? Yeah. If they are maxed out, it is just simply a surge of sacred power. If not, then I can put my power into their core to speed up their rank increase. Great Mother Wolf says, impressive. I have tried that method, but I do not possess enough sacred power. Would you be willing to do me a favor? That depends on the favor. Great Mother Wolf says, I believe sacred beasts are necessary to keep the humans in check. Would you be willing to travel around and create more sacred beasts? Well, I am busy right now, but I can do it later. Great Mother Wolf says, that is fine. There is no rush. Emmy says, here, Ash, and hands me a map and a book. What is this? Great Mother Wolf says, all the beasts I know of that are maxed out are marked on the map. Whenever you find yourself near one, just pay them a visit. Won't they attack me? Great Mother Wolf says, no, your smell is that of a sacred beast. No normal beast will attack you. All right then, what is the book for? Great Mother Wolf says, consider it your payment. It was given to me a long time ago, but I never had the power or the skill to use it. Maybe you will have more luck with it. Payment isn't necessary, but thank you. Wait, the map shows something in this forest? Great Mother Wolf says, yes, one of the bears is maxed out. Isn't this forest your territory? Great Mother Wolf says, sacred beasts don't care as much about territory. Me and the bear will share, and I could use the help keeping the humans in check. All right, I will find the bear before I leave the area. Great Mother Wolf says, thank you. Anything else I can help you with? Great Mother Wolf says, not me, no. Chapter 499. Silveria, Ash, can you help me? Sure, Silveria. What do you need? Silveria, can you help me get stronger? I want to be able to protect Emmy better. Sure. Silveria and I move off to the side of the clearing, and I show her how to use her sacred power on her own core. While I am at it, I put some power into her core to help her grow faster. I also explained to her how I created skills that use sacred power, but they may not work the same for her. Hopefully, even if my way doesn't work for her, it will help her figure out her own way to do it. One of these days, I really want her to meet Kichara and Asuna. I think they would be friends. I know for a fact that Emmy would love both of them, and they could use someone else to play with. Once the war is over, I should ask the heroes what they plan to do with themselves. If they don't plan to stay in the kingdom, I might be able to convince them to move to Ilium, where I can make use of them. After all the other surviving summoned are there, so it would make sense for them. When I am done teaching Silveria, I quickly make my goodbyes and fly towards the capital. When I reach it, I fly all the way around it and cover every inch of the city. What I find is that all the remaining shadow demons are still holed up in the palace. Unfortunately, they are all so close together that I can't get an accurate count of how many are left. Yet, at the same time, it means that I don't have to go chasing them all over the place. I could probably kill them all at once, but I don't think Mercy would be very happy if I destroyed the palace. So instead, I land in front of the main doors of the palace, and I can sense many shadow demons on the other side. Yet when I try to open the doors, I find they are locked and probably barricaded. It is just a pair of doors. I don't think Mercy will care too much, and I need to get inside. So I aim at the middle of the doors where the door should be and give it a good kick. I may have used a little too much strength, as both doors go flying. Before the shadow demons can pick themselves up, I move into the palace swinging the Naginata. These are all rank 1 shadow demons, and they die so easily, it is a joke. More demons come rushing into the entryway, only to join their fellows in death. By the time they stop coming, the entire marble floor is covered in ashes. The good news is that now that the majority of them are dead, I can sense the remaining shadow demons. There are only about 20 or so left, but instead of hunting them, I head for the throne room. My first priority is the king because I want to kill him most of all. Surprisingly, when I enter the throne room, the king is the only one inside. There are no guards or anyone protecting the king, but the king isn't truly alone. I can sense a high-ranking shadow demon hiding inside the king's body. Shadow demon, go run and hide somewhere. I will get to you later, demon says. Why would I do as you say? Do or don't? The only thing that will change is how soon you die. Demon says, you are lower rank than me. Why are you so confident? See this. This is my boomstick. The demon looks confused. And in that second, as he is paralyzed by shock, I stab the Naginata into the king's shadow. The shadow demon screeches in pain as the Naginata cuts into its body. Still screaming, the shadow of the king suddenly flees and disappears into a crack in the wall. In doing so, it leaves the king behind, and luckily the king is still alive. Looking at him, I am relieved to see that even without the demon, his aura is completely black. I was half afraid that the king had been controlled all along and was actually an innocent. The fact that he is just as evil as he acted means that Dark Mark will work on him and I can keep my promises. However, I don't use it yet. First, the king needs to wake up and see me. Only then can I keep my promise to be the last thing he ever sees. King Raiden says, "Huh? What happened? Where am I? Oh, finally awake." King Raiden says, "What? You? The beast? How did you get in here, guards? Guards! Your guards are all dead? No one is going to help you." King Raiden says, "What? How? Where is my army? All dead? Killed by the shadow demons you and your spy master invited into this world." King Raiden says, "No, that is impossible. Quill, get out here and explain yourself." To my surprise, a figure suddenly appears from the king's shadow. He is a strange one. He isn't ridden by a demon. He instead has fused with a demon. I didn't even know that was possible. But from what I can tell, he actually did it and is at least rank 5. King Raiden says, "Quill, there you are. Where are my guards? What is happening here?" Quill says, "Oh, how did you free yourself from my master's control? Your master ran away and is hiding somewhere. I am more interested in how you managed to fuse with a demon." King Raiden says, "Master, what are you talking about? I am your master." Quill says, "No, you are not. I never served you. I just used you. My master is the shadow demon Thrushlock. He is the one who found me as a child and gave me power. Without him, I would still be nothing. I will help him consume this entire world, and no one can stop us." Suddenly, Quill lets out a horrendous scream as the Naginata blade erupts from his chest. His scream lasts until his entire body turns to ash, and then silence returns to the throne room. "I love it when the bad guys monologue," King Raiden says. "Why are you here? What do you want from me? It was all they're doing. I was controlled and had no choice. I am simply here to keep my promise to you." King Raiden says, "Promise to be the last thing you ever see, Dark Mark." At first, the king looks confused, but then after a few seconds, the pain starts, and he starts screaming. Unlike with the nobles, this time I stand there and watch every second of his pain. When the king finally dies, I let out a sigh and do my best to let go of all the anger I have been holding on to all this time. Chapter 500. As I look down at the king's corpse, everything I went through when I was summoned plays through my head. I find I can't completely let go of everything just yet. I still have promises to keep. However, at least I can let go of some of it, making my shoulders feel a bit lighter. Who is the trash now? Turning away from the body, I leave the throne room and start searching through the palace. While there are plenty of valuables I could loot, they don't even register in my eyes. I am only looking for the remaining shadow demons so I can finish them off. Thrushlock I can sense down below me. He is either in the basement or in the pit. I plan to leave him for last. He might be a decent fight, and I don't want anyone helping him. Although, shadow demons don't seem to be as good as normal demons in a straight-up fight. Even if I never came into the picture, I doubt the shadow demons would have had a chance against the demons. Even making the entire peninsula into part of the shadow plane wouldn't stop the demon lords. If anything, it would give them the chance to invade the shadow plane. Considering how much they hate each other, I am pretty sure the demon lords would want to invade. After all, I know from when I was part demon how tasty the shadow demons are. Not to mention how much they allowed me to increase the strength of my core. Maybe I could even convince the demon lords to invade the shadow realm instead of the peninsula. They might be willing to if I can open a gate for them, and that would solve this world's problems. The shadow plane would end up in a mess, but it would save a lot of lives here. It is something to think about later. Currently, I don't have the strength to open a gate to the shadow plane. If I did, I would probably go back there for a while to explore and gain more strength. I would certainly like to talk to the Shadow Drakes more, or maybe even find a Shadow Dragon, as I am thinking about the future and things I can do before the demons invade. I am killing shadow demons. So far, I have killed a dozen, and I can sense only a few more left before I go after Thrushlock. With luck, I will get to him before he finishes healing from being hit with the Naginata. If not, I am not too worried. He really doesn't pose much of a threat to me. Even being in the same room will slowly kill him, now that he doesn't have a body to hide in. The only problem I can foresee is that if he tries to run, I don't have a way to stop him. So my best bet is going to be to somehow lure him out and then overwhelm him. I need to kill him before he realizes just how much stronger than him I am. Then I should be able to kill him before he even tries to run away. Now that I have a plan of sorts, I quickly deal with the last few shadow demons. Then I start searching for the way into the room that Thrushlock is hiding in. It turns out that aside from the pit, the palace also has a regular dungeon. In the very back of the dungeon, I can feel that Thrushlock is just on the other side of the wall. There is probably a secret door, but no matter how I search, I can't find it. In the end, I get frustrated and just punch my way through the wall. Thrushlock says, "You killed my puppet, my lieutenant, and all my servants. Just who are you?" "I am your death." Thrushlock says, "Even if you kill me, it won't matter. You are too late. I use the energy of all my minions that you kill to open the path. Soon the destroyer will come. It better not be the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man," Thrushlock says. Huh. As he looks at me in confusion, I quickly dash around and get behind him. Then once I am between him and the nearest wall, I stab him with the Naginata as he turns around. When the Naginata cuts him, he screams in pain and runs towards the shadows. When I see him running, I cast Holy Light, which not only hurts him, but for a second dispels the shadows. Thrushlock runs into the wall and bounces back, so I again stab him with the Naginata. Then before he can recover, I channel a Holy Shock through the Naginata. As Thrushlock is spasming, I cast another Holy Light and use the Naginata to pin him to the floor. Just as I am about to finish him off, the baby suddenly jumps out of the shadow pocket and onto the floor. Out of worry for the baby's safety, I hold back my next spell and watch as the baby bites Thrushlock. As I watch in disbelief, Thrushlock's entire body is sucked into the baby's mouth. The baby's stomach swells until it is as big as the rest of his body, making him look like a ball with wings. The baby then slowly waddles back over to me, and as soon as he reaches me, he disappears into the shadow pocket. When I look inside the shadow pocket, I find the baby is already fast asleep. I have no idea what just happened, but the baby seems fine, so I guess it is okay. Since Thrushlock was a shadow demon, maybe the baby recognized him as food. 43 rank 1 shadow demons defeated, 43,000 XP gained. 12 rank 2 shadow demons defeated, 24,000 XP gained. 5 rank 3 shadow demons defeated, 15,000 XP gained. 3 rank 4 shadow demons defeated, 12,000 XP gained. 1 rank 5 shadow demon defeated, 25,000 XP gained. 1 rank 8 shadow demon defeated, 80,000 XP gained. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Level 15, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 5. Spells: Holy Word level 7, Holy Light level 7, Holy Armor level 5, Holy Shock level 3, Mass Bless level 2. Spell upgrade: Cure Poison level 4, Cleanse level 5, new spell, Resurrect level 1. Abilities: Holy Aura level 6, Aura of Health level 4, Sweet level 15. I can resurrect without help now. Awesome. Resurrect. Resurrect level: 1 DP cost, 2,000 restores life to someone who died within 10 minutes. What? 2,000 divine power? That is everything I have, and they have to have died within 10 minutes. This isn't going to be as useful as I thought. Despite the tough requirements, it is still somewhat useful. After all, I can refill my divine power just by asking. So, if someone I care about dies in front of me, I can just quickly pray and then cast it. Maybe the cost will lower when the level increases. But for now, I need to worry about this destroyer if it is coming. Krenosha! Got a second! Krenosha says sure. What is wrong now? Well, I killed the rank 8 shadow demon, but before he died, he said something disturbing. He said I was too late and he already summoned the destroyer. Any idea what he meant? Or was he just bluffing? Krenosha says, "Hold on, let me check." Chapter 501. While I wait for Krenosha, I take a quick look around the hidden room. But it is empty. Just 4 walls. Not even any furniture. I can't understand why this room is even here. The materials match the rest of the dungeon, so it wasn't built recently, just used by the shadow demons. Maybe, originally, it was some sort of special cell. That is why it is at the back of the dungeon. That is the most sensible theory I can come up with. Not that it really matters. Maybe later I will ask Zamard if he knows about it just to satisfy my curiosity. Krenosha says, "Ash, you better head outside." "Why? What happened?" Krenosha says, "There is a large gate forming above the palace." Crap. If the palace gets destroyed, Mercy is going to be pissed. As I run as fast I can hear Krenosha slap her hand over her face. To be honest, I was half expecting an achievement or title for having made a goddess facepalm. Oh well, this isn't a game after all, but it would have been entertaining. "Can you tell where the gate is connected to?" Krenosha says. "I can't be sure, but it seems to be the shadow plane." "Then let's hope it is just a higher rank shadow demon that I should be able to handle," Krenosha says. "My sister and I are gathering our strength. If need be, we will intervene." "All right, but let me take a shot at it first," Krenosha says. "As you wish. Just don't do anything stupid." "You know me," Krenosha says. "That is what I am talking about." Laughing, I burst out of the palace and turn to look up at the sky above. There is a huge tear in space floating in the sky, and as I watch it keeps getting wider. I can see a few wisps of purple gas escaping from the tear, so I am pretty sure it leads to the shadow plane. "Is there any way we can stop it before it fully opens?" Krenosha says. "I am afraid that is beyond your abilities. My sister and I might be able to, but if we fail, then we won't have any strength left to fight." "It is fine then. Let's just wait and see what comes out." Krenosha says, "Fine." After a few minutes of standing there watching, the tear finally stops getting bigger. Soon after it stops, a huge reptilian head starts to emerge from the tear. As soon as I see that head, I am fairly sure it is a dragon. It is too large to be a drake. As it comes through, it forces the tear even wider so that its body can fit through. I was right. It is definitely a dragon. A shadow dragon, to be precise. Now I am really hoping I don't have to fight it. I would much rather talk to it. Shadow Dragon says, "Are you the one who summoned me?" "Nope, I already killed him." Hearing that the dragon brings its head down, takes a look at me, and even sniffs me. Just then, the baby comes out of the shadow pocket and sits on my shoulder. It actually growls at the dragon as if to either protect me or claim me. At that, the dragon backs away, and as it does, I can hear a very loud chuckle. The dragon then lifts its head and looks around at what is left of the city around us. I can also feel that the dragon is somehow searching the area with some other type of sense. Shadow Dragon says, "Not only did that idiot summon me into an already destroyed city, but also into another dragon's territory." Yeah, he certainly wasn't the brightest of bulbs. So I am hoping we can resolve this without fighting. Shadow Dragon says, "If not, would you actually try to fight me?" "Yes, although I am fairly sure I would lose." Shadow Dragon says, "That is very brave of you. Since I am already in this realm, do you have something to offer me?" I know that shadow demons hate regular demons more than anything. Are you the same? Shadow Dragon says, "Yes, I do indeed hate them. Why?" "Because there are demons on this world." "Wouldn't you much rather go after them than destroy an already destroyed city?" Shadow Dragon says, an interesting offer. You are quite the cunning one. Instead of fighting me, you want to send me after your enemies." "Yes, I would prefer that to having to wake up the red dragon and his mate, who own this territory." Shadow Dragon says, "Fair point. Since that little one has claimed you, you are basically kin. So it would be in very poor taste for me to bully you." "Yes, it would. It is much better if we are friendly," Shadow Dragon says. "However, I cannot go destroy your enemies for you. The way I was summoned here is only temporary. Soon I will return to the Shadow Plane." That is too bad." Well, what else can I offer you? I am sorry, but as far as I know, dragons don't need much. Shadow Dragon says, that is true. The only reason I answered this call is because I was paid in shadow energy. Shadow energy? You mean like those crystals? I happen to have some here. It isn't much, but please accept them. The dragon curiously holds out its hand, and I toss all the beast crystals I have into it. Compared to the size of the dragon's hand, the crystals make a pitifully small pile. Yet that doesn't seem to bother the dragon as he tosses them in his mouth and swallows. Shadow Dragon says, for anyone else that would be insufficient, but for Kin that is an acceptable tribute. Next time you are in the Shadow Plane, come find me. We can chat more. I will definitely come visit you. Just like that. The tear reopens. The dragon vanishes inside, and then the tear closes. As soon as it does, my legs go limp with relief, and I sit down hard. The baby nuzzles against my face, so I reach up and pet him until my heartbeat returns to normal. See, Krenosha, I told you it would be fine. Krenosha says, you are impossible. Then I feel the connection between us get firmly broken. It seems she is a little upset. I should probably try to avoid calling on her for a while until she calms down. Now that I am calm, I fly out of the city and return to the camp, where I find Mercy gathering all the beastmen. Mercy, what is all this? Mercy yells. Ash, you are alive. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Mercy says, the scouts said that a huge dragon appeared in the capital. Oh, that. Yes, a dragon did appear, but I talked it into leaving. Samart says, you what? Mercy says, it is gone. Yes, the dragon is gone. The king and all the shadow demons are dead. The war is over. You won. Chapter 502. As soon as I finish talking, the troops erupt. They are cheering and laughing. Even the beastmen join in, adding their roars, and making it so that Mercy and Zamart can't talk to me. They try, but even with my hearing, I can't tell what they are trying to say. They don't get another chance as several beastmen lift me onto their shoulders and basically parade me all around the camp. Only after 3 full laps do they finally stop and let me down. By then, the cheering has mostly died down, probably due to sore throats. Order is restored. When Mercy starts issuing marching orders, she is sending more troops to the border. The beastmen she orders to enter the city and thoroughly search it before the engineers start working. While everything is being organized, I write a letter to Roddick and send it to Miria to deliver. Zamart says, why are you writing to Roddick? To have him send mages to help with the reconstruction. Mercy says, I told you that wasn't necessary, and I told you I was doing it anyway. By the way, have you thought about making improvements? Mercy says, what do you mean? Well, since you are basically rebuilding the city from scratch, now is the perfect time to make improvements, like better sewers or wider streets, that kind of thing. Zamart says, Mercy, I think he has a good point. Since we have to rebuild anyway, we should make it better than it was. Mercy says, it is a good point. The question is, can we afford it? Well, why don't we go check the treasury and find out? Mercy says, okay. So Mercy and Zamart go get their horses while I fetch Lizzie, and then we ride to the city. The beastmen form up and march behind us until we enter the city. Then as we head for the palace, the beastmen spread out and search the city. From the look on Mercy's face, she is really upset about the condition of the city, which is understandable. Yet when I try to apologize, she gets mad at me and even Zamart tells me to shut up. So I drop back and silently follow the two of them through the ruins of the city. They both cheer up a bit when we reach the palace and find it mostly intact. Part of it did get damaged when the dragon stepped on it, but the rest is still fine. We dismount and head inside, at which point Mercy lets Zamart take the lead. She hasn't been in the palace for a couple of years, and even before that, Zamart knew the place better. Considering he had to place enchantments on most of it, that is no surprise. Which reminds me about the room at the end of the dungeon. Zamart, do you know about the secret room at the back of the dungeon? Zamart says, secret room? Oh, yes, I know about it. Why? That is where I fought the big shadow demon, but I was curious as to what it was supposed to be for. Zamart says, oh, it was a safe room. It was meant to be the last refuge for the royal children if the palace ever fell. But it is just a plain room? Zamart says, now maybe, but when it was enchanted, it could provide every comfort. It was also the second most enchanted room in the palace, only surpassed by the queen's bedroom. Mercy says, and then you destroyed all the enchantments. Zamart says, I didn't see any other choice. Mercy says, it is all right. I don't blame you for doing it. However, as the royal mage, it is your duty to re-enchant the palace. Upon hearing that, Zamart's face goes white, and he gives Mercy a look of absolute horror. Even I can't imagine how many enchantments it would take for an entire palace. Not to mention how long casting that many enchantments would take. Zamart says, you said I could take a vacation. Mercy says yes, and I meant it. You can enchant the palace when you get back. Does he have to enchant it on his own? Mercy says, considering he is now the only royal mage and there are no court mages. Yes, so the Mage Guild can't help. Mercy says, no. Having outsiders know how the palace is enchanted is a serious security risk. Zamart says, there are still court mages. Several joined us during the rebellion. Mercy says, no, those are all army mages. If you want court mages to help you, then you need to train them. At that, Zamart starts looking depressed, and he doesn't cheer up even when he opens the treasury. From what I can see, the treasury is only about half full, although that is just the first room. I can see 2 doors, one on either side. There might be more in them. Mercy says, is this really all that is left? Zamart says, it would seem so. We need to start collecting taxes as soon as possible. What about the rooms behind those doors? Zamart says, we don't know. Those rooms have never been opened. Mercy says, those rooms have been sealed since the kingdom was founded. They cannot be opened, even with all the enchantments gone. At my question, the 2 of them look at each other in surprise before each running to a door. As they do, they look as excited as kids in a candy store, but that soon turns to disappointment. The doors are locked. Even when Zamart tries a few spells, they refuse to open. You said they were sealed since the founding. Mercy says, yes, that is right. Then the first queen must have had a key and left it for her descendants. Mercy says, according to my mother, there is nothing that has been passed down from that long ago. These types of things are not passed down openly. They are normally hidden. Did the first queen have a special room or a favorite spot in the palace? Or is there some place where a riddle is carved into the stone? Mercy says, no, not that I know of. Zamart says, actually, there is, but it is not inside the palace. Then where is it? Zamart says, the queen's garden. And according to history, the first queen planted that garden herself. Then that is where we need to go. Lead the way. So after Zamart closes and locks the treasury, he turns and leads us again. This time we go through the former king's chambers and outside into an area that has no other access point. It looks like it used to be a beautiful garden, but now it is an overgrown mess. It is obvious that the place has been completely neglected for years, probably since the idiot became king. Zamart leads us to the center of the garden, where there is a gazebo that is overgrown. It is completely covered by roses, and we all get pricked multiple times trying to get inside. Not that it bothers me. Zamart says, here it is. Chapter 503. After clearing away some of the roses and even more dirt, he exposes a stone with writing carved into it. It reads, in time of great crisis, royal blood must be shed. After reading it, I grab Mercy's hand and force a drop of blood to fall onto the stone. Her hands already had multiple wounds from the roses, so I didn't need to hurt her. When her blood touches the stone, it starts glowing, and then it disappears. Below it is another stone that also has writing carved into it saying, only magic pure can open this door. Zamart, channel some mana into the stone. Zamart says, huh? All right. As soon as Zamart's mana touches the stone, it starts glowing, and then disappears. When it is gone, there is once again a new stone under it. It makes me wonder how many locks there are. The new stone simply says, might makes right. So I lean over and flick the stone with a finger. After it glows and disappears, Instead of a new stone, there is a small open space. Inside that space is a delicate-looking box that Mercy lifts out and opens. Inside the box, there are 3 ornate keys, each with a different color gemstone. Zamart says, "Wait, there are only 2 doors, so why 3 keys?" Obviously, it means there is something else hidden away that can be unlocked. Mercy says, "Where can we find it?" "Why are you asking me?" "This is your palace," Zamart says. "Maybe something inside the 2 sealed rooms needs the 3rd key." "That is easy enough to figure out. Let's go look." Mercy says, "Yes, let's." So the 3 of us quickly retrace our steps and return to the treasury, which Zamart unlocks. Once inside, Mercy moves to the door on the left and compares the lock to the keys. The lock has a gemstone in it that matches one of the keys, a small emerald. Mercy says, "Here goes." She inserts the key, gives it a twist, and with a click the door unlocks and swings open. As soon as the door opens, we are all blinded by golden light. The room is filled floor to ceiling with gold coins. Once their eyes adjust, and they can see inside, both Mercy and Zamart are in shock. "Well, I would say that your money problems are solved." Zamart says, "Yes, with this we can rebuild the capital however we want." Mercy says, "Not just the capital. With this I can rebuild and improve the entire kingdom." That is probably not a bad idea. If nothing else, you need better roads and protection for the villages. Mercy says agreed. Zamart says, "Quick, open the other door." "Curiosity eating at you." Zamart says, "Yes. Now you know how I feel all the time." Mercy laughs and says, "All right, I'll open it." Mercy quickly moves over and after finding the right key opens the other door. Inside is 100 sets of armor and weapons of ancient design. At a glance, I can tell they are all decent quality with good enchantments. Mercy says, "I wonder what all this is meant for. From its look and the level of enchantments, I would guess it is meant for the royal guard." Zamart says, "These rooms were meant for emergencies. If the emergency was a war, then boosting the royal guard would make a huge difference." Mercy says, "The war is over, and I don't have many royal guards at the moment. I think we can leave this room as it is." Zamart says, "I agree. Unless we end up in another war, I don't think we need this power." Mercy closes the door, then starts talking about plans for the kingdom with Zamart. Since I am not involved, I don't pay much attention, but I do keep looking around the treasury. A strange glint on the back wall catches my eye, and when I look closer, I notice a hole beneath it. "Mercy, what color is the key for that door?" Mercy says, "Red, it is a ruby." "Why?" "Does the last key have a diamond on it?" Mercy says, "Why?" "Let me see it, please." With a sigh, Mercy hands over the key. As she does, she seems annoyed with me. When I take the key, I insert it into the hole I noticed and give it a turn. First, I hear a click, and then a rumble as the wall I am facing splits down the middle. As the rumbling continues, the 2 parts of the wall move away from each other, revealing another room. The room isn't too big, maybe half the size of the treasury, but its contents are worth more. Inside is the most beautiful set of armor I have ever seen, only outclassed by the sword with it. Zamart says, "That can only be the first queen's armor and sword." Mercy says, "I thought it was lost ages ago." Zamart says, "It hasn't been seen since the first queen died. Now we know why." Mercy says, "This is also something I don't think we need right now." I disagree. Mercy says, "What? Why?" "Think about it. This armor is a symbol. Right now, with the civil war just ending, wouldn't this reassure people? It would also discourage any of the nobles who might be thinking about trying something similar to the king." Zamart says, "Mercy, I agree with Ash. Even if it is just for your coronation, you should wear it." Mercy says, "All right, fine." Zamart helps Mercy take the armor of its stand and try it on while I sit in the treasury. As I sit there waiting for Mercy to finish getting dressed, I idly play with the key. It is due to that. I accidentally find a hidden catch on the key. When opened, it reveals a latch. Quickly, I ask Mercy to throw me the other 2 keys, and once she does, I find the same thing on them. Once all 3 are open, the latches match up and allow the keys to be combined. They make one big triangular key, which strikes me as somewhat familiar. Recently, I remember seeing an odd crack somewhere that was similar. I remember it because it was made of straight lines, which was odd, but now I can't think of where it was. It was definitely somewhere in the palace. I know that much, but that is it. Since my memory has failed me again, I enter into my meditation and go back over the past few days. It isn't hard to find where I saw the crack since it was earlier today. It was actually in the gazebo in the garden, but I didn't pay any attention to it because of the stones. Mercy, Zamart, we need to go back to the Queen's garden. Mercy says, what? Why? Because there is one more secret hidden there. Zamart says, are you sure? In response, I show them the merged key. They both examine it and exclaim about it. Finally, I badger them into leading me back to the Queen's garden. I could have found my own way, but that would just be rude, and I like Mercy and Zamart. Chapter 504. As soon as we make our way into the gazebo, I see the crack in the center of the floor. I kneel down and try to slide the merged key into it, and it fits perfectly. As soon as I do, without turning it, a rumble starts and I can feel the floor beneath me vibrating. Just to be safe, I stand up and step back, then watch as a circular section of the floor starts moving. After another rumble, there is a clunk and a burst of dust as the circle of stone drops down. What it reveals is a very narrow spiral staircase going down. Mercy says, sorry, Ash, it doesn't look like you will fit down there. That is what you think. Shapeshift, Black Bunny. Even before I have fully finished shapeshifting, Mercy squeals and screams, Fluffy. Then she snatches me up in her arms and starts petting me and rubbing her face in my fur. I was just thinking about fitting down the stairs and didn't think of the other consequences. Zamart says, Ash, that is a very interesting ability. Ha ha ha. Mercy says, he is so soft and warm. Despite my strength, I quickly realize I cannot escape Mercy's grasp without hurting her. Not only can I not escape, Mercy seems to have forgotten about everything but how soft I am. Zamart, meanwhile, is struggling very hard not to laugh as he watches. Zamart says, Ash, I don't think you thought things through properly. Yeah, Mercy. Secret stairs. Go, Mercy says. Oh, right. Finally, she starts carefully walking down the stairs, but she still doesn't let me go. In fact, the further down the stairs she goes, the faster and harder she pets me. It doesn't take a genius to figure out she is scared and nervous. She is petting me as a distraction. The stairs end in a small 10 by 10 room that is brightly lit. In the center of the room is a device. That device is the origin of the light, and as I look at it, I can see a massive amount of magic contained within it. What worries me is that while the energy is contained, it is not in any way calm. Zamart, don't touch it, Zamart says. What? Why? Because, unless I am wrong, that is a bomb. Mercy says, a bomb? What do you mean? I mean, if that thing detonates, then the capital will become a crater. Zamart says, what makes you think that? For one, there is far too much energy contained inside it. For two, the energy is far too wild. It has no purpose. Zamart says, I see what you mean, Mercy says, but why would the first queen leave this here? It is probably meant as a final measure. Keep in mind, she was fleeing the Empire when she founded the kingdom. Probably, her biggest fear was the Empire coming after her and her people. With this, even if you can't win, you can take your enemy with you. Zamart says, you mean when all else fails, you use this to kill yourself and your enemy? Yes. From what I can see, this requires a life to activate. Mercy says, meaning you have to kill yourself in order to use this bomb. Exactly. Zamart says, that would stop anyone from using it carelessly. Mercy says, you would have to be insane to use this. Really? If the Empire was overrunning your kingdom and everything you did to stop them failed, would you just accept death? Mercy says, well, Zamart says, I certainly wouldn't. In such a circumstance, I would use this bomb. That is exactly the reason it is here and so well hidden. In truth, I would hide down here until the enemy commanders had moved into the palace and then kill them all at once. Mercy says, Zamart, this place has to absolutely remain a complete secret. Zamart says, I agree completely. I will take this secret to my grave, Your Majesty. Mercy says, Ash, don't worry. I will keep it a secret. I am just glad the king and the shadow demon didn't know about it. Zamart says, You think one of them would have used it? Probably not the king. He would never sacrifice himself. The shadow demon probably would have used it, if he could. Mercy says, What do you mean if he could? Well, I can't detect them. I am sure there are safeguards placed on this thing. Speaking of, being this close to it is giving me a headache. Can we leave now? Samart says, Yes, we should leave before someone comes looking for you, Mercy. Mercy says, All right, let's go. Mercy turns and quickly heads up the stairs. Samart, being an old man, has more trouble. When he finally reaches the top, huffing and puffing, Mercy pulls the key out of the lock. There is a rumble as the staircase closes again, sealing off the secret. Mercy says, What should we do about the keys? Zamart says, Should we lock them back where we found them? Won't you need them to relock the rooms once you are done with them? Mercy says, That is true. Then for now we should split them up. Each of us will keep one. Zamart says, That is wise. No, I won't take one. Instead, you should give it to Maricel. You should also tell her everything we discovered. Mercy says, Why? Because until you have a daughter, Maricel is next in line for the throne. Zamart says, He has a point. Mercy. Mercy says, Very well. Mercy, can you put me down now? Mercy says no. As soon as I put you down, you are going to run off and do something stupid again. Zamart laughs and says, She has you there, Ash. Actually, next I plan to return to the pit to consecrate a grave. Mercy says, Oh, and gently puts me down. Thank you. Before she can change her mind, I quickly cancel my shapeshift and return to normal. Mercy has a very disappointed look on her face when she sees me change shape. We force our way through all the roses one last time and enter the palace. Once in the throne room, I say goodbye to the both of them, and then walk over to the well. Ripping the cover off is easy, and once it is out of the way, I jump in. As I fall, I slightly flare my wings to keep my speed under control, but I still have flashbacks. This time, it is a completely different situation. But I still find myself terrified like I was back then. This time, there is no goblin rummaging through the bone pile, which is now black and burnt. With a flap of my wings, I land beside the bone pile. I have once again entered the pit. Chapter 505. For a few minutes, I just stand there as memories replay and my emotions go haywire. I had really hoped to never have to come back here, but a promise is a promise. After a few deep breaths, I manage to calm down and start looking for the grave. Other than the bone pile that I burned, everything else is exactly as I remember it. So it is not hard for me to pick the right passage to return to the collapsed area. Once past the collapse, I find the grave of the girls exactly as I left it. There aren't even any traces of the giant rats that used to inhabit the pit. Seeing that I kneel down before the grave and take the time to clean up the area, I didn't have the time to spare originally, so now I want to do what I can to make up for it. Once the area is as neat as possible, I take a headstone out of my pouch. While it isn't anything fancy, it is better than just placing a couple of sticks to mark the grave. Now that I know their names, I carefully use a claw to carve those names into the headstone. After I am done carving their names, I place the headstone over the grave. Then I follow Saronia's instructions and perform the ritual to consecrate the grave. Even though it is supposed to only be a ritual, I put a bit of divine and sacred power into it. Unfortunately, I didn't think about how the two powers interact. I was only thinking about paying my respects to the girls. So before my disbelieving eyes, both the grave and the headstone are covered by golden fire. It is only when I see the fire that I remember what happened last time and realize that I am in trouble. Saronia? Saronia says, Yes, Ash? Oops, Saronia says. Oops? What? Oops? Ash, what have you done now? I consecrated the grave of the girls? Saronia says, All right, wasn't that the plan? What went wrong? I may have gotten overly emotional and done something I promised not to. Saronia says, Ash, what have you done? Well, I was doing the consecration ritual that you taught me, Saronia says, and I may have accidentally added some power to it, Saronia says. What power did you add? It was only a very tiny amount, hardly anything at all. With a boom of thunder, a presence suddenly appears behind me, and I can feel an immense pressure. It is Saronia, and she is here in her full physical form, which tells me I am in serious trouble. She takes one look at the gravesite, and then without any warning she slaps me across the face. It turns out that a slap from a goddess is a very serious thing, even with all my strength and power. The slap knocks me across the passageway and slams me into the wall hard enough to crack all of the stone bricks. The handprint on my face immediately swells up and turns purple. It hurts even more than my dislocated shoulder. I am sorry, Saronia. I truly didn't mean to. I wasn't thinking about anything but how powerless I was back then. Saronia says, "You idiot. Do you even realize what you have done?" "No, I have no clue. Honestly, I didn't mean to break my promise." Saronia sighs and says, "I know how seriously you take your promises, Ash. The problem is, this is not something I can undo." "What do you mean?" Saronia says, "While I have the power to remove this, doing so would destroy the grave. Without a grave or bodies, these girls will be stuck forever." "No, that can't happen. Not because of me," Saronia says. "That is why I haven't done anything. Can't we just leave it as it is? It isn't hurting anything, is it?" Saronia says, "It will make this place a true holy site. While that doesn't matter much down here, it will also affect the area above here. Aren't we still under the palace?" Saronia says, "Yes. Wouldn't this be a good thing for the palace?" Saronia says, "Holy power needs to be controlled and channeled. If left alone, who knows what it might do." Can you tell exactly where it would come up?" Saronia says, "Of course. Why?" "Well, if you can tell me where it is, I will get Mercy to reorganize things so that Spot becomes the chapel." Saronia says, "This kingdom has never had a chapel in the palace. Trust me, Mercy won't say no. In fact, Layla can be in charge of it. Keeping her close will help Marisol." Saronia says, "That would work, if you can manage it. As for Layla, I already planned for her to become a high priestess. The fact that she is friends with the royal family is just a bonus." "Will this help make up for my mistake?" Saronia says, "Yes. As long as we can take care of the side effects, then I will forgive you." "What about the girls?" Saronia says, "While you go handle this, I will return and take care of them." "All right. Please tell them how sorry I am." Saronia says, "As you wish." "Oh, also, can you make the area up top glow or something?" Saronia says, "Sure." With that, she disappears, and I run back to the center of the pit, jump up, and start climbing out of the well. Unfortunately, it is too narrow for me to use my wings to fly, so I have to climb out the hard way. When I reach the top, I find Mercy and Xamart standing and staring out the window. "Ah, just the people I needed to talk to," Mercy says. "Is this your doing?" "Is what my doing?" Xamart says. "The ground outside is glowing gold?" "Ah, yeah, actually. That is what I need to talk to you about." Mercy says, "What did you do now? Remember the girls I told you about?" Mercy says, "Of course." "Well, when I consecrated their grave, I accidentally turned it into a true holy site." Xamart says, "Is that what got you slapped?" "Yes, Saronia is upset with me." Mercy says, "I thought you had impressive healing powers. Why is your face still bruised?" "Probably because Saronia doesn't want it to heal yet. She is a goddess after all." Mercy says, "So, what does this have to do with the ground glowing?" "That is to mark the spot directly above the grave. Apparently, what I did will affect the land above it. So I have a favor to ask." Mercy says, "Whatever it is, the answer is yes." "Don't you want to hear what it is before you agree?" Mercy says, "With as much as I owe you, I am not going to say no to anything. Besides, I trust you not to ask for anything ridiculous." "Well, where the ground is glowing will need to be the palace's new chapel? Otherwise, the holy power will just run rampant and do whatever it wants." Mercy says, "Okay, no problem," Xamart says. "The palace has never had a chapel before. Don't you want to think this through?" Mercy says, "Even if it wasn't Ash asking, don't you think the goddesses have more than earned it?" Xamart says, "Well, that is true. Thank you, Mercy." Chapter 506. Mercy says, "However, I do have a request." "What would that be?" Mercy says, "I want the priest of the chapel to be the highest authority for the church within the kingdom. I also want them to always be chosen directly by the goddesses. I don't want my kingdom to become a place where church and state fight for political power. That is reasonable and completely acceptable. You already know the high priestess that has been chosen, Mercy says. Oh, I do. Who is it? Layla. Mercy says, really? Don't get me wrong. I love Layla, but isn't she too young? Zamart says, while young, I would have to say Layla has a very good head on her shoulders. I think she will be an excellent high priestess. Not to mention, she and Maricel are good friends. I believe she will be able to help Maricel a lot. Mercy says, if you say so. There is another thing to consider. Layla is absolutely devout. I know there have been issues with fake priests before. Layla is a true believer, meaning she will be able to control the holy power. Mercy says, what will controlling the holy power mean? She will be able to create miracles, such as healings and blessings, that normal priests cannot accomplish. Mercy says, well, if true, that will be impressive. Maybe her youth won't be a problem. Mercy, you do realize she is only a few years younger than you, right? Samart laughs and says, he is right, Mercy. Mercy coughs and says, fine, I will accept her. Excellent. Layla should still be with my beastmen, or at their camp. If Saronia hasn't already informed her, she will soon. She might need a little help getting over the shock. Mercy says, I will send Maricel to find her. Maybe they can help each other. That sounds perfect, Zamart says. So, what now? Now, I go back down and see if I can find the Temple of Earth. Mercy says, good luck and stay safe. I will try. I give both of them a wave, and then I once again jump down the well. When I reach the bottom, I go looking for the tunnel I dug last time that will take me to the sewers. Luckily, I already reviewed my memories, so I basically have the map of this place in my head. Although, if I need to, I can always go back to my secret room and look at the map I drew on the wall. That doesn't end up being necessary, because I instantly recognize the spider room as I pass it. After that, at the end of the hall, it isn't hard to spot the primitive door I tried to cover the tunnel with. The door ends up being stuck in place, but it isn't hard for me to rip it out of the wall. Then after squeezing through the tunnel, I again find myself in the sewers. On my way to the mushroom cavern, where my camp was, I stopped by the small cavern where I first met Ruby. It is empty now, but it still brings back a lot of memories. Maybe when I get back, I should talk to Ruby. By then, she should have given up on the silent treatment. At least I hope so. I do care for her, but not in the way she wants me to. And she doesn't love me. At least I am pretty sure she doesn't. She is just obsessed with me because I saved her. As I think about what to say to her, my feet carry me to the mushroom cavern. I stop at the edge of the river and take a look around, even though there is really nothing here. I was pretty thorough when I cleaned up the camp I had here, mainly because I planned to never come back. Yet here I am. Despite my wishes, I have to go through all this again. As I am standing there looking around, the baby suddenly pops onto my shoulder. Baby says, Mama. Finished your nap, I see. Was it good? Baby says, yay. With a laugh, I reach up and affectionately rub his head and scratch around his ears. Then I explain to him that I am going swimming in the cold water and he should probably hide. He doesn't seem to believe me, so I jump into the river. But I keep my head and shoulders above the water. This allows the baby to test the water with the tip of his tail, and as soon as he does, he vanishes into the shadow pocket. After chuckling at his actions, I dive under the water and let the current carry me. The cold isn't as bad as I remember. But then again, my cold resist is much better now. It is hard to tell distances underwater, so I stop and check every area where there is air above the water. By doing so, I realize that I missed a decent number of areas the first time I came this way. The idea of exploring all of them doesn't appeal to me. I just want to focus on my mission. After about an hour, I finally find the cave with the dwarven ruins and climb out of the river. As I climb out of the water, I hear a hiss, and when I look up, I see one of the bird things. A simple growl from me sends it fleeing in terror, and I start searching for the secret door. Even though I know where the door is, I am still unable to find it. That is until I finally remember the monocle. Once I take it out and use it, I have no problem opening the door to reveal the stairs. Again, when I open the door, hot air rushes up and blows my fur around. Based on that, just to be safe, I prop the door open so that it doesn't close behind me. Then I start down the stairs. As I do, I let the baby know that he can come out. He instantly returns to my shoulder and starts looking around curiously. When we reach the bottom of the stairs, I find myself in a huge cavern with several rivers of lava flowing through it. While it is hot in the cavern, to me it only feels a little bit warm. At the farm end of the cavern is a huge building which I am guessing is the Temple of Earth. Between me and the temple, the rest of the cavern is covered in ruins. It looks like it used to be a large city, but there is hardly anything left standing. Just like the ruins above, everything is made of stone, but not a single wall is left intact. Summon Mount. Lizzie appears and looks around. Where have you summoned me to now? That building over there should be the Temple of Earth? Lizzie, I've never actually been this deep before. Do you realize how much rock is above us? Yes, don't remind me. Lizzie snorts at me. How is it after all this time you are not used to being underground? I am not afraid of it anymore. It just makes me nervous. Besides, I don't like the memories it brings up. Lizzie, okay. What is the plan? We need to search the ruins for anything useful, then we will go into the temple. Lizzie, okay. Lizzie goes one way and I go the other as we start searching the ruins methodically. Since I have yet to see anything dangerous, I let the baby wander around and explore. However, I always keep one eye on him just to be safe. Chapter 507. Saronia says, Ash, I have a message for you. Oh, what is up? Saronia says. The girls wanted me to pass on their thanks, not only for avenging them, but also for ending their suffering. So, everything worked out, Saronia says. Yep, they have been judged and received their reward. When they reincarnate, they will have better lives. That is great. Thank you, Saronia says. You are welcome. Does this mean my oops is forgiven? Saronia says no, and it won't be until you go for a while without messing up again. Fair enough. Lizzie, what did you do to make Saronia mad at you? So, as I search the ruins, I tell Lizzie what happened. For it to make sense, I tell her about the girls first. Then, I tell her about my first experiment with combining the powers. After that, I finally tell her what happened at the girl's grave and Saronia's reaction. Lizzie. You messed up good. Yeah, I know I did. She should forgive me once we destroy this temple. Lizzie, we. Yes, I summoned you because this is the Temple of Earth. You will be absorbing the power of this temple. When Lizzie gives me a puzzled look, I in turn tell her what I found in the Temple of Wind. I also explain to her what happened when I absorbed the orb of wind power. Once I explain that there should be an orb of earth power in the temple, she gets excited. Lizzie, what are we wasting time out here for? Let's go to the temple already. I simply wanted to check the ruins first for anything useful. Lizzie's only answer is a snort, and I can't really argue with her. The ruins are disappointing. While they cover a vast area, there is almost nothing left of the buildings. I have two theories about it. Either the dwarves tore it down, or an enemy destroyed the place. That is because what little is left doesn't show signs of damage from a natural disaster. Also, while I have found a few secrets by using the monocle, all of them have been empty. So I pick up the baby and start walking straight towards the Earth Temple. What do you think of the name Eckhard for the baby? Lizzie, huh? That actually doesn't sound bad. Wait, that is just Drake backwards. How lazy can you be? Fine, let's see you come up with something. Lizzie stops and suddenly there is a very serious look on her face. This continues for several minutes, almost to the point that I expect smoke to start coming out of her ears. Then she suddenly gets an angry look on her face and she turns to try and bite me. Hey, no biting. Lizzie-o, stop whining. You dodged. I can't think of anything better, so Eckhard is fine. Little one, I am going to name you Eckhard. As usual, when I name something, there is a surge of power leaving me. This time, it is accompanied by a rumble, like thunder and a golden glow around Eckhard. He blinks at me a few times then. As soon as the glow fades, he falls asleep. Lizzie, what was all that? I am not sure, but it used up almost all 2,000 of my sacred power. Lizzie, wait, you have 2,000 sacred power? Yeah. Why? How much do you have? Lizzie, barely 500. Huh. Well, I am a higher rank than you. Lizzie, that is true. So why do you think naming him took so much power? I am not sure, but it might have something to do with potential. Lizzie, you mean the higher the potential, the more it costs you? Yeah, something like that. It might also be tied to race. He is a Drake after all. Lizzie, yeah, both theories are possible. Are we still going straight into the temple? No. Let me meditate and recover my sacred power first. Once I sit down to meditate, Lizzie curls her body around me protectively. Even though we haven't seen any dangers down here, it is still reassuring having her here. While I am waiting for my sacred power to fill, I check on Eckhard and find him sleeping peacefully. When my sacred power is full, I open my eyes, but don't immediately get up. Instead, I pull food out of my pouch and feed Lizzie, then pull out more for myself. In less than a minute from the food being brought out, Eckhard is awake and on my shoulder making pitiful noises. You don't need to beg. Of course I am going to feed you. Eckhard says, Yay! Food. Once the three of us have finished eating, we get up and head for the Temple of Earth. However, when we reach the temple, I find that there is a lock on the doors. It is made of a strange stone, and there are 10 symbols on the stone as well as a handprint. The handprint is human-sized, but I try placing my hand over it anyway to see what happens. Surprisingly, the handprint on the rock grows larger until my hand fits perfectly into it. Once my hand fits into the depression in the stone, there is a sudden flash of light, and I find myself somewhere else. Currently, I am standing in the middle of a vast grassy plain. What is more, I am alone. When I try Summon Mount, nothing happens. Even when I try to summon Bones, there is no response. Then suddenly, a glowing symbol appears in the sky, and I recognize it as one of the symbols on the strange stone. After watching the symbol for a minute, I notice that the glow is slowly fading away. The symbol lasts for about 5 minutes, then it disappears, and I find I am no longer alone. Even though I can't see them through the long grass, I can feel presences all around me. Seconds after they appear, I hear chittering sounds and can feel they are all rushing towards me. I quickly draw Blitz and take a combat stance. Then I wait to see what they are. When the first ones jump out of the grass at me, I get a good look at them. They are around 2 feet tall, with wrinkled blue skin and bright red eyes. The closest one to me has a stone-tipped spear and tries to stab me with it once it is close enough. However, when the spear hits my skin, the stone tip of the spear shatters. At the same time, several others reach me and attack, only to have the same results. However, they don't stop attacking me after their weapons break. Instead, they start trying to bite and claw at me, which still does absolutely nothing. In fact, with cracking sounds, those that bite me lose their teeth, and those that claw me break their hands. Even after receiving injuries from attacking me, they don't stop. They seem completely mindless. I make a light swing with Blitz, which instantly kills 3 of them. Chapter 508. When the 3 of them die, a floating number made of light appears in the sky above me. The number is 3 of 1,000. So it would seem this is some sort of test or trial. Now that I know the rules, I stop holding back and begin the massacre. Even though they cannot hurt me at all, it still takes a while for me to kill all of them. When the last one dies and the number hits 1,000, there is another flash of light. Once it passes, I am back in front of the doors of the temple, and there is a change on the weird stone. The first of the 10 symbols is now glowing, so I guess that means I pass the first of 10 tests. From that, it would seem that I need to pass all 10 tests to unlock the Temple of Earth. If they are all combat tests, then it should be easy enough, although they should get harder. Lizzie, how long was I gone? Lizzie gone. What do you mean gone? You have just stood there with your hand on the stone for 5 minutes. Giving Lizzie a surprised look, I quickly explained to her what happened from my point of view. From what she said, it would seem only my consciousness was pulled into the test. Since that is the case, then, most likely, even if I were to die in the test, I wouldn't die for real. With that in mind, I press my hand against the stone, and again, a flash of light takes me elsewhere. This time I find myself in the middle of a huge graveyard. I cannot see any end to it. Judging from the location, I am totally hoping for undead because they are easy. Again, the symbol appears in the air and then slowly fades away. I am guessing this is basically a preparation period. Not that I really need to prepare anything, but normal people trying this would. I wonder if there is a way for me to take this stone with me. It would be awesome for training troops. When I have cleared all 10 tests, I will see if I can separate it from the temple doors. Finally, the countdown ends and the symbol disappears. Then I sense movement. Looking around, I quickly spot my opponents as they pull themselves out of their graves. They are skeletons, but from their armor and weapons, I am guessing they are skeletal knights or something similar. They are slow-moving, so I end up standing there waiting for them to come to me for a few minutes. Once they are nicely crowded around me, I cast Holy Light and watch them all turn to ash. Instantly, the number in the sky appears and goes straight to 500 out of 500. With a flash, I am back in front of the temple, and the stone now has 2 glowing symbols. Instantly, I press my hand down again to start the third test. This is just too easy. Just as I am getting overconfident, I find myself in a completely different situation than I was expecting. Instead of being somewhere out in the open, I am instead standing in a gateway. Ahead of me, I can see open plains. But behind me, there is a city full of women and children. As the glowing symbol appears, I quickly figure out what is going to happen. Since the city has nothing but women and children, I obviously am going to have to protect them. This test is probably going to be me protecting the gate until I have killed a certain number of enemies. Sure enough, as soon as the symbol disappears, enemies appear and start rushing towards me. However, I quickly notice that instead of a kill counter floating above me, it is a timer. It is counting down from 1 hour, so it isn't about how many I can kill, it is whether I can hold on long enough. The enemies this time appear to be orcs, but I can see no end to them. There are already thousands rushing towards me, so I draw blitz and get ready to fight. All I have to do is keep any orcs from getting past me for an hour. It shouldn't be too hard. Unfortunately, as I kill the orcs, their bodies disappear, which means I can't use my normal wall of bodies tactic. Instead, I just have to keep swinging blitz for the entire hour to pass the test. With my endurance, swinging blitz for an hour is easy, if somewhat boring. However, this does give me some hope that the later tests will be more interesting. Considering the orcs are literally endless, I don't even bother trying to keep track of how many I kill. I just simply kill anything that comes within Blitz's reach and wait for the timer to count down. When the timer hits 0, there is a flash of light, and I am back before the temple doors. Without even stopping to take a breath, I press my hand down and get taken into the 4th test. As soon as the flash passes, I splash down into cold water, making me rather unhappy. Looking around, I spot a tiny island and swim over to it so I can climb out of the water. This time, there is no floating preparation symbol. Instead, there is a map with 2 dots flashing. One appears to be me, which means the other must be my goal. Beneath the map there is an empty bar. Figuring out the direction of the goal, I leap into the air and start flapping my wings. Instantly, a powerful force pushes me down into the water. Apparently, there is no flying allowed. So, instead, I start swimming in the direction of the goal. As I do, I notice the bar slowly filling up. It appears to be a progress bar, meaning I have to swim around enough to fill it before reaching the goal. Or at least, that is what I am guessing based on what I have learned so far. Judging by how slowly the progress bar is filling, I need to swim at least a few hundred miles. Just keep swimming! Just keep swimming! Suddenly, a huge mouth comes up from below and swallows me whole. However, I had been expecting something like this to happen. After all, just swimming isn't much of a test. So, as the mouth is closing around me, I draw blitz and use whirlwind attack. Instantly, the thing that swallowed me is cut in half, and the water becomes blood-filled. Knowing what I do about sharks, I expect more things to be attracted by the blood. Wanting to be able to see, I swim out of the blood as quickly as I can. Once clear of the blood, I can finally see the thing that tried to eat me. It looks like a cross between a whale and a squid. While it is definitely dead, there is still movement within the blood, probably smaller things eating the body. Looking around, I can see several large shadows in the water that seem to be heading this way. Not wanting to become part of the local food chain, I quickly resume swimming towards the goal. Unfortunately, since I am covered in blood, several things decide that I am food. Each time I kill one, it just attracts more hungry things. This test isn't simple. Chapter 509. Water really isn't my favorite element. Here my combat power is reduced quite a bit. Since these seem to all be natural creatures, most of my spells are also useless. So my only choice is to just keep going and kill whatever comes after me. Mostly I am swimming underwater, only occasionally going up for air so that I can see things coming. I am leaving a trail of blood and corpses behind me, but there isn't much I can do about that. The progress bar is slowly filling, and I am getting closer to the goal. My plan is to head straight for the goal, and if the progress bar isn't full, I will just swim in circles around it. As I am swimming, I keep expecting to run into Godzilla or the Kraken, but it ends up being something else. Swimming towards me is a turtle that is the size of an island. In fact, when I bring my head above water, there actually are trees and things on the turtle's back. If this was the normal world, I would definitely go exploring looking for treasures. Since this is only a test and I won't get to keep anything anyway, I just swim wide around the turtle. As I do, I notice something peculiar. Nothing attacks me while the turtle is nearby. This allows me to finally get rid of the trail of blood and corpses I have been leaving behind me. Yet the turtle doesn't seem hostile, so why won't any of the sea creatures go near it? Out of curiosity, I turn back and swim towards the turtle. But it doesn't react to me. Even when I swim right up to it and touch its shell, it doesn't do anything at all. Maybe I am just too small for it to notice, but whatever the case, it has proven to be useful. As I turn and continue towards the goal, I am no longer being attacked. If I can avoid getting covered in blood again, then the rest of this test should just be a peaceful swim. When I check the progress bar, it is about halfway full, but I am fairly close to the goal. It seems I am going to have to swim around for quite a while if I need to fill the bar up. When I finally reach the area of the goal, I find it is another tiny island, but I can't get to it. There is some kind of energy barrier around the island that I can't get past. My guess is that the barrier will go away once the progress bar is filled. At least I hope so. So I start swimming big circles around the tiny island. In the end, it takes 2 hours of swimming in circles to fill the bar. But as soon as I do, the barrier vanishes. As soon as I set foot on the island, there is the usual flash of light, and I am back before the temple doors. Now the strange stone has 4 symbols lit up, but I don't immediately go into the 5th test. Instead, I move away from the doors and start to set up camp so I can get some rest. After all, even though it wasn't with my actual body, the tests still require me to use a lot of energy. Right now, I am practically starving and in serious need of some sleep. Of course, neither Lizzie or Eckhard complain about getting another meal so soon. Once we have eaten, I set up the tent Yoi gave me and crawl inside to get some sleep. Eckhard follows me in and curls up beside me while Lizzie curls up by the entrance. She won't fit inside the tent. When I wake up, about 10 hours later, I am all alone. Eckhard and Lizzie are not near the tent. Suddenly worried, I quickly get up and rush outside, only to stop and smile. Currently, Lizzie and Eckhard are playing tag within the ruins. It is a very adorable sight. Little Eckhard is laughing nonstop as he chases Lizzie around the ruins. Since they are having fun, I decide not to interrupt them. Instead, I sit down and start cooking. Even though I ate right before sleeping, I am already hungry again. Besides, I know once they smell the food, the 2 of them will rush over to join me. After we are done eating, I return to the temple doors and place my hand on the strange stone. After the flash of light fades, I find myself in the middle of a desert with sand dunes all around me. Instantly, I sink into the sand up to my knees. This is going to be a pain. As I stand there, patiently waiting for the preparation period to end, I wonder what this test is going to be. When the timer runs out, a map appears in the sky, but this time there is no progress bar. However, on the map are 5 dots instead of 2, meaning I need to visit multiple places. To confirm one of the dots is me, I want to move around, but I quickly learn that once again flying is prohibited. After spitting out a mouthful of sand, I start trying to walk towards one of the dots. While I am able to verify that one of the dots is me, I also learn that walking in sand is hard, especially with my weight. I sink up to my knees with every step, and pulling my feet free to move forward is also hard. While I can overcome the problem with pure strength, it is extremely tiring to do so. Once my dot moves a little, I am able to guess that the 4 other dots are hundreds of miles apart. Walking like this for hundreds of miles would take me weeks at least, if not a month. As I trudge along, I rack my brain trying to think of a better option, such as shape-shifting. Once I think of that, I just need to decide the best form to use for the desert. Probably the best form for the desert would be a scorpion, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I absolutely hate scorpions. I have hated them since I was a kid. I hate them more than spiders. Even though it would work, I just can't make myself turn into one. A camel would probably work too, but again, I don't really want to turn into one. After all, I am probably going to have to fight things, and I can only use shapeshift a certain number of times. A camel can't really fight. I need to turn into something that I can fight as, which leaves either a snake or a lizard that I can think of. Of the two, I'd rather be a lizard. Wait, if I am going to use a lizard, can I turn into Lizzie? Or at least her race? She is fast, isn't bothered by the heat, and she can most certainly fight. Her race would be perfect if I can manage it. So I start building the image in my mind. It helps that I know a lot about Lizzie's body and how it works since I helped her become a sacred beast. Once I have the image in my mind, I activate the shifter skill. But as usual, it changes the image and makes it black. Form added. Black Imperial Lizard. I wonder, is the original race the Imperial Lizard? Or did the mages change the name after they messed with it? Chapter 510. Lizzie's form turns out to be even better than I had hoped. Not only do I not sink into the sand, but I am way faster. At this rate, it shouldn't take me more than a day to visit all 4 points marked on the map. Probably the best thing about this form is it actually has 2 pairs of eyelids, so the sand can't get into my eyes. For a minute, I think about using this form to mess with Lizzie, like I did with Miria. However, once I think it through, I decide that Lizzie can never see me in this form. After all, she might be the last of her race. The last thing I want is her deciding I am her mate. Right now, I have more than enough trouble. I don't need to add any more. Once I am done with the tests, this form will be one I only use in an emergency. Inside the test, it is currently my new favorite form, and I plan to use it freely. As I am running towards the first dot, I get the chance to fight using Lizzie's form. Several giant scorpions attempt to ambush me as they rise out of the sand. Luckily, by now I am used to this form and have no problem whatsoever dodging the ambush. Rather than just avoiding them and running away, I decide to try fighting them. After all, I want to test out this form and I hate scorpions, so it is a win-win. So I charge at one of them. The first thing I target is the tail since I don't really want to test out their poison. As I move to attack, I find out that this form's top speed is a lot higher than I thought it was. Once I make the decision to move in a flash, I arrive behind the scorpion. My bite attack completely tears the scorpion's tail off before it can even start to react. The scorpions end up being no challenge at all, but I do learn a lot about this new form. Everything I learn makes me extremely glad that I made friends with Lizzie. I have had the thought a few times before that I would not want to fight her. It seems even then I was underestimating her. While the current me would probably stand a decent chance against her, the me from back then stood no chance at all. Then again, this form is based on my body, so Lizzie might not be this powerful. At least not yet. Maybe after she absorbs the power of the Temple of Earth. Once all the scorpions are dead, I find myself a little tired and hungry. Apparently using the burst of speed for combat burns through a lot of energy. Which makes sense. It also explains why the normal speed is so much slower. It may be slower, but it can be maintained for a long time without becoming exhausted. In fact, it only takes me about another hour to reach the first dot on the map. When I arrive, I find nothing special about the location. All that happens is the dot disappears. Just as I am leaving to head for the next dot, the sand beneath me suddenly shifts. Not far behind me, the sand suddenly sinks down, forming a pit, and all the sand around it starts flowing into the pit. This includes the sand under my feet, and as it shifts, it is carrying me towards the pit. It isn't hard for me to run across the top of the sand and get out of the area of moving sand. Once I do, I look back and see that the center of the pit is actually a hole. Upon closer inspection, that hole is filled with teeth. It is a mouth. If I had been in my normal form, I absolutely would have been dragged down there by the moving sand. While I could probably kill whatever that is, it is much nicer to be able to just ignore it. After all, I don't actually get anything from this test, so why waste time? So I turn and take off at traveling speed and head for the next dot on the map. My only real interest is in beating all 10 tests, so I can get into the temple. I don't see any reason to waste time on extra things. If this was the Knight Commander test, it would be the opposite story. On my way to the next dot, I encounter several different types of monsters. Since none of them are fast enough to catch me, I simply ignore them and keep moving. Expecting something similar to the last dot, when I reach it, I move past quickly, then turn around to see what happens. This time, an utterly massive worm comes up from beneath the sand. It makes me think of Dune. However, I am already out of its range, and once I've seen it, I turn and keep moving. Even if it decides to chase me, I am confident that I can outrun it in this form. When I reach the third dot, the situation is completely different. The monster is already above ground. This time, it is an enormous scorpion. It stands around 20 feet high, about the size of a 2-story house. While I could probably just run past it and be fine, since it is a scorpion, I don't want to. Instead, I use my speed to dash under it and start attacking its legs. They are all I can reach. By staying underneath the scorpion, I can keep its tail from attacking me, so all I have to worry about is its pincers. They are big enough that I can see the attack patterns with plenty of time to dodge, especially as I move to the back legs where the pincers can't reach. Then, all I have to do is avoid getting stepped on, which is fairly easy to be honest. I focus on the legs on one side, and once all 4 of them are crippled, the scorpion can't move around. When the legs on that side collapse, it also brings the scorpion's body low enough for me to start attacking it. As I use my teeth to rip big chunks out of the body, I find out that scorpions taste nasty. After this thing is dead, I am definitely going to have to find a way to wash the taste out of my mouth. That being said, the scorpion's screams of pain, while high-pitched, are music to my ears. Of course, with something this big, I am only doing surface damage to it. At this rate, I will just have to hope it bleeds to death because I don't want to climb inside it to do real damage. After a while, it folds the legs on its other side in an attempt to crush me with its body. At that point, I simply climb onto its back to avoid being crushed and rush over to the base of its tail. This way, I can attack the base of the tail without it being able to attack me. In the end, I waste over an hour to kill the scorpion, and while I don't gain anything from it, I do feel better. Once it is dead, I start wandering around in circles, looking for something else to kill. At this point, I just want a different taste in my mouth. Anything would be better than scorpion. Luckily, after a while I come across an oasis and am able to wash my mouth out and then have a drink. While there are plenty of signs of other things using the oasis, nothing attacks me. Once I have drunk my fill, I leave the oasis and head for the last dot on the map. Chapter 511. Thinking that I should get the flash of light when I reach it, I ignore everything else and just rush for the dot. Unfortunately, to my disgust, when I reach the 4th dot and it disappears from the map, a 5th dot appears. This 5th dot looks to be about 1,000 miles further into the heart of the desert. Ignoring the giant hyena that was guarding the 4th dot, I head towards the new dot. It tries to chase me, but it is no match for my speed, and I can't be bothered with it. Even with my speed, it takes me 2 days to reach the area of the 5th dot. As I get close to the dot, the sand dunes are replaced by hardpan, making it easier to move. At this point, I am sick of this stupid test and just want it to be over already. The earlier tests where I just had to kill a certain number of things were much less annoying. While not much time is passing outside, it still feels like I am wasting a lot of time in here. If I got benefits from the tests, I am sure I would feel differently about the tests. As I near the last dot, the location is fairly easy to recognize. After all, there is a pyramid ahead of me. Judging from the map, the dot is pointing to the center of the pyramid, and I doubt I can cheat by running up the outside. So when I reach the entrance of the pyramid, I resume my normal form and walk inside. To get through the entrance, I have to duck my head and my shoulders are rubbing the walls. Once past the entrance, it stays the same, making it awkward for me to move. This place seems to have been built to be claustrophobic for humans, let alone someone my size. Not surprisingly, the inside of the pyramid is a maze, with lots of connecting corridors and dead ends. Surprisingly, I don't encounter any monsters or traps inside the maze, so it just takes trial and error to find the way through the maze. More time wasted. When I finally reach the center of the maze, I find a mummy standing before a portal. Through the portal, I can see an unbelievable amount of wealth and treasures. As soon as I am done examining the situation, I rush at the mummy and hit him in the chest with both hands. Then, with a surge of strength, I throw the mummy into the portal. As soon as the mummy enters the portal snaps down on him like a mouth, and I can hear crunching noises and chewing sounds. Then, I get the normal flash of light, and I am back in the real world. Looking around, I spot Lizzie and Eckhard curled up in front of the tent taking a nap. Since they were playing when I left, at least some time has passed out here. I meditate for a few minutes to recover the energy I used to shapeshift, and then place my hand on the stone. Time to see what the sixth test is going to be like. Hopefully it won't be another time waster. When the flash of light passes, I find myself deep in a huge forest. When the preparation period ends, I get a message instead of a map. It says, "Catch the white rabbit." What? Am I Alice now? Since I am going to be chasing a rabbit through a forest, I decide to use the wolf form instead of Lizzie's. After all, while the wolf may be slower than Lizzie, it will have an easier time fitting between trees. Once I have shifted, I start circling the area looking for tracks or the scent of the rabbit. Hopefully, the white rabbit is the only rabbit in the forest. Otherwise, this might just be impossible. After about an hour of circling out from the starting spot, I finally catch the scent of a rabbit. I immediately start tracking it. Although the scent is old, it should still be possible to track. After a few hours of tracking the scent through the forest, I finally find the rabbit. Unfortunately, it is not the white rabbit. It is a normal brown rabbit. Out of frustration, I pounce on the rabbit and eat it, which makes me feel a bit better. With no other clues to go on, I pick a random direction and set off. I just have to hope I will get lucky and cross the rabbit's path at some point. Over the next several days, I track down and eat dozens of rabbits, but I still haven't found the white rabbit. Since I also haven't found an end to the forest, I am starting to think that this method won't work. Out of curiosity, I return to my normal form and try flying up above the trees. To my surprise, it actually works. Apparently, this test doesn't restrict flying. I am an idiot. Why didn't I try flying sooner? Once I am done berating myself, I start flying around above the forest, looking for the rabbit. Since it is white, it should be fairly easy to spot if I can just get into the same area as it. If I hadn't wasted days trying to track it down as a wolf, I might have already cleared the test by now. Now I run into the problem that if I fly too high, my eyes aren't good enough to spot anything. Yet if I fly low where my eyes are fine, it takes too long to search an area. So I land and start building the image of an eagle in my mind, which as usual gets modified by the spell when I am done. Formatted, Black King Eagle. I get Black Eagle. But where did king come from? Why does it seem the more forms I add, the more they change? Luckily, I already know how to fly, so I have an easy time adapting to the new form. As I had hoped, the eyes of an eagle are amazing. Even from a mile up, I am able to spot tiny animals. This allows me to search huge areas quickly, and it only takes me a few hours to find the white rabbit. Once I spot it, I maneuver around so the sun is at my back and begin a dive. This way, my shadow won't warn the rabbit, and it won't be able to spot me until it is too late. As for the rabbit, it is just sitting there. It isn't moving at all. Not even when I grab it. As soon as my talons close around the rabbit, I get the flash of light showing I have completed the test. As soon as the light fades, I look to check on Lizzie and Eckard. They are both awake. Since it seems at least a few hours have passed, I go sit down with them and start making some food. Lizzie, how is the progress? I've completed 6 out of the 10 tests. 4 more and the temple should open. Lizzie, good. It is getting harder to keep Eckard entertained. He really just wants to be with you. Looking down at Eckard, who is sitting in my lap waiting for food, I find it hard to argue with Lizzie. He is acting just like Kachera and Asuna did when I first started taking care of them. At least he doesn't have the trauma of having watched me kill his mother like they do. Eckard says, "Mama, don't burn." Okay, here you go, Lizzie. I would also like my portion unburnt, please. Sorry, I was lost in my memories. Once everyone is done eating and Eckard is settled down, I return to the temple gates. After placing my hand on the stone and the normal flash of light, I find myself feeling cold. Looking around, all I see is endless white. It seems this test is going to be unpleasant. Chapter 512. With nothing but snow as far as the eye can see, I impatiently wait for the preparation period to end. As I am waiting, I pull out my winter gear and put it on. Immediately, the cold stops bothering me. This time, I get a message and a counter. The message is survive, and the counter is 5 days. Now, just surviving in a frozen wasteland for 5 days isn't much of a test. So I am assuming that there is going to be more to it. After all, this is the 7th test. Kneeling down, I brush the snow away and clear an area as I feared there is ice under the snow. That means I am above a body of water, maybe a lake or ocean. It also means that I need to be wary of something coming up through the ice. First things first, I attempt to fly, but I find out that flight is restricted yet again. Luckily, it seems gliding isn't restricted, so at least I don't end up crashing into the snow. What I really want to do first is get off the ice and find shelter. So I make my best guess as to which way is south and start walking. When I hear a boom and cracking sounds, I immediately jump as high as I can and spread my wings. As I am gliding away, a huge mouth comes up through the ice and snaps closed where I was standing. That is exactly why I want to get off the ice. I have watched too many monster movies to think the ice is safe. As soon as my glide ends, I take off running, but as I run, I am listening intently. At the first sound of something happening under me, I plan to jump and glide again. For right now, that is my best chance of escaping whatever is hunting me from under the ice. It should be hunting me through the vibrations of my footsteps, which are fairly heavy. As I run, I am trying to think of a form that would be faster but still able to handle the cold. After all, it seems to be day now, although it is hard to tell with the clouds, so night will be much colder. My first thought is a woolly mammoth, but that would be too heavy and might even crash through the ice. My next thought is a saber-toothed tiger, which should actually work just fine. Besides, I am fairly used to cat forms and shouldn't have any trouble using it to the fullest. Once my mind is made up, I start creating the image in my mind piece by piece. Cracking sounds from in front of me interrupt me as I am forced to jump and glide again. This time, the mouth comes up where I would have been if I had kept running. Clever girl. Once again, I build the image in my mind, trying to finish it before I reach the ground. Even though I have only seen the mouth, the fact that it was able to pass me even though I was running worries me. At this point, as I finish the image, I just have to hope it is going to be fast enough. Form added, black saber-toothed tiger. Huh? Nothing special. Guess I was wrong. My timing was perfect. I shifted into the new form just as I reached the ground. As soon as my feet hit the ground, I take off at twice my normal speed. Not only is the tiger form faster, its claws give it much better traction. This form also has heat vision. I don't know if that is normal or not. While I know about saber-toothed tigers from various movies, I am certainly no expert. With the heat vision, I am able to see the shadow of whatever is hunting me. This means when it turns upwards to hit the ice, I can change direction and avoid it fairly easily. It also means I can get a decent idea of its size, similar to a blue whale. Considering how big it is, all I can really do is keep dodging until it gives up. At least that is the plan, until I suddenly run out of ice. Ahead of me is open water. This likely means I am on some kind of ice shelf. There might not be any solid land for me to hide on. Since just standing here is suicide, I choose left and take off running again. Considering the splashing and crunching sounds from behind me, I moved just in time. I don't even bother looking back. I just run as fast as I can and watch for shadows. Maybe I should have gone north originally. The ice should be thicker towards the north. Too late to think of that now. I just have to keep running and hope I can outlast this thing. After dodging 2 more attempts to eat me, I am starting to think that it is about to give up. Just then, the snow ahead of me suddenly starts moving as something stands up. It turns out to be a lot of somethings, about 2 dozen, and they don't look friendly. In fact, they are downright ugly. They have heads like seals, bodies like wolves, and tails like lizards. When they spot me, they all let out roars and start charging towards me. Normally, I would just fight them, but if I stop for any length of time, the thing underwater will try to eat me again. So instead of fighting them, I turn and run north, with them chasing right behind me. Once I see how fast they are, I slow down until they are right behind me. When the ugly things are literally snapping at my heels, I maintain my speed and stay just ahead of them. Then when I see the shadow of the big fish, or whatever it is, coming up ahead of me, I stop, spin in place, and jump back over the ugly things before they can react. Once I land, I freeze in place and do everything I can not to make a sound. The ugly things are gone. All that is left of them are a few blood splatters. I am hoping the big fish will be satisfied with its meal and not stick around to look for me. Just to be safe, I stand still for a full hour before daring to move. Even then, I try to move silently. When I don't see any shadow coming for me, I turn back to the east and walk away, very quietly. Only after another hour without being attacked do I start to move faster. When I check the timer, I see that I still have 4 days and a few hours to go. By now, the sun has set and it has gotten a lot colder. But the cold doesn't bother me in this form. Still, as I walk, I am keeping an eye out for any type of shelter. But so far, it is nothing but ice and snow. If I could just get off the ice, I would stop and make an attempt at building an igloo. However, as long as I am on the ice, I don't dare to stop and try to sleep. If need be, I can stay awake for the full 5 days. I would just prefer not to. In the end, I walk through the night and most of the next day before I finally spot something different. Off to the north, I spot a higher area, so I turn and head that way. When I reach it, I find that not only is it higher, but there is rock under the snow instead of ice. Chapter 513. The area isn't very big, more like a small island that got frozen over, but it is good enough. After circling around the whole thing and finding no caves, I use my claws and start digging. It takes a few hours, but I manage to dig out a cave big enough for me to fit into. Once I am inside, I do my best to conceal the entrance and then go to sleep. While I was planning to just sleep until the test ended, after about 12 hours, my empty stomach wakes me up. So I reluctantly get up and drop my shapeshift, then reach into my pouch for some food. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. I can find the food in my pouch, but I can't take it out. After some testing, it turns out I can take anything except food and water from my pouch. I now have less than 3 days to go. I could go without food that long, but it wouldn't be pleasant. So I shift again into the tiger form and leave my cave to see if I can find something to eat. I don't plan to go too far from my cave. That way, if the fish comes back, I can run for land. I will just have to hope it is actually a fish and can't come on land after me. As I explore the area around my cave, I find that there are quite a few different things living on the ice. All of them seem to want to eat me, but they end up becoming my food instead. Not only do I manage to eat my fill, but I even have some extra that I drag back to the cave with me. After returning to the cave, I go back to sleep and sleep until I am woken by the ground shaking. First, checking the timer, I find that I am at the halfway point, then I poke my head outside. What I find outside is a herd of elephant-like creatures passing by. They do not have fur. Actually, their skin resembles that of a rhino rather than an elephant. Each and every one of them have 6 tusks that look incredibly sharp. As I am watching them pass, I can't help but wonder how they are able to avoid the big fish that chased me. Just as I am thinking about it, it actually bursts up through the ice to try and eat one of the elephants. Not only do its teeth fail to get through the elephant's skin, but the fish can't even escape. The 2 elephants on either side of the one that it attacked turn and impale it with their tusks. They actually drag it out of the water, allowing me to get a look at it for the first time. To me, it looks like the bigger, meaner, big brother of an orca. To my surprise, the herd turns back and gathers around the thing. Then they begin eating it. They use their tusks to tear the body apart, then use their trunks to move chunks into their mouths. Any idea I had about seeing how the elephant thing's taste disappears at that point. Instead, I hide back in my cave until the herd has moved on. It seems that everything alive in this test is a meat eater, which makes sense for a survival test. Since I have less than 2.5 days left to go, I decide to take the coward's route. I simply stay in my cave and sleep until the timer runs out. It is actually the flash that wakes me up. The first thing I see when I open my eyes is the 7 glowing symbols on the strange stone. 3 tests left to go. All the tests so far have been more annoying than hard. So I am expecting the last 3 to be the most annoying, but that doesn't stop me from pressing my hand down. This time, after the flash, there is no preparation period, just a message saying, "Reach the top." The meaning isn't hard to figure out since there is a tower directly in front of me. The tower is round with a staircase spiraling around it, but I can't see the top of it. When looking up, the tower seems to go on forever. It goes even higher than the clouds. Regardless of how tall it is, I don't really have a choice, so I start up the stairs. At first, it is easy, and I don't see what the challenge is supposed to be. That is, until I pass the 100th step. At that point, I feel a slight increase in pressure. It is hard to tell, but when I pass the 200th step, it becomes more apparent. It would seem that gravity is slowly increasing with every 100 steps. After 400 steps, gravity has doubled, still not enough to bother me. At 800 steps, gravity has tripled, and I am starting to feel the burn. With my strength, it still isn't enough to slow me down, just enough to make me work for it. At 1200 steps, it starts to be hard. At 4 times gravity, each step is an effort. At 1600 steps, I actually have to stop and catch my breath. At this point, I can still go on. But if this keeps up, I won't be able to make it to the top. Still, after catching my breath, I start climbing the stairs again. I can't just give up. At around 1900 steps, I suddenly hear a rumbling sound coming from above me. A few seconds later, a boulder comes bouncing down the steps at me. Now, normally, such a boulder wouldn't be a problem, but at 5 times gravity, it is a different story. I end up being lucky, and the boulder is on the bounce when it reaches me. This allows me to deflect it away from me and off the side of the tower. After dealing with the boulder, I take a few minutes to catch my breath before continuing. As I am taking my first step, I again hear the rumbling sound above me. It is another boulder. It seems that this is another part of the test. From then on, another boulder comes at me every 5 minutes or so, whether I am moving or not. This means there is no way for me to stop and rest. It is even more troublesome after I hit 2000 steps. With gravity at 6 times normal, every step is a strain, and the boulders are more problematic. Luckily, at 2400 steps, the gravity remains at 6 times normal. However, the boulders start coming more frequently, giving me no chance to catch my breath. Several times, the boulders almost manage to knock me off the stairs. When I reach 2500 steps, I find a platform, and once I step onto it, the boulders stop. By this point, I am covered in bruises and have a number of torn muscles. Since I am being given a chance to rest, I simply collapse and use a healing spell on myself. The gravity has not changed, so even breathing is somewhat difficult. But even with that, I fall asleep. When I wake up, I feel much better. That is until I see the sign on the wall. According to the sign, I have reached the 1/4 mark, meaning there are 7,500 steps left. Chapter 5:14. At that point, I almost give up. Only the fact that I have to destroy the temple prevents it. Besides, telling Lizzie I wasted all this time would not be a pleasant experience. So I force myself to stand up and start walking up the stairs again. As soon as I leave the platform, the boulders start coming again every 2 minutes. I have learned the trick to them by now, but they are still really annoying. The fact that I won't get another break until I reach 5,000 steps is also depressing. While the other tests have all tested physical endurance, this test seems to be more about mental endurance. Sure, the gravity and the boulders are physical problems, but the mental challenge is worse. Having to force myself to take each step has nothing to do with the physical strain. In fact, at this point, since the gravity isn't increasing anymore, I am actually getting used to it. Knowing how many more steps I have left to go is much harder to deal with. No matter what I do, I can't stop myself from counting each step and cursing each one. Eventually, I stop deflecting the boulders and instead start destroying them. This allows me to vent my frustrations and manages to make me feel a bit better. Once I feel better, I am able to advance faster, at least until I reach 3,000 steps. Once I pass 3,000, blades start randomly slashing out from the wall. However, the boulders don't stop, so now I have 2 things to worry about. I quickly learn that it is best to dodge the blades. Nothing I have will stop them. Luckily, I have my healing spells in regen, otherwise I would really be in trouble. I will just have to be careful so I don't run out of power before reaching the next rest area. Come to think of it, I have no idea if I am even able to recover my divine power while I am in a test. After all, can my prayers actually reach the goddesses from here, or am I on my own? There is no way to know until I reach the next platform and try it. If I can't, then it will make this trial a lot more complicated, especially if it gets harder. The blades are the main thing hurting me. The boulders are just annoying. I have figured out that there is a very quiet click right before a blade appears. The problem is I can only hear that click if I am concentrating, and there isn't a boulder coming. The blades don't move once they pop out, so I have started only climbing the stairs between boulders. This way I can listen for the click and avoid the blade if there is one. When I hear the rumble of a boulder, I simply stop and wait for it to come to me. This way I only have to deal with one thing at a time. It just means I am going up slower. However, at this point, I consider conserving my power more important than moving faster. After all, there is no time limit that I know of, so rushing would just be stupid. Having to focus on listening for the click also prevents me from counting steps. That does wonders for my mental state, at least until I reach the halfway point. Actually, I reach the 5,000 steps without even realizing it until I actually step on the platform. As soon as I realize I am safe, the first thing I do is kneel down and pray. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. I am unable to recharge my divine power inside the test. I can, however, meditate to recover my sacred power, so I am not completely screwed. From this point on, I am going to try and avoid using any of my spells. My divine power will be for emergencies. Instead, I will try to only use abilities that use sacred power since I can recharge it. Since I have a healing ability that uses sacred power, it shouldn't inconvenience me too much. Once my sacred power is full, I eat some food and then get some real sleep. The main reason is to help restore my mental strength. Only real sleep can do that. Once I wake up, I eat again, and then move to start climbing the stairs again. Only when I move to leave the platform do I find out that there aren't any more stairs. On the other side of the platform is a ramp instead of stairs. When I step onto the ramp, I find that it is fairly slick and does not provide good footing. It would seem this is the next difficulty of the test, which is even worse than I expected. Not only is the footing bad, but now the boulders aren't bouncing down the stairs. Instead, they are rolling down the ramp. Not only do they move faster, but they are quieter. While I can still hear them coming, there is less time between hearing them and them arriving. The slick footing also makes dealing with the boulders harder. Even when I manage to hit them and deflect them, I end up sliding tens of feet down the ramp. Thanks to the random blades, making progress is hard, so getting knocked back is extremely frustrating. In the end, the answer I end up coming up with has me laughing so hard my sides hurt. Before, when it was stairs, the boulders bounced all over the place, but now they stick close to the ramp. This is the only reason that my new method works. To avoid dealing with the boulders, I just have to jump over them. Each time I hear a boulder coming, I stop moving until it arrives, and then jump straight up. Once it has passed under me, I can continue moving while listening for the blades. Stopping for each boulder may cost me a bit of time, but not as much as being knocked backwards by them. Instead of being frustrated, now I am enjoying myself, since it is like a video game. Although, if there is a giant monkey at the top of the tower, he is definitely going to die. That thought keeps me in a good mood for quite a while, even when the number of boulders increases. Since I can't count the steps, I can only guess I am halfway to the next rest point when the boulders become more numerous. This simply means I have to jump more, which in 6 times gravity is still tiring. However, I have learned that my healing touch actually will restore my stamina as well. So even if I get worn out, I can restore myself and keep going as long as I have sacred power. Thanks to that, even though it is still hard, my mood stays fairly positive. At 7,500 steps, I reach the next rest stop, 3/4 of the way to the top. This time, when I reach the rest platform, I am in much better condition. As I stop to rest, I am feeling fairly confident about being able to finish climbing the tower. Chapter 5:15. Once I have eaten and rested, I move on to the last section, only to find that the difficulty has increased again. There are a lot more blades now, and not all of them make the click before they activate. Luckily, my sacred power is full, so I can heal myself when I fail to avoid one of the blades. However, my progress slows down to a crawl because I am constantly dodging blades. After a few hours of slow progress, I run into a new problem. The boulders start coming 2 at a time. I find this out when I jump over one only to land right in front of the second. However, this also allows me to speed up my progress by jumping from boulder to boulder. The blades are all set at heights to be able to injure a human, meaning they are all below the tops of the boulders. By jumping and then bouncing from the first boulder to the second, I can move forward safely. It soon becomes faster for me to just wait for the sets of boulders instead of trying to dodge the blades. After a few hours of playing leapfrog with the boulders, I finally reach the top of the tower. Unfortunately, there is no monkey for me to vent my frustrations on. All I get is the normal flash. As soon as the flash passes, I turn to check on Eckhard and Lizzie as usual. Eckhard is currently exploring the ruins while Lizzie keeps an eye on him. I figure it should have been at least a few hours this time, so I go start making food. Eckhard notices as soon as I move and immediately gives up on exploring to run over to me. By the time I reach the fire, he is already right there and rubbing up against me. So I pick him up and pet him while I start cooking some food one-handed. Eckhard says, "Mama, okay?" "Yes, little one, I am fine. Just a bit tired," Eckhard says. "Nap?" "Ha ha ha!" "Yes, after the food it will be nap time," Eckhard says. "Yay, nap with Mama!" Lizzie was the last test especially hard. Since she seems curious, I describe the test to Lizzie as I am cooking the food. Because we communicate silently, I can tell her how bad it was without upsetting Eckhard. I don't want to worry him, and I am not sure just how much he comprehends. "Lizzie, ha! I wish I could have seen you jumping over boulders like that." "Yes, I am sure you would have found it very entertaining." Once the food is ready, Eckhard sits himself in my lap to eat, and then after the food we all curl up together for a nap. When I wake up, I am feeling much better and am ready to challenge the next test. However, Eckhard is still asleep and has wrapped himself around me so that I can't move without waking him. He is far too cute while sleeping for me to wake him, so I just lay there until he wakes up. Only after he has woken up, and I have played with him for a while, do I head back to the temple doors. Then I press my hand onto the weird stone and let the flash take me to the 9th test. When the flash passes, I find myself in a plain stone corridor with a wall about 10 feet ahead of me. This is the first time the test has put me inside, so I am a little confused. The message floating in the air is no help since it says, "Reach the goal." Since there is a wall directly behind me, I can only go forward towards the other wall. As I do, glowing objects begin to appear before the wall. They look like oversized Lego blocks. At first, I am confused as to the purpose of the objects, but then I see an image on the wall. Once I figure out that it is a puzzle and I need to use the objects to make the image, it is fairly easy. It only takes me a minute to put the objects together in the right pattern. Once I do, the wall rises into the ceiling and I see another wall 10 feet ahead. When I approach the next wall, the same thing happens, only the image is a little more complex. Still, it barely takes me more than a minute to complete it and open the wall. Yet another wall appears before me with a slightly more complicated puzzle. This continues for the next several hours, with each consecutive puzzle getting a little harder. By the 50th puzzle, it is taking me almost an hour to correctly assemble the pieces. Not only are they smaller and more complex, but they are also color-coded. On top of that, the images I am trying to duplicate have become a lot more complex. None of that really bothers me. In fact, I am having quite a bit of fun solving them. What puzzles me is every test before this was combat or endurance related. It seems weird to have an intelligence test at this point. Not that I am complaining, after all the last test was a real pain. Whereas this one is fun. It just makes me wonder what the last test is going to be like. Oh well, I will find out soon enough. For now, I just focus on putting together the puzzles. Although, to be honest, for me, it feels more like playing with Legos when I was a kid. Even as the puzzles get more complicated, it is still fun to me, a nice change from the last test. I end up losing track of time. I am just having fun and not paying attention. In the end, I even lose track of how many puzzles I have solved. All that matters is the one in front of me. Each time I solve a puzzle, I rush to the next one. Not because I want out of the test, but because I want to play. When the wall opens, and instead of another wall, I see the goal, I am disappointed. While the later puzzles all took a considerable amount of time, none of them were hard for me. In fact, the more complex they became, the more fun I had solving them. Now that they are all done, I am disappointed because I wanted more puzzles. Regardless of my feelings, I am here for a reason, so I walk over and step onto the goal. When the flash passes, I instantly press my hand down again. I want to get this over with. Even before the flash passes, I can feel an unbearable heat beating down on me. When I open my eyes, all I see is red. The red is lava, and it stretches as far as I can see. I am currently hovering in the air above an ocean of lava, with the preparation symbol flashing above me. When it ends, I know I am going to fall, and I am not entirely sure that I can survive the lava. While I have a decent fire resist, it is not immunity, so I will definitely take damage. What is worse is I don't have any items to help. The only fire resist item I made I gave to Isabella. My cloak and tabard protect against heat somewhat, but not fire. Before I can think of anything, the preparation period ends and the symbol disappears. As soon as it does, and I feel gravity take effect, I spread my wings and try to fly. Once again, flight is restricted, but I am able to glide, which buys me at least a few more seconds.